Hey there, everybody. So it shows that I'm live. We just needed a couple of minutes here just to finish up and get ready. So now we are here and we're online. I can already see that Paul's ready to go. Good evening, Paul. How are you? Everybody else who's going to be joining in, I'm going to be chatting with Karvin Cheung tonight. So he's already kind of in the virtual green room, so to speak. So he's going to be joining me in a second. I wanted to give you a quick update on a couple of things. I mentioned it already in a previous video on the channel, but one thing I want to talk to you about really quickly, just to give you, now that I've got a little more information, and the links will end up in the description here, and then I'll also put a reminder as well. I'm going to be doing a lot of live streams this weekend, so I just will quickly run you through them super fast. Just share my screen. So the first one here I mentioned already. So on the Card Cutter YouTube channel, I'm going to be chatting some wrestling with the guys. We're going to be hanging around. We're going to be chatting, and we're actually going to do a Survivor Series mock draft, which is kind of fun. They came up with some kind of interesting rules, and we're going to have a little bit of fun with that. So that's going to be tomorrow night. That's going to be at 9 p.m. Eastern time. And then the other one that I mentioned is going to be on this channel as well. I'm going to be hanging out, chatting with Jeremy Lee from Sports Cards Live, and I'm going to be chatting with him on Sunday evening, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Very similar to what we did tonight. So it's going to be the same time frame. So those are just things coming up on the channel. And then my usual weekend pickups video, I managed to record it. And then it's been already edited and it's been uploaded to the channel. So it'll be appearing tomorrow around midday. So if you check out on the channel, you'll be seeing it. So let me bring on my guest here. So Karvin Cheung. Hey, Karvin, how are you?
Good. How about you?
I am doing well.
Let me first apologize for being so hard to get a hold of. And finally, we managed to get this show on the road. So
no worries. Yeah, so Karvin and I have been chatting back and forth a little bit. Now I will tell you guys, when you kind of, if any of you have had the chance to look a little bit into Karvin, you're going to realize that he is definitely a hobby veteran who's worn a lot of hats in the hobby. We're not going to go through his whole resume because it would be extensive, but we're definitely going to allude to a lot of it, and a lot of it is going to make a lot more sense as we chat. But I will tell you guys, in the course of our conversations Karvin and I have had on and off for the last while, there was one stretch where we were on the phone for 3 hours debating hobby definitions. So hobby passion is not a thing that Karvin Cheung lacks, I assure you. And that will make a lot more sense, especially as we talk about a lot of the different hats that Karvin has worn over the years in the hobby. First as a collector, of course, as a dealer, working with manufacturers with Upper Deck and with Panini, and nowadays working with GTS on the distribution side. So a lot of different areas of the hobby and a lot of different angles with which to consider the hobby, especially with those experiences. And we're going to tap into some of those experiences. So I encourage you, as we talk tonight, if you have questions about some of these different areas, I have no problem incorporating some of those questions in here, because if you've got questions, he's a guy who's got quite a number of answers and at least some definitely informed opinions, if nothing else. So we can definitely incorporate that into our conversation. One last thing I'll tell you guys, I generally don't do a big formal structure, but I'll give you guys a really short version of kind of my plan, and I'm willing to scrap it and change around depending on how the conversation goes and your questions and whatever's happening. So the first area we're going to talk, Karvin and I are going to chat just the hobby in general. We're going to talk a little bit about his background and building into it. I'm not going to rehash all the same old ground. Back in April, he did a chat with Jeremy on Sports Cards Live where they went into a little bit of that background. So I've encouraged you guys to check it out. If you haven't already, definitely check it out. It's a great conversation that lays the groundwork beautifully. We're going to build off of that a little bit and get a little more information. For the second section, so to speak, unofficially, I want to chat with Karvin a little bit about his philosophy and his thoughts, because he's designed sets. And I've mentioned this to you guys a little bit. So if you're talking hockey, we can talk about the cup and things of that sort. We can talk about Exquisite basketball and Immaculate as well. So in addition to other products all the way in between, up and down the scale. So before we were chatting earlier this afternoon, and Karvin and I were talking a little bit, just kind of understanding where we wanted to go with the conversation. But in the course of that, Karvin gave a lot of great nuggets of information about kind of the thought process of how he designs a set. It's not just designing a set. It's what are you doing? Why are you doing it? And the why is the part you usually don't get to hear too much about, and that's perfect because he's exactly the guy that we would want to talk to for that. Does that make sound good, Karvin?
That sounds great.
Awesome.
Let's rock and roll.
Absolutely. So for starters, like I said, guys, questions, I'm going to be monitoring them here as I talk to Karvin, so feel free to ask along the way if there's anything you want clarification on or anything you have, any thoughts you have. So the first thing, Karvin, as you started collecting, like I said, I don't want to go right from the beginning, but as you started collecting, when did you actually shift over the idea where you're a collector and then you're going to do a little bit of dealing, and then from there, kind of the manufacturer side? Do you want to give a little Cole's Notes version of that piece? How you shifted from one to the other?
Well, let me start with, ever since I was probably about 8 or 9 years old, I wanted to be an entrepreneur. Mm-hmm. And trading cards was always one. You trade and you buy a pack of hockey cards from the convenience store, or my dad buys smoke. And actually, it was the one time where I are you going out for cigarettes? And he's like, yes. He goes, yes, you want your packs of hockey cards. So I get hockey cards every time it goes out for a pack of smoke. So it's like not good, but good type situation. Yep. So over a period of time, I knew that hockey cards had some value even as a child. In fact, my first ever deal I did was for $1. This person had 1960s cards, you know, the wood grain TV set, the Bobby Orr set. He had 68, 69. And he had posted it all on this crystal board showing all these hockey players, right? And this is in the 70s. And I was like 8 years old. And then he goes, what are you going to do with those cards afterwards? He goes, someone's going to throw them out. I go, you want to sell them to me? He goes, I'll sell them the whole entire bag, the whole bag, but probably 500 cards in there for $1. Now, 1970 $1, right? And I said, okay, fine, I'll buy for $1. And I just saved it. And then all of a sudden, I looked in the classified ads at Toronto Star. I said, hey, this guy's buying hockey cards. I'm going to give this guy a call. And then I ended up making a couple $100 out of selling these cards back in the 70s. So that was my first foray in terms of collecting cards. Obviously, when you get to a certain age, hockey cards is a kind of a point of shame. So I quit hockey cards. And then, of course, in 1989 is when I saw the Upper Deck cards. And I said, wow, these cards are beautiful. Like front back photos, holograms, really white virgin stock versus the cardboard stock that we're used to, the grain stock, right?
Can I ask you a quick question about that? Because since you bring up 89 with Upper Deck, I'm actually curious about this. Because I started collecting in the hobby, I would say late 89, early 1990. So that's kind of my time frame for starting. So it's one of those things where I'm a hobby veteran, then I guess you're a hobby super veteran. So that puts you into that category as well. Right. But anybody who's been collecting 20, 30 years, they definitely have a ton of experiences in the hobby to draw from as well. But 89, it's considered to be very much a pivotal thing because of Upper Deck coming out and introducing that. But it did take a little while for the other manufacturers to respond. So it's always been kind of interesting to me where it was impactful, yes, but it took a little while. Like Topps didn't really change up. If you look at 1990 Topps baseball, for example, they kept kind of the same card stock in 1990. And 1991 was their 40th anniversary. They kept kind of the same card stock, although they did release Stadium Club in 91. And then by 93, by 92 and 93, the base series had started to upgrade the cardboard. You saw that happening. And then by 93, they released Topps Finest. They went into that super premium category. So it did get there, but it wasn't like an instantaneous, oh yeah, it just happened. There was a little bit of a delayed reaction. Did you guys get a sense of that, though, when 1989 rolled around? Like, it didn't happen right away. It took a little while, but Upper Deck was definitely a player.
I think Upper Deck just raised the standard of trading cards. Because before then, there was Donruss, Fleer, and Topps, and O-Pee-Chee. It's all the same type of stock, you know, cutting with the, you know, the wires or with the blades. And it was low quality. I mean, the photos were grainy at best and all that. Obviously, in 89, the big thing was all these era cards, the Gail Murphy Rebnik, Billy Ripken bat, you know, the face card. We got was it Paul Shelby with the guy in the background adjusting his jock.
It's funny you mentioned the Billy Ripken because literally Amit sent me a picture that he got a couple of copies of Billy Ripken today. This afternoon. I think he was looking for them. It's just funny that you brought up that exact card. And I saw
there were so many different figures. I mean, there's a Scribble, there's a blackout box. The blackout box, I believe, is the most expensive one.
I think that's right. There was a white box as well. A white box as well. Yeah.
Yep. And you know, and the first show I attended was in '89. It was at the Lakeshore Inn, which ended up being a club, and now I believe it's a Sheridan 4 Points. Okay. If you drive on the Gardner, it's that little bump. You know that old bump, the little bump that always was in the Gardner. Now they kind of smooth it out, but it's right beside that hotel, the Sheridan 4 Points, right past Ontario Place on the way downtown.
Okay, by Ontario Place. Okay,
yeah,
that
little bump. I always remember that bump. I always hit my head on the roof of the car or something.
You're talking about on the highway, right?
Yeah, on the highway. Yeah, on the Gardner.
You know what? My dad would accelerate through that so that we would jump.
Get a lift.
Because he liked doing it. He enjoyed it. He had fun with it.
Yeah, so everyone remembers that bump. I mean, they smooth it out now, but I mean, as a kid, I always braced myself for that bump. So
how terrible is it that we know that reference, that exact reference? That's how you know.
And the hotel is just right below it, so it's called Lakeshore Hotel. That's now it's called the Sheridan 4 Points. They used to have a club called Meow there back in the '90s. So I know that place very well. But I went to my first show there, and then afterwards, other shows were Kelly Productions. They had all the athletes. They had Lindros there, that one show when he was a 16-year-old. And what really prompted me, you know, I was at University of Toronto buying whole packs of baseball cards, opening in my lectures and going, wow, this is great cards. I mean, I never thought trading cards were this level. So it took till I went down to Virginia and I went to Walmart and I found like 80 boxes of Upper Deck Series one or a high number it was. And I bought it all out. And I said, you know what? I'm going to sell these when I go back to Canada at $5-6 a pack versus $1 a pack. I bought it at, and sure enough, that's what drove the business. And I started having a flea market.
So it's basically arbitrage at first. It was like buy it here at this price and then sell a little bit more here, kind of turn that over, turn over the inventory, turn it over. Yeah.
And then my first flea market used to be at the Central Parkway Mall. And I had a flea market stand there. And one of my customers all the time was actually a person by the name of Reno. And his son was Jason Spezza. And he used to buy cards from me.
What time frame would that have been?
That would be the 90s, early 90s.
So this is Central Parkway. That's the one that has like the theater on the side of it.
Yeah. That store called the Untouchables, which was also there. They set up after me.
I remember going to that flea market. Now I know what you're talking about.
So my parents were always there, and then I had another flea market that was called Mr. Flea's, all the way in Scarborough. In Scarborough and Morden and Eglinton. So I was set up there too. And then afterwards, I took a hiatus and moved to Hong Kong for a year, and came back and then opened a store, which is in Mississauga, on Dixie and Eglinton. So the store's still there, but there's nothing there. My mom just has it there for just somewhere to get away from being at home all the time. So yeah, she does her comics and very little business at all. But we own the spot, so we bought it's like a condo store, right? A condo mall. So we own that spot, or my mom owns it. So anyways, outside of that, then we were doing a lot of volume through that store for a long time, and then I got a job with Grosvenor in the distribution side in '99 and 2000.
Yeah, so first Grosvenor at that point after owning the shop and running the shop, so then into Grosvenor for the distribution side of it first.
Right, distribution, and then at that point I attended some upper deck meetings, and this guy's really passionate about his cards, and that was the day back in the day with Pinnacle was a big player, Pinnacle Hockey, until they went out of business around about 2002 as well, and then all of a sudden when I left Grosvenor, upper deck called and said, hey, why don't you come on board with the product development team? And that was kind of a dream of mine anyways, this is the one card that really changed my life in terms. I was studying genetics, biotechnology, all that stuff during the University of Toronto, and I was like, going to sports cards, right?
Okay.
That makes sense. It's not even related. But however, with that said, that was the pivotal point for me. And I was like, well, I have a chance to go in for upper deck. I have all 4 licenses. I'm a huge basketball fan. Obviously being Canadian, I'm a hockey Leafs fan, unfortunately. So I just went to upper deck, and I honed my craft there. So mind you, when I moved to the U.S., I moved in June of 2001. So, there was a couple of deaths in baseball. Was already kind of, I was like, man, I come there. Daryl Kyle died that year, and then I think Jack Buck died. I believe Jack Buck died like shortly or something like that. And then of course 9/11 happens. I'm like, man, what did I do? Moving to the U.S. so far away from home, and all this happened. But yeah,
good timing so far. Yeah,
exactly. And the weekend of 9/11 was actually when the product called SP Legendary Cuts was supposed to be released.
Oh, okay.
It got delayed, and there was worries about it not selling out. And obviously, you can't find those boxes now. I mean, a cut every case, I think it was. And tons of.
And what you're alluding to with that one, when it comes to that kind of a product, because at that point that was still relatively novel stuff, like those cuts and things. We'll reapproach that during the next section, but I just wanted to bring it up that we'll be definitely be talking about stuff like that for sure.
Well, that product will never exist because that's like some of the guys like Walter Johnson was number 180, and it was like high numbers. I was shocked at the numbering. So yes, I had concerns about that, but unfortunately, all that was put in there, and they could have been used for a lot later time.
Yeah. And by the way, guys, the reason I alluded to this is because that's going to play into kind of Karvin's set designing philosophy. Like that'll come into play a little bit. The thought process of you might not want to use everything. That's going to play a little bit into kind of the discussion a little bit later on. But please continue.
Yeah, and from that point, I just worked at Upper Deck, working on hockey from 2001 and 2002, and basketball. 2002, 2003, I did not work on hockey. They kind of segregated out and gave someone else hockey, and I worked in primarily basketball in 2002, 2003 to 4, of course, the Exquisite brand with the LeBron year, and then I actually went back onto hockey in 2004-5 during the lockout year, and those 5 products that I believe was 5 products that we built were just, man, it was a labor of love, to be honest. Just the time involved, getting buybacks and doing all that kind of stuff, and just it was a tough job just doing that SP Authentic product. I think
Yeah.
like the Upper Deck product was easy. SP Authentic was a pain, especially all of a sudden it's a lockout year, and then everyone's like, oh, it's hot. Why is SP Authentic hot? It was kind of shocking, bizarre.
There wasn't a lot, and there also, to my recollection, like I just use my Medano collection as a frame of reference. I think he's got 32 total cards for that year, just because there weren't a lot of products. There wasn't a lot of stuff out there. It's just whatever there was, that's what it is.
Yeah. And then there was also the two products that was also Legends only. It was SP Legendary Signatures, which was another labor of love, which I had to dig into my own childhood to get guys like sign autographs like Ian Turnbull and like the Bull in Toronto Maple Leafs history, all these different players. And then I had the two subsets, which those cards go for a lot of money now, is the Miracle Men subset, which obviously it was a tribute to the 80s team, and of course the 72 tribute, I think I called Summit Superstars, and they were all the 72 gold medal, or not gold medal, the Canada versus Russia.
The Canada Cup winners against that Russia team for the Summit Series.
Yeah. So that was also a labor of love, and I also brought in all the old lines. Obviously, being a Maple Leaf fan, Lanny McDonald with Daryl Siller and Errol Thompson as the left winger, and Errol was actually one of my favorite players as a kid, believe it or not. Maybe because he had curly hair, similar to yourself, almost like an afro-like hair.
Okay.
And
this is my 80s Stallone. It's what happens when I don't cut it very often.
Yeah.
I could do Stallone from Cobra if I let the hair grow up, because that's what it tends to do.
And then I got devastated when he got traded to, I believe, the Detroit Red Wings for Dan Maloney, and we gave him 2 first-rounders for it, which became Dale McCourt was one of them, and I think the other one was Mike Foligno. So it was a bad trade for the Maple Leafs. Right. That was the beginning of the downfall. I call that the Punch Imlach era, where he wanted to get rid of the Sittlers, the McDonalds, because they had too much power. I believe that's the term. But I was a big fan of Palmentier when he came up too. I love Mike Palmentier. Always in
the Leafs have this colorful history of if you hadn't either traded away or done this or done that, and you had components where individually they were good, but they were never good at the same time because they weren't there at the same time.
Yeah, and that's I think Mike Palmentier, he got injured, and then a goalie by the name of Yuri Surha came up, and he was playing in the 80s, and he played outstanding. I was like, oh, we're going to trade Palmentier and play with Yuri Surha. And sure enough, Yuri Surha the next year was not the same goalie. He basically pulled an Andrew Raycroft back in the day. Right. So, yeah. But anyways, but I digress about the 70s set. There's that set, and then there's another Legends signature set, which wasn't actually built by me. That was built by someone else, which was a Bruins fan. So sometimes you can tell who kind of built the product by the player selection and the team selection.
I think that's good though, because it's something we'll talk about more in the kind of the design discussion a little bit. Right. Because if it's cookie cutter, then there's no personality to it. There is something to be said for if you see fingerprints of it, that's good, because it means that you've got a little bit of a distinctive style that makes it a little more interesting.
That's right. Yeah. I agree with that. So, it was fun building that set, but it was challenging because I remember, hey, these guys never done an autograph deal. Let's approach them at this price, and everyone's like, you're really at the bottom of the barrel offering those prices. I go, that's fine. If they don't take it, we walk away. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the players agreed to it, and I just love that set in terms of it's not so much the cards in itself, as because it was basically I did the whole entire checklist. I worked on it. I try to bring back colorful players from the 70s and 80s that I remember as a child. That was one reason why I liked it. And second of all, it was like a lot of these players didn't have an autograph ever. Yeah. So it's always nice to bring in someone that didn't have an autograph and create collectability, especially on an original 6 team. But you also have to worry about there's also other collectors outside of the original 6 team too. So, yeah. And also even doing the Miracle Men and all that, so. There's all kinds of, like I said, there's elements, and we can talk about what I do to ask for inscriptions, signatures, numbering, all that stuff.
We can definitely. That's definitely a piece of the discussion that I want to include at some point here. For this piece, though, so we're talking about kind of the way you designed and built a little bit of that one. So I'm going to segue it since we're kind of in that direction talking. So talk to me a little bit about we're going to get a little bit more of that in the set building discussion. But now distinguish the setup and the way the stuff you were doing in Upper Deck, and then
Mm-hmm.
you're doing a different or similar kind of role at Panini. How did that differ? How was that similar in terms of when you went into the Panini side of it?
Well, I mean, so when I started Upper Deck, I was just building card sets. So
Yep.
whether it's Excel files, it's Microsoft Word, we would write what they call a strategic brief. So basically describing the inserts, the names, and then on top of it, we would pick a solicitation player. So typically you have to pick 6, which is called the Rule 6. So if you're going to feature any type of solicitation or boxes and all that, that's why when you see boxes, there's 6 players, because you wouldn't have to pay individual rights or for that or licensing from the player for the boxes. If you have 6, then you can feature 6. So if you look at anything, any type of collectible on their first launch, they usually try to appease by having 6 different teams or 6 different players, so that they can get away with not paying an individual license per player.
Okay, so that's a little bit of a nuance there that kind of lets you keeps the cost down as opposed to having to deal with those individuals.
It's a league rule, so all leagues have the Rule 6. So that kind of, if it's less than 6, then you got to pay, how much dollars to each player, right? So that's why you see some of the boxes like, why do you always have 6 players? Well, now you know why. So it could be like 2 different boxes with 3 different players, but it's still 6 players. Then 6.
So you could technically break it up. Now, would that have also applied with retail versus hobby? Could you split it up that way as well? Just somehow get 6 players in there?
I'm not sure about that. I don't think you necessarily have to. You probably get away with it. But for example, like let's say McFarlane was coming out with the figures, they would have six players, or else they would need an individual deal from the player. So, and that only applies to current player. So that's more of a PA rule.
So legends and stuff would be kind of exempted from that.
Legends, you would have to pay individual rights.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Okay.
Gotcha.
Because the legends don't have a players association. It's just the NHL. Now the retired players do have the alumni, which covers kind of like a group licensing deal for a lot of the alumni players, but it doesn't cover a lot of the big legends anyways. So
on the Upper Deck side, you were doing those briefs, you were developing those lists, you were doing all that. Were you doing that kind of throughout, or did it evolve a little bit as you spent more time?
It did, because I was there for 10 years. So I did that, and initially I had a team that did the checklists, and we would be responsible to look at the checklist. They would assign all the jerseys. And then eventually over time, I did take over I started as a product manager. I ended up being a senior product manager, and I didn't get promoted after that. But I was a senior product manager, but however, I was entrenched from the day-to-day, going into the executive meetings, basically having probably at least weekly, if not daily, interactions with Richard McWilliam himself. So those were some fun times, I will say.
Now, question for you, because I know you gave a couple of stories of some different interactions you had, so that's definitely something. It's something that obviously would have been a perk, definitely, to have some great experiences with some players.
Yeah, sure.
Now, question for you though, when you're a product manager or senior product manager, how many kind of brands would you have in your portfolio theoretically? I guess it would vary, but like conceptually, about how many brands would you have in your portfolio?
Well, I think that in terms of 05, 06, when we reintroduced hockey after the lockout, right? I think in terms of briefs that I probably wrote close to at least 60 or 70 briefs in a year.
Okay.
So that's how fluid everything is. Now things have changed now. It's not as busy back then, because what happened was that, hockey was roughly, let's say, 30 brands, right? And this would also include like the All-Star game, like if there's redemption cards and all that. And that's not a really tough brief, or packs for, Diamond Club members, all these different little elements. The marketing elements would be included, all the different shows like the National, the Expo, all that stuff is all part of it. So it's about 70 different brands, and I'm doing both sports, right? So hockey and basketball.
Now, were there a ton of product managers who had a similar kind of load, or was it split up a little bit?
There was 2. The other person was now works for Leaf when I was doing it. So he actually had a bigger load. And then the tough one that I also had on top of hockey and basketball was golf. I was handling all the golf stuff too.
Okay.
And golf is a different game completely. So just to give you an aspect of why, everyone always asks, well, why isn't there golf? Why isn't there golf? Was because golf has a PGA license, which includes the PGA marks and some of the PGA courses that you can utilize, but it doesn't include the golfers. So each golfer has to have an individual license, individual agreement or contract. And what's tough about it is that we call it most favored nation. I know that's a term used for trading nation and, you know, China and the US and all stuff, but it's not. In the sports card industry, what it means is that most favored nation means I want most favored nation means I want to get paid the most. So whoever gets paid the most, I want $1 more than them. So a lot of golfers are, you know, they want a lot more money. I mean, they play in these tournaments making millions of dollars. They're getting, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars in terms of endorsements. Well, as a trading card company, you're not selling that much product that you can pay everyone $1 million or everyone $100,000 deals.
Yeah, so I would have thought, because I think when Upper Deck came back into golf, if memory serves me, I think it was right around 2001.
Right.
That was when you had the Tiger rookie. We'll call it rookie.
Yes.
Even though he'd been playing already for a while.
Right.
And then he had those other cards, you know, depending on whether people consider them rookies or not. We're not going to get into that discussion, but 2001 was definitely like the first year that Tiger was in a major brand, because I remember there were a lot of those out there. It was a big card. But then after 2001, you get all these guys in their quote unquote rookie, whatever you want to consider it. But then, you know, Tiger's second year doesn't quite necessarily have the same cachet.
No.
Even though still a cool card, even though he's still a big name and all that's still a thing. 2002 golf may not have the resonance that 2001 did.
That's right, because he didn't have the rookie card. And in 2001, he came out with the SPA.
Correct.
Also, I think the product did well initially, but then it kind of went down in price. And, you know, Tiger rookies weren't that expensive. Then in the second year, we had Phil Mickelson for the only time that I think Upper Deck's ever had Phil. And realistically, it was a tough sell, because whoever had speculated on the product, that had product, is now it's gone down quite a bit, so no one really wanted to buy golf at that point. So I was instructed to basically build 4 or 5 brands to use the Tiger autographs and develop. If we want to talk about numbering and all that, if you go through golf, you'll see the wide array of what I did in terms of maximize, or the balance in terms of value versus delivery and how many autographs I put in the product.
Now you touched on there one thing that we had in our discussion as well. That's actually a really good point to bring up. Yeah. If you have an athlete, a Tiger, anybody under contract, and you have X number of autographs,
right?
You got a window with which to use them before they would potentially roll over, and that's a consideration. Do you want to just kind of briefly explain what that is?
Sure. So most contracts that you sign are usually for a year. Sometimes you can always say it's a 2-year contract. Yep. And usually, like with any type of contract, you would have a 90-day sell-off, or sometimes you can build in a half-year sell-off or a year sell-off. But when I first went into Upper Deck, I mean, it was pretty much a standard contract. So you had 90 days to sell off their stuff. So, for example, if you signed up, let's say, a Guy Lafleur for 3,000 autographs, you pay him for the 3,000 autographs. Now you can pay him after he signs. You don't have to pay him up front. But you have to pay, that contract is for 3,000 autographs. So if you use only 1,000 autographs, and by the time November came or December came, you got to use up that. You got to get him the autographs to sign 2,000 more autographs to get to 3,000.
That's right.
So thus, there's reasons why certain companies, and especially now, you'll see stickers as one element. The stickers, you can collect stickers, you can put them on any product, and then you have 90 days to put them in other products. But realistically, since every product is a year out, you had to build them a year before on the checklist, or make changes to accommodate the number of autographs that you're going to have to feature. So later on in contracts, I think we extended to half a year or a year afterwards. So that's what we had to do to accommodate that sell-off time, and the agents agreed to it and the players agreed to it, and that was fine.
Yeah.
But
the reason I wanted to bring it up was because one of the things you mentioned is that's part of the rationale why sometimes you'll get seemingly these random guys that will just kind of appear where it's like, you got X number of autographs, you got to put them somewhere. They got to get used.
Right.
And that, I just thought that would be kind of interesting and fun insight for folks to realize, like, it's not an accident. It's like, no, we got them. You got to use them or lose them. Right.
Yeah. And I can tell you a story in terms of the 0304 Exquisite year, but not Exquisite. So SPA and all that. When I joined Upper Deck, we were saddled with these contracts. It was like the big deal that Upper Deck did in 2000 and 2001. The players that were involved, exclusive deal with Darius Miles. Ridiculous amount of money. I don't really want to get into the money because it brings tears. It still brings me headaches about thinking about the money. Kenyon Martin, Okay. Another one was Eaton Thomas, Jerome Waizu, Mad Dog, Mark Madsen, I believe his name was, Joel Prisbilla. These are the guys that and also the number 2 pick, Stromile Swift, that went to the Grizzlies, Vancouver Grizzlies, right? So these contracts, we had a lot of contracts, and we're talking about, at that time, there's too many autographs and a high price. So a lot of people were like, well, when I opened SP Authentic Basketball in 0304 for the LeBron rookie, man, every single case, I'm getting 6 Eaton Thomas.
Yeah.
And you go, why are you putting so many Eaton Thomas? Well, here's the reason, because we have so many autographs to use, and everyone's chasing LeBron autographs. So, number one, he was an expensive autograph, so with the revenue, it could accommodate that high price of an autograph at that volume and still be profitable. And we have to get rid of them, or else we have to pay them anyways. So it's either use them or lose them. So we use them. Unfortunately, whoever got a Eaton Thomas probably wasn't too happy about it.
Yeah, and that's the reason why I wanted to bring that up, because I thought that's a piece of insight where sometimes people will see these things, and from the perspective of the we don't know why. Because for us, it's like, obviously we're not privy to the contract. We don't know that.
Right.
But from the manufacturer's perspective, it's like, no, we kind of have to. We have to find a way to use it because we paid for it. So we don't want to waste it. It would be terrible to be a waste.
Right. So, and that's the tough part. Like, we also have accountants in the office, and one of the big things is raw inventory. So if you have autograph that's inventory and you can't use it, they're going to say, well, we're just going to take it out of your bottom line for next year. Like, you're not going to get that budget. You're not going to have that freedom anymore. So you want to use it. And, with any good business, you got to take advantage of all because when you signed the contract, it was an asset. Now that it's obsolete, doesn't mean you get to write it off that easily. So.
Well, that's important, because one of the things that we discussed, because we had a conversation this afternoon as well, in addition to some of the other talks we've had, and it's one of those things where sometimes it's helpful for people to realize that the card business is still business. The general concepts and rules of business still apply. You don't want to seem like, if you're running a department or you're working in a department, you don't want to seem like you're wasting money, because it doesn't matter what size business it is. It's not a good look.
Right.
I work in the retail industry, and we don't want to waste money. It looks bad. And it's like our managers and those folks don't want to look bad. So for them, it's like, well, if we have this thing, let's find a way to use it if we can. And it's the same thing with a card. Any other business, same principles apply. And that's important. So Paul here has a question. Let me just throw this up here for us. So he'd wondered about the stickers, which is kind of what we were talking about a moment ago here. Sometimes you get players signing and inscribing a jersey number they never wore with that team, but you'll see other products, they have the proper jersey inscription. Do you kind of have any thoughts or any points about that?
So a lot of times we don't ask the players to inscribe their numbers. And sometimes, especially when you go to a rookie photo shoot and these players are proud of the fact that they wore this number, like a common number for a lot of players is number 19. And of course, a lot of players wore number 19. A lot of star players don't wear number 19 or number 9. That's what it starts from, because of Gordie Howe. And then Gretzky's 99. No one's going to have 99. And 19 was a version of the 9, basically. And 29 is really reserved for goaltenders. So in the case of, as a junior, you could be number 9 or number 19, but then you go to a team like the Red Wings back in the 80s or 90s, and you're like, well, Steve Yzerman's number 19, so I got to be 91. Well, no, that's Fedorov, so I got to be something else. And what happens is that a lot of times they're inscribing their number based on what they wore as a junior or what they wore on a international team, like, the Russian or Swedish. And you don't want to say to a player, yeah, don't sign your number. Or you can ask them, what's your new number? I don't know. So that could happen. Or sometimes a player would get traded and he's not wearing the same number. So if Ginla went to another team, he's not wearing number 12 anymore, then he would still have the inscription of the 12. So it's part of
So it could be a little bit timing. It could be a little bit based on whatever their situation is between maybe going between teams, when they sign versus when you see it in the product.
Right.
So it's a lot of variables that play into it, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I think that's reasonable. So I hope that answers your question, Paul. I appreciate you. So in that same vein, folks, as we go along, if you've got questions like that, we can definitely address them as we kind of discuss and go along. Now I did have a question to you, and we alluded to it a little bit as well. We touched on it. So we talked a little bit about kind of how you developed and built your work and your reputation, everything at Upper Deck. But I was still curious about, when you got to the Panini side of it, was it a continuation of the same, or did it kind of alter in terms of what you did or how you did it, or what was different with the Panini as you got into that?
Okay, so when I went to Panini, when I took the job at Panini, it was more of a director level, and we had a team. So it was to help mentor the team, to help guide them, and build that portfolio for Panini, and then look at what fits at what time, looking at the aspects of each brand, and they did a great job. I mean, those guys worked their butts off and developed a great portfolio, especially because in basketball, I don't know why, I just started and it was a lockout in basketball, and then came to 12-13 and it was a double rookie class, and there was a ton of releases to work on. And
you
really
sure don't plan this out, Karvin? You sure it's not like a strategy?
No,
I'm just letting you know, if you pick a card company this upcoming, if you go to Topps,
right?
I think baseball's probably going to have a lockout next year.
Yeah.
If I was going to guess, I'd say strategically. So if you make the jump to Topps next year, you're right on time.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully, there's no more work stoppage.
I'm just saying, as a baseball fan, I would be surprised if they didn't, because I think there's a lot of dark clouds right now with baseball.
Yes. Yes, yeah. There is. So definitely, it was tough. It was more of a guiding, the team, dealing more on terms of dealing with the executives, dealing with the leagues, and not so much as to the grind of building the products. Now, I did build a few products. It's more so than hockey than basketball. Basketball, I really focused on one product that I built, because I wanted to, at least before my career at the manufacturer level, I really wanted to have one product that I built before I left, right? So that was my swan song product, I would say. And then Chris got hired, and a lot of people know him from Hobby Insider and being a huge collector. Vegas Buck, yeah. And then we hired him to handle most of the hockey, and Chris is another person that's very driven and motivated to create great cards, because he came from a collector side. A lot of the Panini, other people are also very driven and motivated because they work for Beckett and they knew values and the delivery and all that. So it was a good mixture in terms of the teams.
Yeah, so I just wanted to get the contrast, because obviously in the Upper Deck side, you got to get your hands more into the design aspect of it. In Panini, it became more of an overseer. You became kind of in that role where you still played a hand a little bit, but you were a little bit separated out in terms of what you were doing day to day.
That's right.
Yeah. So it's a good contrast, though, and it makes a lot of sense. So let me grab a question, because then I'm going to segue based on what you just said, which will be kind of interesting here. So Dave just here asks, was there any particular player, and you can be as specific or not as you want, that was difficult with in obtaining their stickers or autographs?
Well, there's tons. There's tons. I mean,
anyone stand out for you?
Well, there's obviously stories about certain players. Like before I joined Upper Deck, even, I mean, I heard about Allen Iverson, and obviously the answer is always one that you're like, oh man, we gotta get autographs on him. And coming in from the outside with your eyes wide open, you're like, man, I don't know why you don't have a deal with this player, or we don't have a deal with this player or that player. And they're like, yeah, there's a reason for all this. like I mean,
a lot of them are stars. Like it's a deal they make, but at the same time, it's not like it's for an older player. And this is just my perception. If you're an older player who's already made a lot of money, this is just another thing for you. It's not necessarily that priority, where a younger guy might be a little bit excited about it, but eventually they kind of get over it.
So that's definitely true. I mean, especially in terms of the high profile players. There are reasons why they'll do deals, and I have my reasons. I believe that's part of what I believe to be the reason. It might not be absolutely true, but I can speculate, right? Sure. Some of the things that there are players that are unique in itself. Like I can tell you one story. Like Allen Iverson, there were a couple of times where we arranged a signing. This is before my time. Apparently, we arranged signings, and he didn't show up to usually you always book a hotel room or a hotel suite for them to come in and sign autographs, and he wasn't even in the same state, right? Did you guys tell him it was practice, because he's not into that? Yeah.
that might have been the mistake. You should have told him it was the game, and he would have shown up.
Yeah, exactly. And then there was one where, I'll tell the story. Sure. It's Kenyon Martin.
Sure. Okay.
Kenyon Martin had a big deal with Upper Deck, and I remember one of our salespeople was working with him, and he was supposed to sign SPX. And this is actually before my time at Upper Deck. It was 2000 and 2001 SPX basketball. He was supposed to sign 2,500 cards, I believe. But for some reason, Kenyon Martin was numbered 900. So they bought 2,500 cards to his house. And Kenyon Martin saw the stack of cards, and they're all hard signed. This one, the challenge is hard signed. He basically said, "I'm not signing that."
Right.
Sales guy, right? And he was like, "Well, can you sign some of them at least?" And he goes, "Okay, fine. I'm not feeling too well. I'm getting sick." And so he starts signing, and he signed roughly about 900, probably out of the 2,500. And he's like, "Okay, I'm done. I'm feeling sick. I gotta go rest and all this." And then the guy goes, "Okay, well that's fine. Well, we're done." So he gets on the phone and he goes. He starts talking to the next player. He goes, "I'm gonna come over and bring your autograph cards, and you can sign your 2,500 cards." He says, "Okay, come on over." And he goes, "Who's that?" "Oh, that was Steven Jackson." "Oh, Steve, he's my buddy. Why don't I come with you? I'll hitch a ride with you." So Kenyon Martin hitches a ride with him, go all the way to Steven Jackson, and they're buddy, talking about stuff and everything. And Steven Jackson has no problem. He's signing all his autographs, and meanwhile, the person from Upper Deck was like pushing the cards to Kenyon. And Kenyon goes, "No way. No effing way am I signing another card." Right. So we couldn't get the autographs. So
it's ironic though, given the way the position the story is, that while he's saying no, his buddy is signing all the autographs.
Right,
right
but
there.
Chatting with them, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And then the next time we tried to get an autograph, right, was at the All-Star game. So the same person that tried to get the autographs during that time with Kenyon Martin, he went to the All-Star game. And he managed, because the All-Star game, this is in Philadelphia with Iverson, and it was a crazy time in 2002. It was the game where every time Kobe touched the ball, he got booed at the All-Star game.
Okay.
I was at the All-Star game, so I remember that game. And he went to see Kenyon Martin. Kenyon Martin's like, "Nope." And he told even, I believe he kind of said, "Don't even let this guy in. He didn't want to sign the autographs." Then the next time after that, he went to a practice arena for him to sign autographs. He goes, "Oh, I have a fire alarm at my house. I gotta go home." So he just refused to sign until we pulled what we called the non-signing clause. So we said, "Here's all these stickers. You got how many thousands of autographs? If you don't sign them, we're not paying you. So your contract's done. You're not going to get paid." And then he signed them all.
Right.
Basically, the agent got him to sign it all, and basically to get paid a ton of money. But there was another player that did not sign it all. That was Darius Miles, and we basically said, "You're done. Your deal's done." That was like a blessing in disguise. Every other player signed. Yeah. There was one player, Mark Mad Dog Madsen, who played for the Lakers, who won the championship. He's the guy who did the little dance at the parade. Okay. If you recall, you can Google it up or YouTube it. You'll remember Mad Dog Madsen dance. It was a sight to see. And he actually, I guess he must have collected cards, because he came back. He said, "For the price you guys are paying me for these cards, I don't even sell for this much, so I'll cancel my contract."
Right, and that's kind of the. It wouldn't surprise me. Like, there's different players, obviously different levels, and today, with some of those like mid-level basketball players get paid, depending on where they are in their career. For some of them, it's like, yeah, okay, cancel the contract.
Right.
And it doesn't shock me that would be a thing for some of them, possibly.
Right.
And that would make it tricky to get them. Because it's like, you can invoke that clause, but the clause is only good if you're actually the clause only works if it's some kind of an incentive, if the money is enough to make them care.
Right. So if you want to classify tough autograph or tough people to deal with and sign autographs, I mean, there's a bunch. We have people signing 100 autographs that took them an hour to sign. So I mean, there's a player on the name of on the Timberwolves called Indu Ibi. He was another one. He was inside our Upper Deck signing room and dancing to the music and everything, and just it was like, "Can you keep on signing?" Signing. So the 100 autographs, it took like an hour and a half. He was too busy chatting with everyone, and that's just the nature of the beast that you're dealing with. But one of my favorite categories is actually give up autographs. And probably the worst give up autograph is Vernon Morrissey, who did the check mark.
Oh, okay.
Right? There's that, and then there's some hockey players. Like, I mean, Marian Hossa, I actually like his autograph, but it's really a very simple autograph. It's very.
It is. I've got a handful of Hossas, and it depends on the time period you're talking about. Yeah. Like at a certain point, it got kind of sloppy. Like
it did.
It was like an M and like a squiggle and like a thing. Yeah.
But if you want to look it up, give up autograph is Vernon Morrissey, and what's tough about that is the other players see it. So he's done his whole 5,000 sticker book, booklet of sticker autographs, and then these guys are signing full name, and they're looking at it. You done? He goes, yeah, I'm done. He goes, and he goes like, can I do what he does? No, you cannot. It's like signing a check mark.
So what you're saying is that the trick is not to let the players see each other so they know
Oh,
what the other one's doing.
I've had stories. I got all kinds of stories. I had so two athletes that I'll bring them up. One of them still in the league actually in basketball.
Right.
One of them was Tyrus Thomas, and Tyrus Thomas had an exclusive deal with Upper Deck, and same was LaMarcus Aldridge. Tyrus Thomas went 4th overall in 2006. LaMarcus Aldridge went number 2 after our famous Toronto Raptor draft pick, Andrea Bargnani, right? So Tyrus Thomas, he was supposed to be the big power forward coming from LSU, went to the Final Four. And for some reason, he had a big mouth. So he's there sitting with LaMarcus Aldridge, who went number 2 overall, and he's like, hey, LaMarcus, how much are you getting paid for an autograph? And I was like, oh, no. Oh, no. And Marcus like, I don't know. It's my agent's deal or whatever. And then Tyrus goes, well, I get paid $25. How about you? And he was not getting paid $25. So Marcus was steaming after that. Mind you, to his defense, he didn't complain too much to the agent. The agent never came back to us in regards to that. But I was just like, Tyrus, like, you're just looking at him shaking your head. So yeah, it was an interesting discussion after that. We're like, oh no, this is not good.
Well, that's kind of the danger of it, isn't it? Is that I think, and this is general. This is like in life. Yeah. No one ever wants to. If you're naturally competitive,
right?
You don't want to feel like you're getting underpaid compared to somebody else for anything.
Right.
Like, and that could be if you're in the NBA. That could be you're in an office job and the guy in the cubicle beside you gets paid 10 grand more per year to do the same job. It doesn't matter what it is.
And this is part of the reason why I always talk about player salaries. You start having an understanding why certain players demand more money. It's not a matter that they are not rich and they don't have enough money, but they realize a player that's they feel that's far inferior than they are, is getting paid more. Then they're like, well, if we're going to pay that guy that much, why aren't you paying me this much?
It's the principle of the thing.
Right. And it's, it's like Jordan, right? Jordan was underpaid for many years. Scottie Pippen was paid more than him. Everyone was paid more than him. And then finally, when his contract was up, okay, he got $35 million a year to make up for it. So, then even then, everyone knew that Jordan was making all kinds of money in terms of endorsements and all that, but still, from the Bulls, he was not number one in terms of salary.
Yeah. Well, I think the players at that stage, even at that level, understand there's a separation, because Jordan, at the end of the day, made his money with the shoes. He made his money with the shoes. He made his money with Jordan Brand. Like, that was where the real money was. The Chicago Bulls could not have paid him enough money where it would have. He could have played for free, and the Jordan Brand was worth so much more than anything the Chicago Bulls are going to pay.
But he's still
no. But that's what I'm getting at. Like, it didn't matter. The point was, you're still paying me.
Right, you have to. Yeah, he's the alpha dog, right?
Correct.
Without him, Pippen wouldn't be the same player.
Yeah. Yeah. The fact that he didn't need it didn't change the fact that he would not have allowed you to like intentionally shortchange it unless he was willing to work something out. But then it has to be something he agrees to. Exactly. Otherwise, it's like, no, you pay me. I'm the best. You pay me like I'm the best.
Right.
Yeah, and that makes sense. And the thing is, there's a logic to that.
Yeah.
So let me transition from here, because one of the things that we were talking about and we alluded to, and by the way, that was awesome. There were a lot of great stories there about the autographs. So that was fantastic. But one of the things I want to kind of transition into a little bit now, and this is actually a good segue because we were talking a little bit about Panini, but let me ask you this. One of the things that I think you were involved with Panini was Immaculate.
Yes.
Which was a premium brand for Panini.
Right.
Now, obviously, you're also involved with Exquisite for Upper Deck, and then the Cup for Upper Deck. So you've got these premium level brands.
Right.
So when we're looking at like a Panini versus an Exquisite versus, I know they're different brands, different levels necessarily, but conceptually, Immaculate's still a very high-end brand as well.
It is.
What distinguished like an Immaculate for Panini versus like an Exquisite for Upper Deck, or a Cup for Upper Deck, or a similar level to something Immaculate in an Upper Deck? What did Panini, what you were doing with Panini, that Immaculate was a little different, other than just being a similar idea with a different name?
So Immaculate was a combination of different ideas from different brands.
Yep.
Obviously, there was an RPA.
Yep.
The RPA wasn't like NT was obviously the number one RPA that you wanted in the Panini brand. So from that point on, I didn't really want to affect the RPA value of the NT. So the autograph patches were smaller. They were all hard signed, vertical versus horizontal in many cases. Like a lot of NT was horizontal. Now the NT has both these days. But I actually don't mind the smaller patch size. Just like Cup hockey is a smaller patch size, not a big patch. Because I think it adds to the aesthetics, more of the photo and the placement of the patch versus the big patch. But the big patches allows you to have all kinds of color breaks and nice looking patches, and that's the difference about it. Yeah. And I think the base design is more probably like similar to Ultimate. It's like in between of an Ultimate brand and Exquisite in relationship. Yeah. So the Immaculate, the reason why I called it Immaculate was it was something that happened by accident at Upper Deck. Mm-hmm. I was working on a brand called Trilogy, and I wanted something that was going to be, because we always look at different substrates, and I wanted an acetate, which is known as PETG in our industry. I don't know what it stands for, but it's PETG, and it's a clear, acetate. And I wanted an acetate autograph patch, and it came out in 04-05 Trilogy. It was number to 10, and I got so upset with the designer. Mm-hmm. So I wanted a black and white, but I wanted to see, I told him I want to make the acetate see-through with the patch in it kind of floating, almost like now there's a shadow box now these days, right? So similar to a shadow box idea, which obviously was not a shadow box. And I was like, you made it all white. It's not translucent. This is not what I wanted. Mm-hmm. And I go, you failed on this. But obviously, when you're looking at it, when you're looking on paper, all you see is paper, right? So it's it's one dimensional. So he was like, well, you'll like it. And I'm like, all right, okay. Well, and these designers are doing like 20, 30 designs per set every week, and it's kind of hard to make them redesign it, right? Especially for a card number to 10. And then the one day I went down to the area where they have the autograph procurements, and I always go in there just to check out the cards, because I don't necessarily see all these high-end cards all the time, so I want to see how they came out. And I was worried about this card, and it came out, and I was like, wow, this card is really nice. Mm-hmm. So it was a black and white card. I do have the card somewhere in here, and I actually brought that into Panini to show them what I wanted. Sure. And it's white. So if you look at in terms of it's an acetate card, but it's still colored white. Mm-hmm. And when I built the Immaculate brand, it wasn't the base cards and that stuff, but it was like the Immaculate numbers for the rookies with gold rainbow foil. It was the Immaculate standard. So it's a jersey card with a die cut of the player, but it was all in that acetate, the white acetate. Mm-hmm. And thus, as soon as that product came out, a bunch of other products were built on the same premise of that. Mm-hmm. So NT Hockey was built on that. Mm-hmm. To give it that different look. So National Treasures Hockey, I think Pearl Leaf has that kind of Immaculate look. Premier Hockey in Upper Deck also had that look now. So
now, let me just interject one thing here, Karvin, because just so you guys, in case you're not sensing it, the reason why I want to transition into it is because this is a conversation that Karvin and I were having this afternoon. And as we were leading into it and talking about it, one of the things that I thought would be really interesting for everybody, and this is when I go later on, I'll go and do chapters for this live stream so that you can check out different sections as we talk through some of these topics. This one is talking a little bit about the design considerations, everything that Karvin's talking about right now. Why? Trying to develop this kind of a look, talking to designers to get it a certain way, the philosophy of how kind of some of this stuff got built and the why. That's what this segment is going to be, basically. It's just building off of what we talked about. Now we know a little bit about how Karvin got into it, but now it's like, all right, we're talking some of this design stuff. So if you got any questions kind of related to some of these general principles and ideas and how some of these sets that he's referencing, because he's referencing specific sets and specific years. So if you see any of these cards, you can Google them while we're talking. You can see what they look like and understand this is what he's referring to. Because some of those designs, these are not accidents. One thing that you will get out of this part of the conversation is that Karvin is very meticulous about the details. That's why a lot of this piece of the conversation is like, nope, this certain way, this thing doing this, that. So I didn't want to interrupt you, but I did want everybody to understand exactly where we're going with this part of it, because I thought this was a super interesting part of the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, there's elements like when you go into like some of the designs that I like. Obviously, when we build sets, we're gonna have elements that maybe it's part crazy. Sometimes I have a certain style that I like. For example, on high end sets, I always like, you know, similar to what you call the calligraphy font or the cursive font. I love using that as I feel that that brings out elegance or classic or premium look is that font. I don't like big block letters and all that. Now that would happen more on a lower end products. I like block letters. I don't think it has its place. One element that I can tell people is like, I don't know why I was fascinated. Maybe it was because I watched the movie Pollock, with his style of painting. But I asked for, like on Exquisite, the first year Exquisite, I asked for that brush stroke style. So a lot of people looked at that foil and they said, "Wow, that foil is like it's off and all that." No, that was intent. It was I wanted that contemporary look, the brush strokes where it's not completely filled, right? Because back in the day in 03, 04, we're talking about damaged, distressed jeans, everything, kind of somewhat not full solid colors, and I like that look. Fresh ink, which I put in, that was probably even more inspired by the movie Pollock, right? It is Pollock, right? The artist, is it Pollock? Is his name Pollock? What is it?
The name rings a bell, but I genuinely am not. I'm not 100% sure on that.
All right, so it's the guy that does all the dropping, the paint drops and all that.
Okay.
He's all his artwork going for millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars. Anyways, yeah, fresh ink was something where I said, hey, I want it like dripping paint.
Okay.
So if you look at some of the designs, it's really like dripping paint, right?
So one key element that kind of we were referencing in our conversation earlier is that you don't draw inspiration necessarily from other cards. You draw inspiration from art. You draw inspiration from like other art forms, movies, TV shows, wherever inspiration comes. It can be if it can be incorporated into a card, it could potentially appear in a design. But it's like you're looking in all these places for this inspiration.
Well, I mean, for one example, like sometimes people challenge me. It's like, well, are you sure that you're the one who invented Exquisite? I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I invented Exquisite.
Right.
Because I can tell you, and I brought up the story many times. I don't know if I brought it up on the Jeremy show, but it was basically Exquisite wasn't. I don't even like the name Exquisite, to be honest.
UD Black.
Yes, UD Black was the original name.
Yep.
And why would I call it UD Black? So, number one of my favorite colors is black. I think purple is probably my first color, but black is one of my favorite colors as a kid. I'm kind of husky, you can see, and I'm wearing black right now, and black kind of slims you down, so obviously black is a good color for me to wear. However, with that said, the main reason was back in the 90s, the American Express card, maybe I talked about this, the big American Express card that everyone had was called a platinum card. So if you had a platinum card, you were a player. And it cost so much money it cost so much charges, and it was a privilege to have a platinum American Express. However, in the late 90s or mid 90s, American Express felt that, hey, everyone wants this card. Why not just charge $5,000 and everyone's going to get the card so they can feel that they're a player, right? So the American Express kind of got all that money, and then everyone had an American Express platinum card. So come 2001, and that card still exists now, is the American Express Black Centurion card. And you can only get it had you charged $1 million on American Express. You can only get it if you're a CEO of a company. So that's where the name Black started. And I had all this idea of a Beckett ad with just a blank ad and an Upper Deck logo on the bottom. The next one would be black on black, like more of like a darker black on a lighter black, and said it's coming. And also at the same time, one of the most popular TV shows, and then may you rest in peace now, was To Be a Millionaire with Regis. Right? And what did Regis always wear? He always wore a black tie with a black shirt underneath. So that was the reason why I loved the color black. Not only that I had an affinity, but there was reasons behind it.
Now, question for you, since you brought it up, on the product design side. So if you're one of the product managers who is working on these concepts for these sets and building out all the components of it, did you discuss or have a say in the marketing piece of it as well? Or was that kind of a separate thing where maybe you built the treatment, basically, designing all these components of it, and then the marketing arm took it from there and kind of did their own thing?
Yeah, I didn't do any of the marketing in terms of reaching out to Beckett or how we
I
had
was
to,
just curious how some of the ads and stuff came into being and stuff.
So
like
what happens is that we would have a meeting, we call it a -1 meeting, I think, in terms of before I submitted my brief, like the strategic brief we talked about, and kind of explain to it what this product is, how much the revenue would be, and what's its impact on the hobby would be. And then afterwards, once we submit everything, I would include the strategic brief, like a marketing page. This is when I want to see the marketing.
Okay.
Right. So
you'd give some suggestions. You'd give some thoughts that you had.
Yes. And my initial suggestion for the Exquisite product, obviously we changed it to Exquisite, and I wanted an envelope, basically a black envelope with a gold seal, and says you're, cordially invited to a special experience, and it would have been Exquisite. And it never became that way. It became a trifold solicitation, but that was the idea behind the initial solicitation I wanted.
Right. And ironically, Upper Deck did eventually do UD Black, which I think some of those sets I really enjoyed. Some of the UD Black sets they did do because they decided to use the black background with the paint pen, things like that.
Yes. Yeah.
So as a designer, I love the contrast. Some of those UD Black cards are actually some of my favorite cards for Banana, just because it's just a clean look with the contrast.
Well, we first introduced it in, I think, Ice, right? With Black Ice, I think I called it.
So, yeah.
It was inserted in Black Ice. It was unannounced, and I said, and the reason why I called it Black Ice is because when you're driving in Canada and you hit Black Ice, you're in for a ride. So it's unexpected. That's why I did it that way.
No, that's completely fair. So let me grab this comment here from Paul. So, Paul, I think a different era. Although it wouldn't surprise me, like platinum is seen as it's a precious metal. At the end of the day, it's considered to be one of those. You got your gold, you got your silver. Silver, obviously, not quite to the same degree as gold. But then platinum was considered to be one of the precious metals. It wouldn't shock me. I don't know the specific backstory of Pro Set Platinum. I know what you're talking about. I think they tried to do that, but in the end, they fell into victim to the same problem. I actually like Pro Set Platinum. The problem is they printed too much. Like everything else Pro Set did back in the day. They just printed too much. If they had actually kept it exclusive, I bet you Pro Set Platinum would hold some value today.
Yes.
If they resisted.
Yeah, I mean, there was a time where there's no inserts, there's no chase. It was just the base set. Then all those early '90s products is kind of the same. Parkhurst, Platinum, Pro Set, even Upper Deck base, right? And I mean, the first true insert for Upper Deck was I guess you can say the holograms, and then afterwards was the Heroes cards.
Exactly. Absolutely. Now, let me ask you this, because it kind of plays off of what we were talking about a moment ago with kind of the design aspects and some of the elements that you were talking about. One of the other aspects of it is, and we chatted a little bit about it earlier, was that when you're working with a team that's actually building out and actually design, so you've got the concept, you've got the inserts, you've got all this built out, and then obviously you're discussing your vision, basically. But then you're working with these artists.
Right.
And you were talking about one of the key things that kind of became a thing is that you can't just rely on someone who necessarily is thinking sports cards. You kind of want an artist who can think as an artist and then put it into terms that they're comfortable with and they can understand, so they can understand what your vision is.
Right.
Can you speak to that a little bit?
Sure. I mean, you want to hire the people that is best at their craft, right? And these artists, a lot of them are graphic designers, and they have great ideas. Now it's up to us to give them guidance. So number one, if it's a high-end set, you want to give them guidance don't let them over-design it. Because obviously with the high-end cards, you have a piece of jersey or a piece of patch or an autograph. So you want to lay the foundation that says, hey, don't over-design it, because what you want is complementing the autographs, complementing the patches. So if it's a base jersey version and it's just a one-color jersey, which most jerseys are, you don't mind creating a elaborate die cut. But if it's a patch card, because patch has different thicknesses, they have certain patches are thicker than others, and also you want to see the colors of the patch. You don't want them to impede the patch, right? So you have to make it clear to them that you don't want to over design it. You're complementing the design. Now, when it comes to a lower end product and you want to use pink and fuchsia and turquoise and all that, by all means, the idea is that when you have a portfolio of 25, 30, 40 different products, you got to pick a product where you allow a little bit more freedom for your designers to let them have their fun with it, so they can have some creativity. Don't ruin their creativity. But when it comes to high end product, so one of the stories I had with working with designers, I said, and I asked, and people were like, well, why would you use these foil colors? Why would you use these color backgrounds, right? And I said, well, let me ask you this question. And I'm not talking about sports cars. I'm talking about, let's say, Mercedes or BMWs. Give me the four most common colors for BMW or Mercedes. So they said, white, black, silver, possibly gold or red, right? And I said, yeah. So at gold, probably more than the red, right? So I go, okay, let's go to watches. Let's go to Rolex watches. What colors do you see? Or faces of, what face watches do you see? Primarily white, silver, gold, sometimes blue for watches.
They've started to change that up a little bit, but absolutely, those are the traditional colors that most Rolexes would have.
Right. So I go, if luxury goods are those colors, why is luxury brands on trading cards not those same colors then? And then as soon as they say that, the designer's like, "You got it. You're right."
Yeah.
Right. If I'm paying $100,000 for a car, outside of being a sports car, which can be canary yellow or candy red, why those are the colors you want to go with, like the classic, whether it's a high-end car. So then people understood it. So a lot of times when you present people in different scenarios in terms of reality and what they see outside sports cars, then they understand the logic behind it.
Yeah, so you're the counterbalance. You want them to be artists. You want them to come up with ideas and do it, but you also have to counterbalance it. Like, hey, this is the product, and this is the audience for the product, and they're expecting certain things based on the experience you're bringing into it. So keep this in mind but still come up with these ideas, because that's how we're going to come up with something interesting collaboratively. Yes,
and there are times where they told me, they designed stuff, and I was like I said on the Immaculate, like the white acetate cards, there was a mistake, and it came out great, and I was like, wow, I never thought that this would happen. Now there are times when the opposite happened, and I got kind of upset, but you got to give it a try, right? And if it's successful, then you continue on with it. So, but the true products that have been tried and stand through the test of time, you don't want to change it too much.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Some general design principles do hold. So let me grab a couple of the comments here. So Jeremy's joining us. Hey, Jeremy. And he's been listening. He's been pricing cards for the virtual expo, so he's getting himself ready. They're getting close now.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, they're getting closer. They're getting closer. Yeah. And then 90s Hockey Collector. Hey, 90s Hockey Collector, how are you?
Hello.
I like that. I like that Jeremy's using clutch now. He's like one of the youngins. Hello, fellow kids. I love it. No, it's all good. But no, that was part of the reason why I wanted to get, like I said, a lot of it, we can assume a lot of things, but it's very difficult to understand, because we'll see the end product. And as the consumer, we see the end product, and then we make our judgments based on the end product. We have no idea what the iterations were beforehand. We have no idea the why. And then that's kind of what makes it kind of interesting. And with a high end, our expectations are high. If I'm paying good money for this card, either on the secondary market or I'm paying for the box, and I kind of want to now shift this into the value piece, because we're going to talk about that as well, because that's one of your big things. It's value, right? When you're opening this big high-end box, there are expectations.
Right.
So let's start with this. Here's how I want to transition it. Let's start with some of the ones you've already done, something like the Cup or Exquisite, the concepts of value there, and then I want to transition into thinking about where we're today compared to when those sets came out, and kind of contrast that a little bit. Does that sound good?
Sure.
So let's start with like the Cup or Exquisite. You're building value. You've got this super premium set. You're building this. Right. What are you thinking about when you're trying to provide value for the person opening this box?
Well, I mean, with Exquisite, it was the first $500 per product. And the tough part was, yes, it was a LeBron year. Like, everyone can look back and say, oh, that was an easy decision. It wasn't an easy decision, because it wasn't an easy sell. And in fact, number one, the executives that we sold it into, and my boss at the time, he sold it in, and he managed to get through after multiple meetings, but people didn't want to do it. And then on top of it, I went to a focus meeting, and some of those people are still in business today in the East Coast and the Northeast in New Jersey, and I got roasted on Exquisite. I got absolutely my ass handed back to me, saying, this is a garbage product. And even when you talk to those people today, like, if I see them, I was like, so what do you think about Exquisite? Like, I was wrong, and you were right. And I go, that's not a matter of whether I'm right or wrong. It's just like, I took a beating for it, and that's fine. I was proud of my product at the time, and I will push it again if I felt that it's going to be successful. Now I've pushed other products that haven't been successful, and at the same time, I'm proud of every product. To me is like a child. You're always going to have your favorites.
Sure.
So some of them are not as favorable, and some of them are reasons. What there could be league reasons. It could be reasons like our marketing team or our executive team felt that it's necessary to build a round portfolio. These days, there's more and more higher end base products like one hit boxes, and we're seeing a lot of that. But we're also seeing a little bit of a comeback where now people want more base cards because base cards are selling well, and now you're seeing that. It could be a product of a lot of people, lapsed collectors coming in when they remember their childhood as base cards. But going back to developing the content, it was like on Exquisite, it was an RPA rookie in every box. Number 299, which was, I believe, 6 players. Number 99, let me see, I'm just trying to remember. It's D Wade, Chris Bosh, Carmelo, LeBron, and I believe there's 2 more, but I could be wrong. So I apologize for that. But aside from that, they're number 225. And the reason why that numbering was done so that we can at least hit one, try to get the 1 per box. Outside of that, you also get another autograph patch per box, and then you would get, a hit, 3 hits. So 1 base card, and then probably a jersey card, and then an additional autograph or a jersey card. And on top of that, what we did on Exquisite, in order to make sure that was a successful launch, we actually hand packed every single box. And everyone thinks, oh, hand pack is fun. I can tell you, Jeremy will tell you, it's not a fun task. It's 5 days of straight grinding, almost 16 hours a day. And the first Exquisite we ever did, it was just my associate product manager and myself that started off. And the whole reason why they were going to mix it and collate it, pack it and everything, and they allowed me to look at the mixes. And at the time I went through this and I was like, hey, okay, well, here's all the case hits. So we had a case hit and 2 box hits in every 3-box case. And I was like, this number 23, I know it looks like Jordan, but you have as a case hit. And they're like, what do you mean? I go, this is Darius Miles. So if Darius Miles is a case hit, someone's gonna be pretty pissed off at $1,500. And after that, after a couple of times when they tried to mix it, it wasn't perfect. So I just said, okay, fine, Karvin, you have it your way. You want to work all these extra hours on the weekend, all this hand packing Exquisite, go for it. Yeah. They gave up, right? And we hand packed it. And what we did was that we created value in terms of, okay, if there's a single color patch, we try to put it with a nicer color, 2-color or 3-color patch with it. Yeah. There's
just a quick point, Karvin, as you're explaining this. The thing with the hand packing is that basically it's people looking at it and trying to kind of counterbalance things. You kind of have to you're basically manually adjusting. You're looking at what's there and being like, okay, this is all 1-color patches and they're all bad players. This would be a terrible box. Don't do this, basically.
Right. Yeah. Yes, just to manage it that way. And if you get like a logo man, you could put 4 base cards and the guys are happy.
Yeah, all is forgiven at that point. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So that's why I took a little bit of offense when the guy that got the MJ LeBron logo man, I guess he had the box in his car. This is in California. He drove off to the car, the car off to the side of the road and opened the box, and voila, he got the LeBron MJ card. He said it's a $100,000 card. And his quote was, if it wasn't for that card, I would have got skunked. And I just screamed. I'm like, yeah, but you just hit a $100,000 card. That's like saying I got a lotto ticket. I hit the jackpot with 6 numbers. And oh, by the way, if I didn't get that 1 number, I would have lost everything. But you won.
How many packs were in the box?
Just 1 pack.
Oh, it was just 1 pack, and then so the box was the pack.
5 cards for a $500 SRP. That was what it was.
Yeah. So then, from a balancing standpoint, the way you guys had it, because you were manually addressing it, it's like if it hadn't been that card, it would have been something else, or it would have been a better mix to kind of even it out, rather than being one. Yeah,
that was the whole idea, is that no one would get skunked, and the mix was. Now, when you look at where prices are today versus not price of Exquisite, but prices of players and what you're getting, I mean, even a Kobe autograph out of 100, I don't even think it was a box hit at the time. So. It was great. It was good value for what you're getting at that time. But anyways, there are players probably that were case hits that are no longer case hits now, right? So there is that aspect of it. 17 years later, and same thing for Cup. I mean, Cup was also a hand pack product. It was just so happened that I take those 2 products hand in hand because Exquisite came out LeBron year, Cup came out of Crosby year, and that was all intentional. I felt that Cup coming on Crosby year would give the ability for that brand to have evergreen, like year after year after year, because it succeeded with Crosby here.
And long term, also it helped that you also had Ovechkin as well. So now you
Yes.
have two guys that can carry the value that became generational players in the same
That's right.
in the same class.
That's right. Well, that class
not a bad
is
thing.
that class is in a tremendous class. I mean, Lundqvist is part of that class, right? There's some other players like Getzlaf and Perry and all that, but I mean, these are all stars, gold medal players.
They had their moments in the sun too.
Yeah,
at various times. So
Right.
not a bad year to put a set
Right.
like that together.
Yeah.
So that was at that point. So that's how you would approach value then.
Right.
Now today, one of the things we talked about is that today it gets interesting because now we've had all those years of all those premium products,
Right.
and we've had mid-tier and lower tier sets. And I used the example with you earlier about how in one of the early 2000s years, as a Medano collector, there's a year where Upper Deck had a bunch of variations, different insert sets that were all jersey cards,
Right.
but it's like one after another. I think it was like in 1 year they stuck like 5 or 6 of them.
Right.
Even as a Medano collector, it's hard for me to get excited about the multiple versions of the same type of jersey card. It devalues and waters down the excitement behind a specific jersey card at that point.
So I think the year you're referring to was probably Top Shelf. I think it was Top Shelf where
that was one of them. There was an Upper Deck base set year as well, where they did a bunch of different variations. Like I said, fantastic finishers. They did one that was like shooting percentage. I forget the name of it, but it was a jersey card with shooting percentage on it. They just came up with a bunch of themes: white borders, white backgrounds, picture of the player, and a piece of jersey cutout over and over again. No numbering, no variation. It's just one after another. I have a stack of them in a box.
Yeah. So a lot of it, I mean, what happened was that back in the 2000s, the terminology was like how many hits per box.
Yeah.
And what you count as hits was a jersey or an autograph.
That's right.
So it's always like, someone was a running joke, like 3 hits per box. Yep. 1 auto, possibly 2 autos, but more times than not, it's 1 auto and two memorabilia pieces. Mm-hmm. And the chance of an auto being really good, if it's a lower end product, it's probably going to be, it might be one of these, what you call the throwaway autographs, right? Mm-hmm. So to create value, it's hard to create value on the lower end products because you're working with base cards, you're working with a lot more cost and because of the lower cost price, a lot more cost for the cards itself, the packaging and everything else. There's not enough to differentiate the value. Now, when you go into the upper echelon products, that's why in hockey, like I did stuff like, the titleist cards. Like, for example, the Stanley Cup winners, die cut with the Stanley Cup on a jersey and all that, and signing number of Stanley Cups they won. I did All-Star royalties, so it's like, the number of All-Star games that they played in, just unique numbers. And you're seeing it today, like in Impeccable, that Panini does a great job with impeccable stats, numbers, and all that same thing. And there's a lot of people chasing those inserts because it has some significance to that player. Mm-hmm. So
let me pose a question to you based on that concept of what you're just saying right now. Is there, we're talking about so if we're looking at the current version, obviously you're not building sets right now, but if you were, and you were entrusted with this, if I didn't say, Karvin, not a high-end brand, I want you to build me like a mid-tier brand. This is just a concept. It's a thought experiment.
Sure.
Is there a balance then that could be had? You do want to have some memorabilia in there because you don't want to forego it entirely. There's an expectation. The collectors do expect a certain thing. But at the same time, would there be value, and this is just me asking the question and putting it out there, would there be value in maybe limiting the player selection, making it a little tougher, making those closer to case hits, not exactly case hits, still available, but utilizing the technology side of it? Because right now we're in an era where we use the memorabilia in the hockey side. We use the memorabilia a lot. We use the technology a little bit, but there was an era in the late 90s where we used technology a little bit more. We use Dufex, we use a couple of those things, which now it's been enough time where it's almost novel again.
It is. And you're seeing it, especially in basketball, you're seeing all these 90s inserts coming back. I mean, Jeremy has had quite a few basketball, collectors on his show that talks about that. And I think in hockey, the tough part on hockey is that basketball is the creme de la creme in terms of pricing. Sure. So even if you're talking about like jambalaya hockey players, they don't deliver the same value as, of course, LeBron or anyone else. So it's a little bit tougher to maintain that balance. Sure. And typically, I want to say that the hockey is more of a fun sport to open, so that it is a matter of the experience. So, like, I always tell people, like, there's three ways of gauging a product. One is the chase, one is the value, and then ultimately it's the fun factor. And hockey is fun to open based on the price point and what you get and what memories, what, you know, and because a lot of times hockey collectors don't buy other sports. They mainly focus on hockey.
Okay. Demographically. Right? Okay.
Yeah, demographically. And also, I mean, you can see that even the fans, they're not fans of other sports. You will have crossover fans from baseball to basketball to football, but you don't see hockey branch into other sports as much. Occasionally you do. You see probably more people crossing over into hockey than hockey collectors going into other sports.
Okay.
So with that being said, yes, there is especially now with basketball leading the charge and football's doing well with the prism cards, the refractors in baseball, technology cards is key. And I think SPX has some technology, but I think there's even more could be done in terms of technology and basically, yeah, taking now the jersey cards or the patch cards or the auto cards to get to the level where it is a case hit or 1 in every 3 boxes or 1 in every 4 boxes. I think that would be key. The tough part is definitely when someone gets nothing in a box or they feel that they got nothing in the box. And, you know, no matter how you look at it, the sports card industry, it's about the repeat purchase model. It's not about a person buying 1 box. You want them to buy the 2nd box and 3rd box and enjoying it. So by removing something of a valued hit, it may take away that fun factor, and that's what you're worried about.
Yeah.
So
the reason I was asking that question is because I'm worried. Well, I wouldn't say worried. Worried is probably the wrong word. Right. But what I'm looking at is we have, because of volume, we've almost devalued the jersey card almost to the point it's like, are we actually taking something away? It's not going to happen overnight. Even if you wanted to do it, even if you did a concerted effort, you would have to almost reprogram the consumer to be like, guys, jersey cards used to be tough to pull.
Right.
They actually used to be valuable. Like when Upper Deck first released it, it was 1 in 2,500 packs. Right. It used to be really tough. And when you pulled one, it didn't matter if it was a regularly common guy. It was like, oh my God, I pulled one of these.
Right.
Now if you can pull a Hall of Famer. But because they're 5 per box or 2 per box or whatever, it's like, well, you know, whatever.
And definitely, I mean, there's ways around technology to create it. So one of my favorite products that I opened while I was working at the manufacturer, it was actually a Topps product. And it was a silver slugger cards, I believe, or a gold glove card. Okay. And it was a die-cast metal card with silver slugger. It was like 2 bats, and it was a nice card, especially in a blaster. And you felt that immediately you had value, right? So something like that. And I think we try to mimic it. And, you know, when I talked to Chris about it, Chris, I showed him the card, and we did the Stanley Cup, you know, the die-cut windows of the Stanley Cup pieces in National Treasures hockey. And that was kind of a similar concept of the idea, but we put it into NT versus lower end brand because it was costly to get that built.
For sure.
So yeah, but it's a volume factor. It's a hit factor. I mean, you know, what's interesting when you're building cards, like for example, when you're collecting Tim Hortons, you're like, wow, these base cards are really nice. Or you're buying the old McDonald's cards, these base cards are really nice. Well, the volume is high, so that's why you can get away with adding more money into the technology. And they don't have a lot of autograph for base. So, I mean, autograph for jersey cards and those products. So that's part of the thing. It's like, yes, you sacrifice that. And I rather the hobby go to less memorabilia and make that a driver of the products, or other technology cards as the driver of the products too as well. I think it's more healthy that way.
Yeah. The other reason why I was thinking that is because as a result of the alternative, what we're at now, is that in addition to having a lot of jersey cards, you don't really have the game used jersey card anymore. You have the player worn / game used. It's the cop out where it's like, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I can't say for sure. Maybe he wore it at a photo shoot, but it's like, but it has a really nice patch, so that's cool, right? It's like, but, well, if it's game used, it's cool. If it's something he wore for 5 minutes at a photo shoot, not so cool.
Right. Well, I mean, that's you know, that's as I always say, you know, let's not get into the game. I mean, are you really truly collecting it because it's a game used patch? If you are, then okay, then that makes sense. But are you collecting it because it's of the aesthetics of the patch itself or the aesthetics of the card look? And to me, it's more about the card look. You can have, like, I remember doing some of these. The first year was the 04-05 Ultimate, the big patches and all that, and that drove a lot of people to buy that Ultimate product, right? And then everyone complained about the pinheads and on top of it. I'm actually not a huge fan of those big patches, and I know I did it in Prime Hockey. We worked on it at a Panini Prime Hockey. Immaculate Basketball had those Immaculate patches. While I love the patches, I love the card design and the card look, and that's what attracts me to a card more than anything else.
Is if I really wanted, I think that's very fair. The only question I would have, the only pushback I would have, because in general I'm totally with you. The aesthetics is super important,
right?
But the only pushback I would have on it is if that's the case, though. If as a collector I don't know if it's really game used, then I'm not going to pay the premium. It can be a pretty card, but but I still hold game used in a little bit of a higher regard, because if I get that pretty patch from a game used, it's like double bonus. It's like, oh my God, this is excellent.
So here's where you can look at game. I mean, obviously everything's buyer beware, and you buy what you want to buy, right? So let's say when we were looking at Prime Hockey, that's what we did. We cut out specific patches, and I'm not even talking about it was the Canucks patches. I wouldn't care for collecting a Canuck patch, but it was the 80s, the yellow and orange and the
Flying V.
The Flying V it's called. Yeah, the Flying.
I know it's a V. I just don't remember. Right. There was a nickname for it, but I know what you're talking about.
Tiger Williams wore it, and all these guys wore it. So that jersey, I would buy it because I know it's probably more likely the game used, right? Yeah. If it's a game used jersey, I'd buy that. Yeah. There was some jerseys that I know that we bought at Panini, and part of the reason was that Panini, I had more of an open door, and they allowed us to go in and examine the jerseys more so than at Upper Deck, because Upper Deck was a little bit different in terms of the structure. And Chris and I would say, oh wow, this one has an 86 Expo jersey patch on it. So the 1986, the Expo was in the World Expo, the Exposition Fair was in Vancouver, and I had the patch on it. Or the Gordie Howe, had and sometimes you have the commemorative patches in the corner and all that of the jerseys, and that signifies it's a game used jersey. And I agree. Like, I mean, but if you want, here's the fact. Like, for example, like 0506 rookies, Cup rookies, everyone says it'd be great if everything was an autographed game used patch. So let me explain why game use patches aren't necessarily used, especially on rookies. And primarily, it was initially done only for the rookies, right? Because everyone knows that they want their cards to be hard signed. So you want an RPA in the cup to have patches. First off, how many patches exist on the jersey? The average jersey yields about 100 patches, right? 80 to 100 patches. Then, of course, everyone complains about the one color patches, which makes it even worse. Like, most of the patches come from numbers. So at the time when we were looking at acquiring game used jerseys for Henrik Lundqvist, because number one, the first game starts in November. If they're on a winning streak, they're not going to take off the jerseys and sell it, right? If the first jersey, sometimes the team will keep it for a keepsake, for whether they want to have a museum piece or whatever. Sometimes the first jersey goes to the player. So the first two jerseys are already gone. So the next jersey could be now December. Well, by the time we buy it, we get it into the warehouse, it's going to be January, cut it up, it'll be March, send it out by, hopefully we're lucky by April. And you have to remember, with hockey, you also have to wait for the player to play. A lot of times these players may just skate for a minute, and then these rookies, then they don't play again. Like, we're talking about game use across the board. We're not talking about the Crosbys. Now you're talking about
I think for a rookie, I think it's very understandable for the conditions that you're saying.
Right.
But if I take a guy who's a 10-year veteran who's got multiple sets of jerseys over many years, and then I get a thing where effectively at a certain stage, it's a joke I made. Like, I'm not being serious about it. But a joke I always make is that sometimes you'll look at some of these and the patch looks awesome.
Right.
But I know it's not game used. Like, I look at it and I'm like, be serious. At that stage, if you just want a pretty patch, give everybody a Blackhawks patch then. It doesn't matter what team they play for. You'll get awesome colors. It'll be like a full-on rainbow. You may as well. You know what? Have them put on a jersey full of Blackhawks patches. Then you'll have 1,000 of them. Everybody can have a full patch.
Right.
But it doesn't mean the same thing.
No, of course not.
And the thing is, aesthetically, as a card, I would have no issue buying it. That's not a problem. But I'm not going to treat it the same way where it's like, no, I know this came from a game used because I'm very confident in it.
And I agree with that. I'm more in terms of like rookie photo shoot patches is where
for sure. That's understandable. That makes a lot of sense to me because of the logistics that you're talking about. It's just very difficult to get your hands on it. I think for rookies, I think the fact that it's a rookie gives it a lot of its value anyway. So you can kind of get away with it a little bit. But for a lot of the veteran guys, it's really tough for me to sell that.
So part of the reason right now with game used jerseys, and there's always this ongoing battle with game used jersey collectors versus game used jerseys. And I'm not too familiar with the hockey game used jersey market, but I can give you a prime example, like the Patriots, the Packers, they only wear one set of jerseys per year. That's it. And when those go into auction, you guys can look it up on NFLauctions.com. A Tom Brady Patriots jersey goes for $50,000.
Yep.
And the tough part is that, okay, well, at what point, every single piece you're talking about paying $50 for just a blank one color jersey piece. It's not even worth having a jersey piece at that point. Yeah. And that's part of the problem. The teams have now noticed where the game used jersey market is, and they don't want to give up that revenue by giving it to a card company, or they're going to sell it on auction, and a lot of the stuff goes for a lot of money. And the Packers and the Patriots all only wear one set of jerseys a year, like one per version, right? So and the same, I'm sure hockey is becoming that way. The other factor is in the past, Nike / Adidas, Reebok, all these companies, they would sell game ready jerseys, or they would give more game ready jerseys to the players. They're not producing that many game ready jerseys now for the game itself. So that's another factor now. Supply is very limited too.
Yeah.
So
did we also create our own issue with that as well, though, from what we talked about a moment ago about once jerseys became so ubiquitous, they consumed a lot of real game used material for years. Like this supply existed for a long time. There was a decent supply when game jerseys first came out.
Well, I can say, like, for example, like I talked to some, I can't remember who it was, but obviously more important than anything else for the game jersey collectors is the fact that it's called photo match. The jerseys that you'll get you're getting, these players might, if they are like truly just doing it for the card companies, they may wear them for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and just take them off. That's game used, right? So while I know it's game used, truly, even wearing for 2 minutes, do you classify as game used? Yes, I do. If they wore in the preseason, do you classify as game used? Yes, I do. Or if it's going to be in any other type of game or Legends game or whatever, it's still game used. However, it's not necessarily NHL regular season game. It's not necessarily worn for more than a period. I remember the one game when I was watching, I think Ripken play his last game. Every single inning, he was changing his jerseys. You can tell.
I think Gretzky did that in his last game too, didn't he? He swapped out a lot of his equipment.
I think Jeter did in his last game. So all these guys realized that the amount of money is that these jerseys are going through. And I get it, but if it's really important to you, then hey, I know that there's many cards you can collect from a player. Focus on the game used ones, right, versus the non-game used ones, and that's what I would recommend.
That's the only reason I was making that distinction between the early years of game jerseys, where they did use a lot of, but I feel like we consumed a lot of the supply early, and then down the road. Now, if we had been thinking ahead a little bit, we would have, wait a minute, if we use all the supply, there will come a day where the realization will kick in, and because we came out with products that were one jersey per pack. As soon as we started doing that, we started consuming all this game used material, and it's like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
And now we have a problem.
Yeah. So I think the problem is rising more and more with the Legends. Like, obviously when I was at Upper Deck and buying like Magic Johnson jerseys and Larry Bird jerseys, they're still only like $2,000. Now they're getting really expensive. Jordan jerseys were like, $10,000, $12,000. Now they're getting in excess of $60,000, $70,000. So
that's right.
So that's what's happening. It's no different than cut autographs. And we can go back to legendary cuts where we're talking about that. I mean, cut autographs are getting really expensive, So, but I mean, for example, I used to go to the expo, right? I used to work at the expo at Upper Deck, and I would go to booths and I could find Conn Smythe autographs for $70. I'd buy them all day long for $70. Well, guess what? After I bought all that stuff for Upper Deck, and Upper Deck used it all, the price has now gone up to like $400 because Conn Smythe was a commissioner. And he signed everything, right? So, and there was, I could find, King Clancy cuts for like $50, $60. I would just have to hunt for lineups and all this stuff, and half day autographs. They're all reasonable. Now you can't find them anymore. They're all expensive.
Yeah. And that's a consequence always of when you use, because it's one of those things where it's expensive in part because as you bought them and they got cut up and they got thrown into cards, the other ones became harder to find.
Right.
Just because there's only so much we can consume before it becomes the issue that we're addressing.
Everything's finite. That's the thing, right?
Yeah. We run out eventually. And unfortunately, it was like we consumed. There was a time where there were lots, and then they bought all this stuff, but then they just kept cutting it up, and putting it in more and more cards. Yeah, here's 1,000.
Right.
Because some of those specific cards had 1,000 copies
of
a game used piece. It's like, well, you just consumed. How many jerseys did you consume?
Right.
Probably a couple just for that one card. Well, the card goes for like $10 or $15 today. And that's like a Medano Darian Hatcher. There was like a 2-sided one that came in the one pack.
I remember that. Yeah.
1,500 cards. 1,500. Yeah. I'm reasonably confident those were game used. Well, that means they got consumed. That means they're not available for this next year's, the cup or whatever. They're not available. They've already got consumed.
It is game used because back then in the early 2000s, Pacific prided themselves on not using rookie photo shoot or player worn stuff.
But they're done now. They've been cut up and used. Now, if you want to do the cup and you want a Darian Hatcher for some reason, we already cut it up. We used it in 2000 and 2001.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the only reason why I say that's the reason why I brought up earlier is in everything else, once it becomes a crutch. And actually, I want to kind of transition it into a little bit more about the design talk we were having as well. Once it becomes a bit of a crutch, though, it's working, so you just keep using it. You keep going back to the well. You got to try to come up with something else.
Sure.
So let me just answer one question here from Jeff.
Sure, no problem.
So yes, Jeff. So I do have a 96-97 game jersey. That was one of the ones, that was a key card I had to get my hands on for Medano. No question. The first jersey card, needed to have it. I don't know what the Yzerman goes for these days, but I know those first-year Upper Deck game jerseys are still very popular with the collectors for it because it was the first year, and you're never going to repeat the first.
It's funny that you brought up the Yzerman because I remember opening those boxes. Was it 99, 2000, I think, or 98, 99? And I think that was the first jersey card that I ever pulled. Yeah. And I looked at this, I'm like, what is this? Game jersey. I was like 1 in 2,500 packs, I think it was, and I was like, "This is a jersey card. Who cares?" Right? That's what my thought was. Right?
Yeah. Because and then years down the road, those would be prized because those were the early ones when it was still tough to pull.
Right. And it's funny because I was just like, and meanwhile, I think that came out, and then a couple years later, I think it was 98, 99 when that came out. I remember it was a red box with a concave circle on the bottom, I think, and that came out. I pulled that card, and then later on, SP Game Use came out. The first year SP Game Use, I opened so many of those small little boxes.
Yes.
I was like, and that was the first set I worked on at Upper Deck. My first ever hockey product that I produced was 0102 SP Game Use, and Upper Deck was ready to scrap that brand until I brought it up. And I still remember that engineering meeting or the meeting where I presented the ideas, and I got eaten alive by all the designers.
I feel like this is a recurring theme with you. You get eaten alive a lot in these meetings.
Yeah. Well, because when you want to push the envelope, right? Because number one, everyone's like, well, how are you going to fit this all on a card? Well, it's a 1x1, right? Your cards are 2.5 by 3.5. Well, they're like, well, there's tolerance, there's this. Okay, so make them 3/4 by 3/4. So you rearrange the sizes, and that presents other problems. But obviously, we did it. We did dual, triple, quad jerseys on one card. And then we did dual sign on. These guys are like, these designers, like, I've never seen anything like this. This is ridiculous. I go, well, and it's not just me. Even the next guy that worked on football and baseball that came in, they had the same struggles because these and you hate to say it, like, these designers are used to designing like 4 products a year, 10 designs of products, so 40 designs a year. And now you're coming in with 20 different launches when I first came, or 30 launches coming in, and the same amount of design per set. So let's say 10 or 15 designs. Usually I added like 5 or 10 more. So 25 designs times 30 that's 750 designs. So they got to hire, and they're still not making that much more money. So it was the point where either we do the same thing over and over again, but it wasn't successful. So you have to break it down to number 5, number 10, number 2, 100. So and that product sold out. So you deliver value by numbering. You deliver value by drawing something that's significant to that player. You deliver value. Like for example, like you talk about 1,000 jersey cards on Darian Hatcher and Modano, or 1,500. Well, take that 1,500 and break it down by 5. You would have, 300. Or you can say maybe there's 1,000 for the first one, and then 200 for the next one, and 150.
So now you're talking Leaf, some of the Leaf Ultimate stuff that they do now, where they limited numbers, but limited numbers with a different foil, with a different foil, with a different foil.
Right.
Yeah.
You can do that. Okay, you can do the parallels, but definitely, it's that. Yeah, and you can change it around too.
Yeah, so. No, for sure. And that's kind of what I want to allude to, because this is a beautiful segue into this section of it. One other thing I'll say to you, Jeff, I know Jeremy responded to it. I would say to you, if you have a chance to get that first year game jersey Yzerman, try to get your hands on it. I think those are awesome cards. And that, like I said, you're never going to repeat the first year. They really are spectacular cards if you can get your hands on them. They still hold a lot of value because they really are iconic cards. They were the first time that hockey tried it. And they were the ones that then set the bar for what would come later on. And I think the design on those cards, the first year jerseys, were actually pretty good. I actually thought they were really good design as well. I liked them, the way they were done. Now, playing into the what we were just talking about a moment ago, and we kind of alluded to it, and you hit on it. Karvin, are we not pushing the envelope anymore, design-wise, in terms of some of these sets? Are we kind of resting on our laurels and kind of repeating the same general principles and just kind of rehashing them over and over again and not really trying stuff?
Well, even it's so, for example, like one of the products, like, I thought I was talking about Exquisite, and I remember when I did Exquisite, and I got ridiculed, and I had feedback and everything, like you said,
reoccurring theme. Theme.
This time is by collectors, and it's like, and I did the logo mans, and I was like, man, this card sold for $40,000 even without autographs. Or when some of the other people inside the company is like, why would you not put an autograph on that? And my comment was, do we really need to have, similar to like we're talking about, jerseys being devalued, do we really need to have an autograph on every single card to create value?
So this is the saving the bullets for later on piece that we were. So Karvin and I, guys, we were chatting earlier today, and we brought up some of these are not accidents. These segues are building off of each other, and as we've been talking. And one of Karvin's principles that we're going to talk about now is you don't want to come up with a bunch of really cool ideas and then use them all in one shot, and then you're out of ideas.
Right. So year after year, like I said, if it ain't broke, you don't need to fix it, right? You got what you got to do is you bring out the same product, and everyone thinks, oh, that's not really challenging. Obviously, with Upper Deck having an exclusive on hockey, it's like, oh, here's Upper Deck, the same type of 200 card set in UD1 hockey, 42 rookies, one splash of foil. Okay, there's a glossy, there's an exclusive. What else are you giving me, right? And the thing is that, but it's working. It's selling out every year. So obviously, when we do a portfolio, there's margin, there's profit dollars. And we can always borrow profit dollars from a really high profit. Upper Deck was actually one of the higher profits.
Sure.
But in order, if you want to try more stuff in other products to enhance those products, you would take those profit dollars and apply it to other brands and give that the experimental try in terms of making that brand successful.
Okay.
So it's really hard to add that much more into Upper Deck, but we did. We will always try to, and I think, the team now has done, they did after I left, they did was it the 25th anniversary of Upper Deck hockey, or was it 20-year anniversary? They did the stamp cards, they did the canvas cards. They've done a great job in terms of.
They did it also in the 30th. The most recent one, they did hidden one of ones with a stamp on it. I have a couple of those. Okay,
so there you go. So they're doing, all those elements and adding content, but they really haven't changed the structure of the product that much. Young Guns are still 1-4. They still have, was it 8 cards a pack? And they have the exclusive, they have the glossies. I remember when we bring in the glossy, that was a new idea that we did the glossies. However, you definitely don't want to overdo it, because then people don't feel the impact. You slowly bring up ideas one after another. So on Exquisite, when I did the dual logo man, it was just like a logo man card. So that was what it was. And then people are like, well, why wouldn't you put an autograph on there? I go, well, the card sold for 40 grand. Like from first day it came out, sold for 40 grand. I go, I guess I could say it was wasted 2 autographs. I mean, Jordan autographs cost money. Kobe autographs cost money. LeBron autographs cost money. And they didn't need it, because even if it had an autograph, it probably would have sold for 40 grand at the same time. So I go, but it's a LeBron year. If it's not successful, then we don't bring back Exquisite. But if it's successful, obviously it's going to come out the following year with a dual logo man and autographs. We're going to bring that to to the limelight next time around. There are other things, like for example, like we would have at Upper Deck, we had the Diamond Club meetings, which was the high-end collector. It was a party they got to go to and show off their cards. They got to meet LeBron in the first meeting. I think Jeremy went to the third or fourth one, where he got to meet, I can't remember, was it Rod Carew, Jeremy? I'm not sure. You can tell me. Oh, and then he got to meet Tony Romo, I think. But anyways, at the Diamond Club meetings, everyone would say, you know what would be good for jambalayas? I go, what? Oh, don't tell me. Autographs, jambalayas. And they're like, yes, if you put an autograph. I go, why do we have to? Jambalayas already sound for $300 to $500. Why do we need to add an autograph on there? I go, so there you go, Carew and Romo. I saw my memory. Yeah. and the thing about autographs is that you have to remember, once you have an autograph, you limit your checklist. Like for example, Charles Barkley never signed until only recently, the last 3 years. I couldn't put Charles Barkley in a set.
Yeah.
If I got Wilt Chamberlain rights, I can put Wilt Chamberlain into jambalaya set, right?
Can I ask you a question? So
yeah.
Playing into exactly what you're talking about. One of the things that I thought, and again, this is just me throwing something out there, just me kind of thinking out loud. Let's say, obviously, high-end sets, you have a little room to play around with certain things, and to your point, you start off with regular logo man, then maybe down the road you do the logo man with the autographs. You can do certain things.
Right.
But even with like an Upper Deck, and to your point, they brought in canvas, brought in some other examples of some different cards in there. I've always thought anything in the hobby, we bore on novelty quickly. So canvas cards were a really cool idea when they first came out. They're still kind of a cool idea. It depends on the player. For sure, like for a rookie canvas, it's still kind of cool.
Right.
But then for some regular players, it starts to get played out very quickly.
Sure.
And it's one of those things where I've always thought, I don't think you have to overhaul a set every year. To your point, if it's working, don't break the basic formula.
Sure.
Young guns are young guns. They do what they do. Let them be their way they are. But I've always thought, in my opinion, it would be like, okay, so let's say I've got 10 insert sets for Upper Deck. I don't know what the number is, but again, let's say it's 10 inserts. You leave 9 of them the same or 8 of them the same, and you rotate 1 or 2. Throw in a little tech in there, and then leave those the following year, but rotate a different 2. What I'm saying is that every year you tweak. I'm not talking about overhaul. I'm talking about tweak, just so that every year it isn't exactly the same. And to your point about the autographs, all right, maybe one year you do the jambalaya autographs. You're right. It's a limited set. But then maybe a different year you don't do autograph jambalayas. You do an autograph different set with a different player checklist, if it allows you to. Again, it's down to product design and who you can get.
Right.
But make it a little so that every year it's not identical.
So for jambalaya, I would never put an autograph on there for one reason.
I'm just using it as an example.
No, I know. I'm saying you want to do a different autograph set with a different. You can do the jambalaya stock.
Sure.
Just don't call it jambalaya, because once you present that, you can't take it away.
Yeah.
The people would come to expect it, like, oh, I got to dress the autograph jambalaya. I don't want the regular jambalaya anymore. Yeah. So
I'm just trying to put a little wrinkle in these sets year to year, so that it's like gives a little spice. It's just meant to be on top.
Yeah, and I think Upper Deck does do a good job in terms of the base brand Upper Deck. I mean, yes, the canvas has now become a staple. The day with the cup is a staple now. That type of I love the day with the cup. It's just something that's the base card, nice photo. I mean. Definitely, you can do some photo variations. You can do that, or you can do, And when I think of Upper Deck, I always want to look at the heritage of the brand, right? So a couple of things come to mind. Like one of my favorite cards, even though it's highly produced and it was a prototype card, is always the back of the Patrick Waugh card, where it's a sky cam of the goalie crease where he's making a save, right? Sure. That's a beautiful shot that they can definitely utilize. And I'm throwing out ideas. Billy decides to watch this, or Grant decides to watch this. There's some ideas, or the other one is the multiple exposure cards. Maybe make those at 1 per case or something like that. Yeah. So that's the original Gretzky card where he's taking the slap shot, or in baseball was I think the Nolan Ryan card that they have the multiple exposures, and those are some ideas that are out there. So
with the
it could
photo
be
variants. So with the photo variants, are you referring to something similar to what Topps does with its like short printed photo variation, something along that vein? Is that what you're referring to?
kind of, but I mean, I wasn't even thinking about the Topps photo variations or the back down variations. I'm just
No,
looking
I'm
at
just saying like they do stuff like that to encourage people to be like,
sure,
well, pay attention to your base card because
yeah,
yeah, it's Ronald Acuna, but it's the different Ronald
right,
Acuna.
right, yeah, and that's exactly it. The whole idea is just you know with base cards on Topps, I look at it as more like Easter eggs sometimes. They used
Yeah,
to be.
sure.
Now, I think Upper Deck can do Easter eggs on O-Pee-Chee. O-Pee-Chee brand is perfect for that. But Upper Deck, I definitely want to go back to, like I said, the heritage, the triple exposure cards, the Jim Abbott / Nolan Ryan. You could do it with rookies. It's going to be tough with current players because you have to find that photo that's available from the photographer or from Getty's. But definitely some ideas like that, or even bring back some errors. Do some RevNeg, do some RevNeg photos and variations, and they're hard to find. Something like that, because that is the history of Upper Deck cards.
Yeah.
So,
That's basically what I'm saying though. I'm saying something that isn't another autograph card, that isn't another jersey card, that isn't because you can still do that. I'm not saying get rid of I'm not saying abandon jersey cards and autographs. I'm not suggesting that. I like those cards. But there's a time and a place.
right,
There's an opportunity to be like, well, throw me a curveball, throw me
right,
something that I wasn't that if I close my eyes and I envision what your inserts are going to look like, I shouldn't be able to guess 85 to 90% correct.
true.
Like if there's a little bit of variation, it makes me pay attention again. It makes me go, wait, let me check this checklist. What's going on here?
Yeah, and I still remember a bunch of other stuff like the die cuts from SPA, the die cut arena cards, the Hollow Views die cuts. Yeah, there's definitely more than enough heritage to work on with Upper Deck stuff.
Yeah, and there's a question I have for you about that because it triggered a thought in my mind. But let me grab a couple of comments here.
Sure.
So just JR threw in a question here, just a hypothetical. If Upper Deck ran out of Gretzky patches for say 2025 the Cup, so we're going to the future, we're projecting, we're just having a little fun with this one, and couldn't get any more jerseys, could they use a patch from an older card, say 2012? Now, JR, my question to you is this: would you be saying recycle the patches and like destroy the old card, or are you talking about a buyback? That's the only part I would be kind of curious what you're referring to on this one. Because I don't know if you would want to destroy an old card because that's, you've released that card already. That'd be kind of destroying it and destroying the value. So I'd kind of be curious what you have in mind there. Just a clarification would help with that question. Sure. But any thoughts on like the buyback because it's been used. Like in some years when you need something, you use buybacks to be like, here's another insert, but it's a buyback of a card you already did.
Well, we did do that, and that's when I was referring to 0405 SPA, where we're buying back autographs, buying back previously signed rookie cards and previously signed cards. We did that, and that was like trying to acquire all that stuff to put it into one per box level was really tough. Yeah, I agree, Paul C. That's a great idea.
Little variations, little tweaks, like basically have some fun with it. Like the basic general concept of the set, don't destroy it because you can't overhaul it every year. That would be too much work. It would be too hard. And I wouldn't expect them to do that. Frankly, I wouldn't want them to do that because then you lose consistency.
So let's say I am still working for Upper Deck, and let me present this question for everyone and for you to answer it. And I think Upper Deck can get at least a gauge on it. We all know that Upper Deck 1 sells really well. Upper Deck 2 sells really well. So it doesn't really necessarily need these tweaks. Now you can change it instead of having a day of the cup or whatever. It was like the one per case inserts, you can change those up. But some of these ideas are pretty good. And let's say, is there a new product that they can produce to insert these cards, even though it's an Upper Deck variation into a new product? And I think that's one of the questions out there, is that because obviously some of their other brands like the Synergies or Trilogy doesn't do as well, is it possible to put these cards into those sets, even though it's the cross-pollination or cross-mingling of the Upper Deck brand into those brands? It's just something to question, right? Because then it adds value to the brands that need more of that value equation.
Well, they used to play around with that idea, so now I'm reaching back a little bit in time, and I think you would remember this one. Do you remember when Donruss did that whole series with the what's it called? It was the inserts that they would have. It was a consistent insert across multiple brands. The name is escaping me. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Yeah, they had it in baseball and they had it in a couple of other ones, because they still do it in basketball as one of the like Chronicles, that type of set.
Right.
The name escapes me. I'll have to think about it. If any of you guys remember what I'm talking about. Sorry?
It's Rookie and Stars you're talking about, right?
Sort of, but there was one in the late 90s that they did where it was Crusades. That's what I was thinking of. Okay. It was the Donruss Crusades. So it was like 98 Donruss Crusades. Right. And if you go look back, Pinnacle would insert, you could get some in Donruss. You could get some in Leaf. You could get some in the various brands they had. So they would have this insert. They would cross these different brands, and it was the same insert. Right. But it was bringing this technology to it, and you had a couple of levels, a couple of parallels of it in different rarities and scarcities. But it basically was encouraging you, if you wanted to complete the full set, to buy from different products, because you could because Carlos Delgado would only be available in Donruss. If you wanted the Delgado, you had to buy Donruss packs. If you wanted, Ken Griffey Jr., you'd have to buy Leaf, or so on and so forth. Frank Thomas.
I think something like that could probably work in a like the 30th anniversary type idea.
Yeah, sure.
It's or you can do it as a bonus pack. That idea.
It's meant to be an add-on. It's not like meant to be a carrying thing, but it's just adding a little spice to the product line for a year. Sure. To be like, hey guys, here's something cool and if it's a cool design especially, then there's going to be collectors who are just going to be following that around, and that's a secondary market pull for some folks. It's thinking a little outside the box.
No, I mean it works. It's like a crossover, or they call it a lay. I can't remember the terminology now. I should know this, but I mean it's a crossover brand is what I use. So, you have multiple things in different products. The Exquisite cards are like that in terms of hockey, right? They have it in Black Diamond, they have it in Cup, they have it in different multiple brands. It doesn't have to be Exquisite. It could be something as simple as you're talking about, the photo variations we're talking about. So I like that.
Yeah. That's one of those. I feel like sometimes that's the reason I asked you the question earlier. I'm not accusing anybody of anything, because it's not my place. At the end, I'm the buyer on the other end of it, and as the consumer, I'll judge whether I want to buy the cards or not. So I actually don't care, quote unquote, or worry about what they decide to do. I'll then judge it based on whether I like it or not. My dollars will determine whether I like it or not, and that'll be how they'll get my feedback.
I will tell you, this is what I always said, working at the manufacturers. I always said you don't need to be complimented, and any job. Yeah. If you're doing a good job, you won't hear about it. Silence is a compliment in itself. That's all I always say to people. You don't need to pat the back or anything like that. You know you're doing a good job. That's number one, and then number two, the thing is that feedback is really important. However, negative feedback, I'm not worried about the guy that cries wolf. I told people I never worry about the guy that cries about what they didn't get and all that stuff. I worry about the guy that had a bad experience and walks away and never buys again. That's what I worry about. The guy that doesn't complain, but the guy speaks with his dollars.
Yes.
That's what I always worry about. Yeah. So, and I'm the same way. Like, I mean, I'll complain if you put me on hold for a while, and eventually I'll just say, you know what, I'm just going to walk away. That's it. Yeah. That's it. And you won't have my business ever again.
Yeah. And the thing is, there is an aspect of, and JR, I didn't ignore your question. I'm going to get to it in a second, because he did elaborate on what he was referring to earlier about the Gretzky question he posed a moment ago. Okay. So I'll grab it in a second. But the general idea, though, is I really think there is a large segment of the audience that is like that. They're not the ones that you're going to hear yelling at you. They're the ones that are like, look, I'll buy the product. If I don't like what I'm getting, I'll be like, okay, I'm not buying this anymore. Right. So that's why adding the little bit of spice here and there, because after a while, if you've been collecting long enough, you've seen this enough times, it's hard to get excited. It's the reason why I said about the saturation of the jersey cards and all. I'm not saying jersey cards are bad. I still enjoy a well-designed jersey card with a cool patch that I believe is at least theoretically game used. If it's got all these components of it, a great-looking patch, even if it's manufactured, that's not a bad thing. But if I know it's that, I'm also going to price it accordingly for myself.
Agreed.
I'm going to adjust the price accordingly. But if I know this is legitimately game use, you sourced this, you went to that extra mile, well, then you know what? Then I will be willing to pay that extra, because now you've done the design, you combined it with the product, you put it all together in a package I like. So as a consumer, I'm in. I'm excited. It's one of those things, and it's I used it in an example of, and I had a little fun with it. I'm see if I have it within arm's reach here. This was back in the late '90s, so I think you remember these guys.
Oh, of course I do.
Yeah, it's a little piece of stick. It's not a big deal, but it's a nice little card. It's a good design, and you had the parallels and all that. That's fine. That's cool.
Right.
Well, this one here is one that I picked up recently. So this one here.
The puck cards. Yeah, that's right. I saw that. I saw it. Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing, though, is that a puck doesn't excite me. But years on, as a collector, I realized, wait a minute, these are kind of tough, especially the 1 out of 25, the gold version.
Right.
And even the regular version is still kind of tough today by comparison. But it's a puck. Like anybody in the game, the referee touched the puck. Like you could have been a referee puck card. But it was game used, so fine, whatever. But I'm also not going to put a huge premium on it. So it's like we look at the situation on a case by case. But as a collector, I have to look at it and go, wait, actually, those kind of dried up. Even though it's not that exciting a card, it actually dried up. So the scarcity is there. So I have to go hunting for it.
Yes.
So that's important to me as a collector. And for a modern set, I'll use an example of a modern set that Upper Deck released, Stature.
Right.
They did a minimum amount of game used in it, but a lot of it was those parallels. But they were attractive parallels. They actually looked pretty good. They didn't overdo it on the parallels. They didn't do 15 of them or 20 of them or something crazy.
Sure.
They did about 4 or 5, and some of them were pretty limited. The black one's out of 15. That's not unreasonable for a new product. It gave me a chase. It didn't take me long. I put together the rainbow. It looks awesome. It was still fun to put together. Not all sets do that for me. It's
and it's a fine balance because I remember I got once again I got some negative feedback from a collector, and it was one of the Upper Deck products. I was at the expo, and this guy said, I'm a huge CHL or CHA fan, and I buy everything CHA. And I think that was the year when I produced I think it's called, was it Superstars, or it's a die cut with the Maple Leaf, and they're all in their CHA uniforms. Probably like 09-10 or 08-09 Upper Deck 1, and it's 1 per case. And he got pissed off at me. He's like, why would you do 42 of them? I go, well, the main reason is because on a PETG sheet, on an acetate sheet, they come in 42 subjects. So I want to maximize it and, produce them. And whether it was numbered to 100 or 1 per case, I think it's maybe it's numbered to 100. And he goes, this is going to take me a while to collect this. And I said, I understand that you want to finish everything in one day. And I go, but the tougher it is to collect something, and these aren't really that tough because they're all numbered to 100 or they're attainable. So it just takes you a little bit of time to do it. But when it takes you 1 day or 2 days or a week to complete a set, I hate to say it, but you're not going to appreciate it as much. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, you're not. I go, sometimes having that white whale out there, and when you accomplish and you as a collector found that white whale, you just feel a sense of accomplishment. And I just said, that's something that I can't explain, but it's more of a psychological factor. And then I met up with him, I'm pretty sure months later or a year later. He said, you know what, that conversation I had with you is like, you're just bang on and understanding the collector. And I go, it's important. I go, if it's too easy, it's like anything. If something comes too easy for you, you might not appreciate it as much. But if there's a challenge involved and everything, and then you're like, wow, I got it done, then you feel way more proud of that accomplishment, even when it comes to collecting something or finding something you were always looking for.
That's why I use that puck card as an example. When those came out, I remember when those came out.
I don't
they
like
weren't that tough to. They weren't that tough to find when they first came out. They were out there. I saw them on a semi-regular basis all the time. There was great combinations. MVP Stanley Cup edition, 99-2000, great combinations. I might have seen that card 1,000 times. It was probably the same card recycled over and over again, but I saw it 1,000 times. I know I did. The last couple of years, I don't see it as much anymore. And there's a collector out there who has a bunch of high-end Medanos, and then it popped up the other day, and I was like, I'll take that, because it had dried up over the years. And the gold one I hadn't seen in a long time. So he had both. I was like, done. Let's make this happen. But when it came in, it was like, under normal circumstances, a puck card is like, okay, well, whatever.
It's not exciting. I know.
But I was like, it had been 20 years. And then I remembered what happened when they suddenly just kind of vanished. They were out there somewhere, but they just didn't appear anymore. And it was like, oh, still need it. I didn't buy it back then when they were everywhere, all over the place. But it's like, okay, well, I better buy it this time because they don't appear anymore.
And if you look at the stuff that I worked on, I'm not a huge fan of puck cards. I'm not a huge fan of ball cards, like baseball.
They're not super exciting.
And I'm not, because it's touched by everyone, right? So it's like, it's kind of cheating a bit, I feel. Or a basketball court card, like the parquet floor and all that. And it was like, it's not. It is, they played on it, but okay, all right, I'll give you that, right? That's the type of thing. Like, it's not that player's specific to that player. That's why.
Yeah. So let me throw in JR's comment here because it kind of
Okay.
plays a little bit into it. So when he was asking about that Gretzky scenario, what he was talking about was more on the recycling or perhaps old replacement stock. I think if there was replacement stock from a long time ago in your scenario, JR, like some, say 2012, I would be shocked if they would hold old replacement stock for 13 years. Like, I don't know, like like at a certain point would they theoretically, this is just a general question, Karvin. If you had like a piece of memorabilia, like cards that had been sitting back as replacement stock for 10, 13 years, would it get recycled at some point, just naturally?
No,
Or would it just sit?
to be honest with you, like, I mean, it's either destroyed.
Right.
If it's not numbered, chances are it's going to get destroyed. There's a lot of times Upper Deck had non-numbered cards that you use as replacements.
Okay, but what happens to the memorabilia piece then?
You just destroy the whole card.
Or you destroy the memorabilia piece as well?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
And because by the time you rip it open, you take the jersey card and you got to flatten it out and make sure it's adhesive. It's just too much work. I mean, the time involved for it, and you got to look at it this way. It's hard to explain to people. Like, the average collector feels that everyone's a collector inside the companies. They're not. The people that apply the jersey cards are not collectors. They're just assembly line workers, right? Mm-hmm. So you're not gonna say, hey, Karvin, you're making so much money and we're paying you this much an hour. Can you go rip up all these cards and salvage the Gretzky jerseys for us? Which at that point, maybe your average cost is $4 a card or $5 a card. Well, if it takes me 5 hours to salvage 25 cards, then it wasn't money well spent, right? Mm-hmm. I'm better off for 5 hours putting out, creating a product that brings in money versus trying to salvage a jersey piece. So yes, it could be used. It could be, recycled, taken out, and reused again. But I mean, when the finite, we're talking about finite pieces of jerseys. So either the companies can go to, once again, a player worn, which I know you guys don't want to hear, but that would be an option, right? To have player worn jerseys. Or secondarily, it's up to the card companies to really now define more of a technology card that brings value with Gretzky and at limited odds, not at more common odds. I mean, Gretzky should be more limited because, he's a legend. So there's no need to put him in every single set as a common card or a very common hit.
Yeah, and that's been kind of the challenge and kind of one of the reoccurring themes of this conversation is that going to the well. Mm-hmm. That can be a technology, that can be a card type, that can be a legendary player that's in the rotation, but he's in the rotation every single set. Every time there's a legend subset, he's there every single time without fail. So you just know, even without looking at the set. And I think maybe that's kind of the underlying thing that I'm talking about, though. If there's no spontaneity and it doesn't feel like there's any surprise,
right?
It almost takes away from it. Like,
it does.
Where's the fun in that? It's like, I know what you're gonna do before you did it.
Right.
In which case, how excited can I be about that?
Right. Yeah.
No,
I absolutely agree. So that's why it's always, there's a need to not push the envelope, but to change it up a bit and provide that initial, oh wow, look at that. And that's part of the reason why I think Panini has done a great job with the Spectra with the splash of color. Like when you see that card, it's all white, has all this color coming out from the player, and those cards are commanding top dollars. So that's something that was unique. It's basically similar to their jambalaya, right? And that's set.
And in basketball, they did the Kabooms as well, have done very well recently. Like it's out there. If you're not into the comic style, it might not be your thing, but you can't argue it's different.
Well, what's interesting is that the Kaboom. So the Kaboom is popular, and I actually brought comic book art to a hockey product a long time ago.
Okay.
I actually bought the cards, but I don't know where I placed them right now. So let me go on my phone and I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Sure.
So it was called Warriors of Ice, and it came in UD Choice Hockey, and I presented it. The NHL was so excited about this idea, but of course, Choice Hockey was a very cheap product. It's 99 cents or $1.49 or $1.99. I can't remember what was the price.
So this is $98.99 UD Choice.
No, this is not the 90. It's like 2007, 8, I think. No, I'll show you the cards.
Sure. But then that would have to be MVP because the UD Choice Hockey only appeared the 1 year, I think. $98.99.
I'll tell you right now. Let me
no
see.
No worries.
I see here. Ovechkin was in there. Ovechkin was part of the set. And Gimna. And we actually had comic book artists, and I don't know why. Is it called Warriors of Ice? I thought it was called Warriors. If someone can check it up on, if you guys have it, then
So this was a comic style insert.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Let me just see here. Warriors Ice. There we go. There we go. It is collector's choice.
Okay, collector's choice makes sense to me.
All right.
That one I get.
So here you go. Oh, can you see it? There we go.
Yeah, the camera's higher.
There you go.
There you go. Okay, now I see you. Yep.
Right.
Okay, so that's kind of a Ghost Rider kind of thing going on there.
Yeah, Ginla with the fiery horse.
Okay.
There's let me see, Warriors Ice. I actually bought a set for really cheap. I mean, it wasn't expensive.
What were the odds on the cards originally?
Oh, they were like just regular box hits. So Crosby, there was a Crosby with a bunch of penguins. Now it didn't came out the way that I really wanted it to be, but Crosby's right here, right there.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right. So, and then there was Ovechkin. So we did try it in, back in the day, like, I wanted, but I really wanted like Jim Lee. So back in the day in 92, 93, there was a card in basketball called Agent 23 and the Birdman. And it was a Jim Lee. If you know who Jim Lee is, I don't know if you know who Jim Lee is. Jim Lee is a famous artist that used to work on X-Men back in the early 90s. And he actually is based out of San Diego here. But he's one of the icons. There's all 6 cards. That's all it was. 6 cards right there.
Okay. Now
so like Chara as the giant, Ovechkin as the eagle, Brodeur as the ice warrior. So that's what it was. And we actually commissioned comic book artists to do it. Jim Lee did that. It was Agent 23, and maybe I can find it on eBay too. Agent 23 and Birdman. Jim Lee is like an icon for comic book artists, considered one of the, probably a professional, probably the artist that's most, he draws everything in perfection and symmetry and everything. Let me just see here.
Are you saying now because I'm not familiar with that one. That one's a new one for me. Although I do remember Collector's Choice from that time period. So so then based on that, it didn't really it didn't catch on too much.
No, it was because it was such an easy hit. This is what Jim Lee did back in the 90s.
Okay.
For Upper Deck. So Agent 23 and Birdman.
Do you think it would have worked better if it had been a tougher hit?
Do I think it was going to be better as?
No, I'm saying, do you think it would have worked better if it had been similar concept, maybe the same checklist, but a little bit of a tougher hit?
Yes. I mean, the idea was to get it out there so that you'll see it, right? Collector's Choice is not a product that's really broken a lot. Yeah. So it was something to appease, to hopefully get the crossover from kids that buy comic books, that like comics. Obviously there was, at that time, Marvel didn't become the Marvel of today, but it was hopefully a crossover. And I also, I think in the Masterpiece product, it was called Masterpiece, I believe, the retired product, we also introduced sketches at that point. And now sketches are way more popular. Right. But at that time, we saw that sketches were doing well. It's a little bit probably too early for its time. So
yeah, a lot of it really is timing, though. Like you can come up with an idea, but maybe it doesn't hit quite at that moment. Right. And then later on, you try the same idea. It's like, oh yeah, this is great. It's like, well, we tried it 5 years ago, and you didn't like it back then, but now you like it. Right. So I guess it's just the timing thing. It hit at that moment.
It is.
Yeah. No. So let me actually use kind of, since we talked about Collector's Choice, let me use that as a segue a little bit, and then also segue a little bit into the distribution piece, because that's also part of your story. Yes. We talked about the design, because that's a big piece of it as well. And I wanted to kind of get your philosophy and some of your thoughts on it. And we hit on some really good stuff there. Right. So let me play into kind of the middle, and then I'll lead us into the distribution piece. Sure. Collector's Choice was the ideal kind of product where obviously it's supposed to be like at a lower price point, supposed to be, accessible for kids and all that. One other area that's kind of that as well was supposed to be the whole retail product. Obviously, right now we're having the challenges with retail, but to your point earlier, Collector's Choice was lightly broken. Which is the great irony of this, is you develop these products that are kind of geared towards kids, but because they're geared towards kids, the kids don't really like them.
Exactly.
Because you don't get the cool cards in the cheap packs.
Right.
So it's like it's the chicken or the egg thing. It's like, well, you want it, but then when I give it to you, you don't buy it.
Right.
So, go ahead.
Well, and I think in the beginning we were catering to kids. Mm-hmm. And maybe that was a mistake. And I think later on, I was a big proponent of saying, look, our kids really into trading cards. Are they more into trading cards? Are they more into video games? They have so many distractions. And it goes back to one day I was with my nephew. Obviously, I have a 2-year-old daughter now, so I can probably gain from my own experiences. But back then, I had my nephew, and he was watching some TV show, and I can easily tell that he was easily distracted. So, he would watch the TV show, then all of a sudden he went from one toy, I want that toy. I think, and then he went to the next toy, and he wanted that toy. Then he wanted that toy. And I said, well, which toy did you want? You just told me you want all 3 toys, because I want them all, right? So at that point, I just said, you know what? I don't think kids can really have the attention span for trading cards.
I think that's a fair point. The only pushback that I would give, and I agree to a point, I think it's fair, but you become conditioned for that. Like, it isn't something you're born with, because it's not like we were born with superior attention spans and then progressively evolved worse. I don't think that's how that works.
This is the way that I approach it, even at Upper Deck. I said, let's not try to build products towards the kids. Let's build products for fathers, or even more importantly, is grandfathers that remember collecting cards back in the 60s, right? And because as this generation gap goes for 2 generations, these kids don't have much in common with their grandfather. The grandfathers can't play video games with the kids. So the chances are you're going to want to do something. And what do grandfathers grow fondly of is what they used to do as a kid and be able to pass that on to their grandsons. And they used to collect cards. So I said, what we should really do, and at that time I just said, guys, I even talked about the back of the cards. When I sort cards with Upper Deck back in the early 2000s, the cards are so small, I couldn't even see them at 30, let alone, or 20 in my 20s, let alone someone in their 60s trying to read that number. So I said, you've got to make the numbers bigger so that these people don't have a hard time. Because the harder that you make it for them to collect, they will just say, you know what, this is too difficult for me, and my eyes can't handle reading 700 numbers or 400 numbers. They have to be able to sort it. You have to provide some sort of sorting pattern. Then that person will now teach their grandson how to collect, put it in a binder or put it in a box. And then that's the way the transition is. Obviously, I'm talking about more of a younger age. And of course, at the same time, we were trying to compete with Yu-Gi-Oh! We're trying to compete with Pokemon. And it's funny, everyone's like, well, you guys had Yu-Gi-Oh! At Upper Deck. And why didn't you cross over Yu-Gi-Oh! With trading cards? I'm like, it's really 2 different products. On top of that, at Upper Deck, we also, at that time, it was the jocks versus geeks mentality. The Yu-Gi-Oh! People were in their own section, and it was the sports card people on their own section. And there wasn't really a lot of cross intermingling already, because it really was somewhat of a generation gap, because we were Generation X, they were more millennials. So definitely it was already just that 10 years difference. It was a big difference.
Now let me ask you a question about that a little bit, because my thought process, again, this is not scientific, it's just kind of my observation and my theory. I've always felt like, you can make products for kids, that's a thing.
Right.
But I've always felt like with trading cards, the thing is, and this is almost like, it's funny because I did a video on my channel where I talked about, like, was it ever really a kid's hobby? And I explained my rationale behind it. There was a thesis behind it. It wasn't just me throwing something out there.
Right.
But my thought process is, you build a card set that is interesting to collect, or fun to collect, or cool to collect, or whatever it is you want to call it.
Right.
And then the audience will get it. But if you build a set that's, this is the kid set. Well, the kids who want to collect with their older brothers or older sisters or whatever are collecting are going to want the kid set, because now you've already been segregated. So you've already pushed yourself into a corner. So those kids are not going to collect it because it's not cool, because it's the kid set. But the kids want to collect because when I was growing up, it was Topps is Topps. Right. If I'm 15 and I'm collecting Topps, I'm collecting the same Topps that 8-year-old Carlos is collecting. It's the exact same product.
That's right.
There's no difference.
So that's why. So bridging back into, I think, 05, 06, when I first built the product Champs.
Sure.
And of course, I think Upper Deck has done a great job with Goodwin Champions in taking the same idea. Not that I don't think they even looked at Champs as being the same idea. Sure. And it's also.
I just thought I would throw this comment in there. I thought it was a good one.
I was also looking at my nephew, and it brought up fond memories for me. So my nephew was like, he's about 4 years old or 3 years old, and he was rhyming off dinosaur names. Yep. So one of my favorite cards that I ever made is probably still somewhere in the dungeons of Upper Deck customer service. And I asked him, I go, I want that card if you guys still have it. let me know what I have to do to get that redemption card. But anyway, in 0506 champs, because I was watching my nephew, and he was like, oh, this is a Triceratops, this is a T-Rex, this is a Brontosaurus, and all this stuff. I'm like, you know what? I grew up and I love dinosaurs. He loves dinosaurs. And even when you watch TV today, even for my daughter, she's watching dinosaurs now, right?
Sure.
So I go, dinosaurs are common things for kids that they like, you know, obviously Jurassic Park and all that stuff. So I said, you know, in 0506, I said, let's create a subset. It's hockey, but there's a subset of dinosaurs. So there was a chase of dinosaurs and there was endangered animals. And I think that, you know, it was interesting. And going back to the value equation. So I was at the expo once again, and this guy goes, man, this champs product is brutal. I get a lousy autograph. I get a jersey card, and this is ridiculous. The value proposition for what I'm paying. I go, well, it's not an expensive box. I think it was like $75 or $80 Canadian. And he's talking to me, and he goes, oh, by the way, he's talking about champs. He goes, well, I got to finish some of the sets. I go, okay. And he goes, can I take a look at your dinosaur cards? Can I take a look at your endangered animal sets? And he was paying $3 a card. I go, well, wait a second here. So you tell me there's no value, but you just paid out like $60 for a bunch of those common cards, the mini cards of the dinosaurs. Well, yeah, my son loves those. I'm like, so did you ever think about that there's value based on dinosaur cards? So that's just base cards. I go, yeah, but you're paying $3 a card. That's like Upper Deck 1. You're paying $7 to $20 to $100 for a young gun. It's no different than that, just because it's a T-Rex versus Sidney or versus whoever it was, Carey Price or whatever, or Sidney Crosby. It's the same idea. And he goes, well, I never thought about it that way, but since you said that, he goes, it makes a lot of sense. I go, well, the whole idea is that this is one of those products where I felt it was more of an experience product. I get it, the value wasn't there, and it didn't do well, but I did add like a bunch of stuff like dinosaur bones. I can't remember what was fossilized dinosaur poop. Well, I can't remember the terminology it was called, but we actually encased fossilized dinosaur poop into one of the cards. And I said, when everyone says I got poop, or lack of a better word, in their box, I can say, yes, you're right. You did get poop in your box.
That is a product strategy. I'll give you that, Karvin.
The comment that I was just like, saying, and I actually put in one of the redemption cards was for a full, like we bought a T-Rex tooth, and we're fossils are stone. It's it's not bone, it's stone now. And trying to cut fossil, you would have to hire a paleontologist to cut it, and it's going to cost a lot of money. I have to say, you know what, we're just going to do one redemption card for the entire tooth. And till today, everyone tells me it hasn't been pulled yet. Right. I was like, man, I want that card, because it's as thick as an encyclopedia, that card.
And what year did this version of change?
I was gonna say 0506, but I don't think it is. I think it's 06, 07.
Well, what made me so happy is if you had explained this, given the story about the dinosaur poop and everything, the fossilized dinosaur, and then after I finished designing that, then I built Exquisite. Like a natural transition, just natural transition.
No, I mean, I will say I have some crazy ideas, and I tried, like you said, I pull my inspiration from multiple things. Watching my nephew, American Express.
But that's part of the reason I asked you the question earlier. So there's two things about your story. Two things. Number one, I think there is a place for products that are for all kinds of audiences. That's why I think some of those products are out there and why it works. That's why you can do, like, they've done weird stuff with Allen and Ginter and some of those similar products as well. And I think there's value to that, because guess what? Sometimes just collecting just hockey cards can get a little boring, especially if you're opening boxes, because I know what to expect most of the time.
Yes.
So that's the first piece, is that if you want to draw a different audience, throw something in there that maybe is kind of different. That's why I was talking earlier. Like, once in a while, it'd be kind of cool, even in the regular kind of sets, to throw a little spice in there. It doesn't have to be dinosaur cards, but give me something that is a little different, just out there a little bit. You don't have to spend the whole product on it, but throw something in there that's kind of neat. And then the other side of it also is that when you're trying to sell to this audience, they need to. There has to be this sensation. So maybe another way to put it. You almost have to create these loss leader products, because right now we've got that point with the whole retail thing.
Right.
But one of the arguments I get with collectors, like, okay, well, you keep saying you're annoyed or you don't like that this product isn't available. So there's two options. One, you
Right.
create a product that's like all base and no one wants it. So guess what? It's there at Walmart. You can buy 50 of them if you want, because no
Right.
one wants it.
Right.
Or the second option is you print so much of it that everyone buys it for a while and then realizes there's a million cases of it. And then
Right.
they're like, okay, now they don't want it. But now they don't want it because there's a million cases.
Exactly.
I've solved your problem, but I haven't really solved your problem.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's like this weird balancing act kind of
So
thing.
the champs product, we actually tried to get even celebrities. I mean, it is similar to Alan Ginter idea, right?
Yeah.
So we, based on hockey. And then Goodwin Champions, when Grant came in to work at Upper Deck, he brought up this whole Goodwin Champions, and his thing was butterfly cards and bug cards, and that was genius. And then when he did the patches of the retired animals and the dinosaurs, that was a huge hit. And people did collect them because their wives liked endangered animals, and that was my theory too. I think women love endangered animals like the panda bears and all the cute little endangered animals, and so they collected all the patches, and people said it became a family affair, and that was the whole idea around champs.
Yeah.
But when you're opening it for hockey cards, it gets lost. Mm-hmm. So I do have something I can show you guys with champs in a second. Well, I'll go downstairs and get it. But so there were some celebrity cards that we did that never got signed, and I do have a couple of copies of those.
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll segue into it. We'll definitely show that off. That sounds interesting.
Yeah.
What I'll do then, if you want, so guys, what we'll do here is, if you've got any other questions related to this, we'll take them. We can definitely put them on here. But what I'll do is, if you want to get that Karvin, what we'll do is afterwards, if there's any questions, we'll address those.
Sure.
But then we'll talk, because part of the reason I brought up the whole retail thing is, now I want to get into the distribution piece.
Sure.
Because that's a piece of the puzzle. Like it all kind of leads from one place to another. We've talked about the collector. We've talked about the manufacturer, the set designer.
Right.
But the piece that sometimes gets lost is the distributor.
Sure.
You're part of the cycle too. So now we have to kind of understand, like, where does that fit? Where does that fit in this whole deal?
Sure.
Does this sound good?
Yeah, that sounds great. I mean, let's look at any questions that you have first and foremost, and I can go get those, and I'll show you those cards with champs, and we can talk about distribution. Yeah,
sounds good. So guys, right now what I'm leaving open here is, if you've got any questions. We've already covered a fair bit of ground. We talked a little bit about Karvin building, basically getting towards working for the manufacturers. We talked about a lot of the manufacturers getting autographs, how some of this stuff is designed, some of the thought processes behind it, some different ideas, and various areas of that. And now we're kind of leading into a little bit of retail, creating these products to try to expand an audience. That's a thing too. And then where that's also important, the distribution folks, because they have a stake in this too. If the product doesn't sell, it hurts them. So they have a stake in it. The manufacturers have a stake in it. The collector has a stake in it. Everybody has a stake in it. So it's all part and parcel of that. So if you've got any questions related to any of that, we can definitely address that as well. And before we switch over and show off some of those cards, Karvin, so kind of the question that I alluded to in that whole section there is, Alan Ginter, Goodwin Champions, all that, those are out there. They're trying stuff.
Right.
Do you feel like, this is an opinion piece, do you feel like, though, in the regular staple brands, they're still trying stuff? Or is it just kind of like, they're trying stuff, but it's kind of safe trying? It's kind of like just nudging your toe into the pool as opposed to actually taking a dip?
Well, I mean, right now with the market being so hot, there's really no need to push the envelope too far. I mean, and I think that's fair. I mean, if it's tried, it works, then there's none, you improve on it every year. You try to add a little twist every year. But
what do you feel was the last big leap that somebody took, though? Like in a regular base brand. I'm not talking about like a Goodwin Champions or something where you get to try all kinds of crazy stuff in that.
Right.
But I mean, like a regular base brand where somebody really took this is, you know what, let's take a shot. Give this a go.
Well, I'm just trying to recall. Like at Upper Deck, we had some ideas, some celebrity ideas, and Topps did some celebrities. Like in Topps in basketball, they had I believe it was Cheryl Teagues. They had Jay-Z.
That's right.
And then at Upper Deck, we didn't really want him on a base brand per se, but we actually got a deal with Jay-Z before Topps got their deal with Jay-Z. And unfortunately, I think the deal was signed. However, I think the photo selection was not good. They decided to go with a photo where he was wearing a floppy hat of the St. Louis Rams, and it was an autograph card. So he saw the card and he's like, I'm not signing this. And by the way, we don't want to do the deal anymore. So believe it or not, sometimes you pick the wrong photo, that can really hurt your relationship with celebrities, athletes in general. But we did a deal with Spike Lee, and Spike Lee, Cheryl Miller, I think signed. Cheryl Miller signed with Reggie. They're brothers and sisters, and there's all kinds of stories documenting them, saying that Cheryl was actually the better player than Reggie.
I think comparatively to her sport, like she was like top tier, where Reggie was a great player.
Right.
But I don't think he's seen on like that super top tier level.
Right. Well, there was that one story where Reggie was like, he comes home from high school and she's in high school, higher grade, of course. And Reggie was like, oh man, I had the best game. I was the star of the game. I scored 40 points. And he goes, how'd you do, sis? She goes, I scored 100. She just walks away. So it's like, she was just like, the legend of that sport.
Exactly.
84 Olympics, right?
Yeah. It's hard to win in that household at that stage.
Right.
It's hard to win. Right. So actually, I think you brought up the celebrities you were bringing up. I think it was about 0506. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right. Yeah, 0506.
The reason I ask is because there was a Wax Museum podcast where they specifically was talking about 0506. As soon as you said Jay-Z, it rang a bell, and that's actually the most recent episode. So it's actually beautiful timing because he was talking about exactly that, especially Jay-Z.
Yeah. So the Spike Lee, well, the Upper Deck one was 1 year before that. It was Spike Lee and Reggie Miller. Reggie signed it first. Spike got the cards, and obviously the reason why we chose those two together was they had that spat in the final or in the Eastern Conference Finals. So where Spike was going at Reggie Miller, and Reggie Miller scored those 2 baskets and given no time. And so Spike saw the cards and he wrote "Go Knicks" all over Reggie's name, and he inscribed everything just to hopefully piss off Reggie. But Reggie already signed them anyway, so it was. But it was a great note. I mean, I wish I had taken pictures of those cards.
Right.
And some of the cards that I love the SP signature set just because some of the ideas behind it didn't last that long because it was probably too expensive. But even some of my names that I had something called rookie graffiti, as in the graffiti wall where they sign on a wall, but there's graffiti in the background, but graph being capitalized. And I was just coming up with rookie incorporated, so like more like business buildings in the background, but ink as an INK, that type of thing. Just play with a lot of fun with playing the names. And also the one thing I did like was all the inscriptions we did. So once again, the legends, when it comes to inscriptions, like, Iceman Gervin, he signed them perfectly, exactly how I wanted it. But then, of course, the current players, you had Amar Stoudemire with, what was his nickname? Amar Stoudemire had a nickname for his Truth for Paul Pierce, and Plastic Man for Stacey Augmon, and one of my favorite was White Chocolate for Jason Williams. So yeah, so we did a bunch of them, and then LeBron signed Braun, King James, and the Chosen One.
So LeBron literally signed Braun?
He did. Yeah, well, what I wanted him to sign was LeBron James Braun, but he just signed Braun. And then
I feel like you gave him a cop out there. It's like, yeah, okay, sure. Instead of a full first name, we'll just take the last 4 letters.
Yeah, so it was like I wanted him to sign LeBron James.
Okay.
But obviously he didn't.
Yeah.
But that's why the legends when I see it, you see like, Clyde the Glide Drexler. He signs it perfect.
Sure.
Iceman, George the Iceman Gervin, that's the way I wanted to sign. I think we asked Magic to sign Showtime. He just signed Showtime. Right. But those cards you can't find anywhere now. It's just, you can't find them. And I love inscriptions, but also at the same time, like people put inscriptions and have these guys sign 1,000 inscriptions. Then that's with the autograph. And then 1,000 of the inscriptions or 500 inscriptions, there is no value to the inscriptions. So these cards were all numbered to 25, so they create that value now, and it's a unique card.
That's been the reoccurring theme though of our conversation is that as soon as you could take the coolest idea, but as soon as you make it 1,000 copies or 2,000, or you do it 10 years in a row, even if it's out of 50 or 100, but you do it 10 years in a row, the same idea. Right. Well, now I've got 10 years. A back catalog. Right. If I only want one for my collection, well, I've actually got 1,000 of them to go to because You did it every year for 10 straight years.
Right. And for the nicknames, we also tried to avoid having guys, doing Iceman the second year in a row. So, okay. So
I'm just grabbing Jeremy's comment here because he was referring to when we talked about like trying something going out there. Now, here's a question though. And then, Karvin, I'd love to get your take on this as well.
Okay.
Black Diamond is one of my personal favorites, just
Sure.
historically from the first year. My only contention with Black Diamond, this is kind of my thing. Jeremy's right in the sense that they completely changed like the factor of the way that Black Diamond was distributed because it became like a one-pack thing as opposed to what it had been historically. But I feel like Black Diamond, you go the first year, you did the tiered set.
Right.
Single diamond, double diamond, triple diamond. It was all part of the same set. It was just rare as you went along. And then you did the golds. Second year, you changed it again. Now you had a full set of single, full set of double, full set of triple, full set of quad.
Right.
Third year, you changed it again with the short printed rookies. So it's like you kept modifying. So even in the first 3 years, you modified Black Diamond 3 different times.
Right.
You took the same Black Diamond, you just kept changing it.
Okay,
but there was no consistency.
Okay, so from the Connor McDavid year, that's what he's referring to. That's the first year, right?
Well, no, first year Black Diamond was 96, 97.
Okay,
that
so you
Joe
went
Thornton's rookie year. Yeah,
okay.
But I'm saying even for the first 3 years, there was no consistency in Black Diamond.
So 96, I remember because I opened a lot of Black Diamond trying to get a Joe Thornton, right?
Yeah.
So the quad diamonds were unique players. The triple diamonds were unique players. The quad, the single, and the dual. Because I remember, I believe
the first year was just the 3. The first year you did have a quad. The first year you just had single, double, triple.
That's right. You had the 3. Yeah. Yes. And I remember Yager was a single diamond, and Joe Thornton was a triple diamond.
Yes, and he was the big guy, especially the gold, because the gold was out of 50.
Right, and then there's a Patrick Lalima that was a double diamond.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay, so with that said, yes, you're right. And then the second year they had the entire set with single, dual, triple, and quadruple. Along with that, they had the horizontal die cuts and the vertical die cuts too as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's 97, 98. I actually had a stack of them sitting there. So that's the double, and there's your triple.
Yeah, and that's the Sedin rookie one. That's right. The Sedin rookies.
Yeah, you also had Longo and LeCavier.
Yeah, and then 98, 99 was, what was it transformed to?
So basically, you took the same set. You still did single, double, triple, and quad. Still same idea, but you did. But now you numbered. So the double diamonds were out of 2,000, the triple out of 1,000, and the quads were now green, and they were out of 100. And then the high numbers were the rookies, which were short printed. And then you had single, double, triple, quad. So you actually did 3 different variations. It was still Black Diamond.
Okay. But I think Jeremy may be referring to the current format of Black Diamond. I'm not sure if he's referring to that.
No, that's exactly what he's referring to. The only reason I'm bringing up the only reason I'm bringing it up is that I feel like Black Diamond never actually had an identity other than the diamonds. Like it kept changing. Because even in the 4th year, they changed it again.
Right.
The 99 2000, it was a different format. They actually got rid of the diamonds and they went to like diamond cut and another thing. So it's like Black Diamond's never been Black Diamond.
So the years that I worked on Black Diamond or when I brought it, I think I brought it back. So 05, 06 is obviously the 1 year, right? And I wanted unique players for every diamond because back to the original heritage of Black Diamond.
Sure.
Because that way the Crosby would all be quad diamond. And the Ovechkins would be quad diamond, and there's more.
I think that's right. Yeah, I remember that. That's right.
Right, and there's more value of them being the quad diamond. Now they still had the red, the gold. I don't know if there was a blue, and I know the red and glow, and maybe a black version. I think I had. So that those different versions. But I didn't like the fact that it was like you can get the same player for single diamond, dual diamond, triple diamond, quad diamond. But then it's a parallel.
Yeah.
I felt that it was way better to have it unique in terms of each player for each level.
Totally agree. But I just thought it was interesting that out of all the sets in the Upper Deck catalog, this set that like from year to year seemed to change formats over and over, and then you reverted it back.
Right.
But it had already changed like 5 times before that.
Right. And I also feel that the Black Diamond technology is really the rookies from premium or SP football, the first year SP football. Mm-hmm. So if you look at SP like Mark Brunell rookies and Marshall Falk rookies, that was the same type of technology. I want that pop out. Okay, so change the format. Black Diamond was consistent. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was. See, wasn't disagreeing with you, Jeremy. I just thought it was funny. Like out of all the sets, and I love Black Diamond. Don't get me wrong, but
Right.
I always thought it was funny. Like they never could settle in. I actually thought the first idea was good, and
Right.
they just rolled with it at least for a little while. But literally, the second year they changed it, the third year they changed it, the fourth year they changed it.
Right.
It's
But I
like
think from 05, 06, 06, 07, 07, 08, it was consistent though.
sure. No, I get you, but I'm saying by that point though, it had already been like 8 or 9 years, 7 or 8 years since the first iteration. Like it had already changed multiple times.
Black
As a
Diamond.
collector, it gets tricky because it's like I actually liked the first couple of years. I thought it was
Right.
kind of cool, and then you just
Right.
keep changing it.
Yeah. Black Diamond was just one of those weird products that was just it only worked on hockey. We tried to bring it in basketball. Everyone hated it in basketball.
Yeah.
Tried to do it in football. Eventually, everyone hated it in football. So, yeah, I don't disagree. 98, 99 was a nice set. So,
Pretty
I
good.
agree. Yeah.
I'm still a partial in 97, 98 myself. Although 96, 97 is especially some of those golds look awesome.
Right. Right.
It's like there's I think there's perks to the first couple of years. There's a couple of good ones there, but it's one of those things where it's like the fact that you could literally argue they're almost completely distinct sets. They're only Black Diamond in name and in the foil alone.
What's amazing is that the first year of Black Diamond still has the rookie of one of the players still playing this year.
Yeah, and Patrick Marleau I think is still playing too.
Two rookies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is weird.
They are both in the same team, and now it's weird how one left for Toronto, went back to San Jose, and now the other one now it's Toronto. They didn't come at the same time, right? So it's just it's odd, but 98, 99, because Patrick Marleau was a dual diamond in 96,
96, 97.
Yeah. So those were the toughest cards. I mean, I couldn't get one when I was collecting or opening packs, and I was like, forget, I give up on the Thornton, and I ended up having a lot of ice Thorntons. There was an ice, the Canadian subset in the ice, and that was the second best card, and the Black Diamond was the one that one wanted at the end. So
The smart move though is it also meant the Gretzky was highly sought after too,
yes,
because it meant like triple diamond. It was
right.
where Gretzky was. You wanted the Gretzky, that was a triple diamond.
That's right. Yeah,
Absolutely.
and those were one per box.
Correct. That's what I mean. Like, but I'm saying, like, conceptually, I
Yeah,
wouldn't have minded if they had rolled with it a year or two longer. 97, 98 I enjoyed personally because I thought it was still pretty good. I liked the premium cuts. I liked some of the stuff they did. I thought it was still kind of neat.
okay.
They did try some stuff, which is kind of cool. But then 98, 99, you're like, okay, so no premium cuts. And we're not going to do the tiered thing anymore. It's like, okay,
Right.
cool. So you got rid of the thing I liked in the first one, and then you got rid of the thing I liked in the second one, and you
Yeah.
just tried a completely different thing. It's like, how am I supposed to enjoy this product if there's
So
no consistency?
so I don't recall who built those products. And part of it could be the feedback, like it didn't do well. People were unhappy about
I get it.
Thorntons being so hard to hit, right? Like if there's like 15 triple diamonds, that's 1 in 15 boxes to hit the Thornton, and it wasn't a cheap product to begin with.
Sure.
So that could be it. But it's funny. It's when you build a new brand, you don't want to give up on it after 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
And it was always like Black Diamond was a product that they were ready, Upper Deck was always ready to give up on it. But part of the reason why I brought it back, or I liked Black Diamond, is like I still like the look of those cards, the base cards, the foil technology and the pop. And in fact, when Upper Deck went to the new format with the Connor McDavid, I actually miss those cards now. Because if the foil's done right and it pops, it just looks right. Especially when you have sunlight shining on it, or a nice a nice light, like almost exactly like a diamond. You see the fire in the cards, right? So similar to the Marshall Falk rookies, the Mark Brunell rookies. So I mean, even when I build products, I mean, going back to manufacturing, there's a lot that I developed, but there's a lot that I pulled back ideas that I really liked back in the 90s when a lot of stuff was being tested. I love refractors. I always love refractors, right? Obviously, we couldn't do it at Upper Deck being the chromium technology. I love PMGs. In fact, I think I told Jeremy that I sold 2 Green Jordan PMGs back in the day in 2000. So I knew a lot. I love the essential credentials. I love all those cards, and but trying to do it during the era when I was bringing back RPAs and all that, it was lost. It was before its time. Now, if you bring it back, then obviously it's like fire. It's like it's like a wildfire now when that stuff has come back. So, I mean, even some of the 0304 like SE die cuts, that stuff is going for crazy money now. The old jambalaya. So it's
You know how difficult it is, Karvin, to come up with a lot of these ideas, because I'm not saying it's not possible to come up with new ideas. It definitely is, but it gets trickier because sometimes you feel like you're derivative. Sometimes you feel like you're almost pulling from the past anyway.
Yeah.
Is there because Topps does this with good effect with Heritage. In reality, if everybody breaks down what Heritage is literally taking their old designs and reusing them with modern players.
Yes.
It's literally their own designs.
Yes.
So now, mind you, what's going to be hilarious to me as time goes on and as the years roll on, and if they keep going, I await with great anticipation the 1987 Topps Heritage. I'm like, guys, do we really need this? Is this really what we needed here? It would make me laugh. I'd enjoy it, but it would be like, why?
It may be time for them to go back to the 52 set, right? So, I mean, 52 set's a classic design. So.
Yeah, but it's one of those things you can, if you have the Heritage, you can go back to the well from time to time.
Right.
So is it time for maybe some of those manufacturers like an Upper Deck to be like, look, guys, if you don't feel comfortable like going out there on a limb, maybe go back to the well, because you've got a lot of designs and a lot of stuff that haven't been seen in a decade or longer.
Right.
Maybe throw it out there and try to get a little bit of the nostalgia crowd with some of the younger guys who didn't see it the first time and be like, actually, this is pretty cool.
There is.
If you cherry pick, there's some good stuff out there.
Definitely. I mean, and there's sets of old Upper Deck products that I really love the design. One of the ones that I truly love was the 92-93 set, the CHL, the CHA subset. So that's not the Team Solani, that was 91-92, but 92-93 had the Korea rookie, the Daig rookie. Not that anyone wants to collect Daig now, but the Korea rookie is the one where I still remember it. It was foil stamp in the corner, and it's a vertical card where he's skating sideways. Those cards are one of my favorites.
Well, it's also the first year that Upper Deck went away from the white borders.
It is.
Yeah, because right up until that point, 90, 91, white borders. 91, 92, white borders again. Yeah. And with baseball, they had done white borders in 89. They did white borders in 90, white borders in 91, white borders in 92. Right. Like they just kept going back. That white borders in 93, technically, even though they changed it up a little bit.
Right. That was also, I believe, the rookie card of Saku Koivu was that year too. Yeah. And then in terms of baseball, I actually like their 93, the Jeter year with the gold borders on the bottom and the top, the Jeter rookie, right? So there's things that you can definitely go back on for UD. And same thing for Panini. They can tap into their own Don Rouse days. They can tap into, I've done that, tapping into it. Like, so my swan song of 09-10 Exquisite was bringing back the exact same designs we did in 03-04, right? So the whole entire set was all rehashed designs. And of course, I had to parlay everything. So there's a reason why we rehashed designs, and then why I chose finally to say, let's do a LeBron tribute.
Yeah.
It was the last set, and I did the LeBron tribute. I did all the other players of LeBron tribute, and those cards.
There's an opportunity there. What I'm trying to get at is, it shouldn't be a crutch. I don't want it to be a crutch to be like, hey, don't come up with anything new.
Right.
But I'd be like, you can sprinkle a little in there because there is nostalgia. The hobby's built on nostalgia. So let me grab a couple of these comments as well here.
Sure.
So had a map of kind of on the top of World Junior cards. Yeah. And I also, like I said, there is a value to, they went away from the white borders for the first time.
Right.
They actually tried modifying the design a little bit, which I thought was really good. Right. And Jeremy here has got a good question. 98-99 Black Diamond winning formula platinums, the first numbered cards that were numbered to different print totals. I think so. And Medano definitely has one. It's out of 21, the platinum winning formula. So that was the 98-99 Black Diamond winning formulas, Karvin. You had the first one, and they would take a stat and multiply it by 50. Okay. And then the platinum was that stat exactly. So Medano had 21 goals the previous year because he was injured. Right. So 21 times 50 was 1,050 for the regular version. Right. And then the platinum version was out of 21. Haven't seen one in years. I know it exists, but I haven't seen one. Out of 21 from 98-99, that is a holy grail.
Right.
That's a toughie, especially from the late 90s period. Anything out of 21 from the late 90s, good luck with that.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely true.
Yeah, without question. Absolutely.
I can tell you some of my designs I didn't like. I can tell you that too.
Yeah. So it's so Bob, you're 100% right, but it wasn't so much tiers. It was that each player had a different stat. So they used the stat and they multiplied it by the stat, so they got different numbers depending on the player. Absolutely. Yep.
So
those
platinums. What was Road to the Cup in? Was that in Black Diamond? I thought that was in Black Diamond.
Road to the. You're talking about Run for the Cup?
A Run for the Cup. The
Yeah,
gold.
that's 96, 97. Run for the Cup. Those were out of 100. Those ones are Grail cards too, for sure.
Yeah. Those ones were the ones we were trying to reintroduce a while back, right?
They did it about 10 years later, and I think they did it again.
Okay.
They tried a couple different versions, but Run for the Cup is the one. Yeah, for sure.
And then just trying to think here what I was going to
Bob, I know you put it a couple of times. It is Run for the Cup. The last one he's talking about is Run for the Cup. Yeah,
not Road to the Cup. Sorry, Road to the Cup is actually a NASCAR insert, I think, and by so my mistake.
Yeah, no
my
worries.
memory's not that good.
No, the good news is that since I'm so keyed into the 90s right now with a lot of my collecting, I've been focusing on trying to close off cards from that. I've been very much like studying up on, because unless you know, you wouldn't know it necessarily looking at some of those cards. Actually, this is a really tough card.
Yeah.
Because some of them are numbered and some of them aren't.
Well, the road, I call it Road, and it's funny. Even when I brought it back, I still call it Road to the Cup, and I realized I made the mistake because I was typing in eBay trying to look it up and trying to get the design, and it's Run for the Cup. So thanks for correcting me. I apologize.
No worries. It's all good. It's all good. That's one of my favorites, so I love that set, especially the original. That's excellent. Part of the reason for that, Bob, is that once you get in the original, if you go back to 96, 97, people didn't know that was going to be a big deal.
Right.
Then later on, it's like, oh, actually, these are iconic cards because they brought it back. 10 years later, they redid a similar. Medano was in the reissue in 07, 08, I want to say, thereabouts.
Yeah.
And then they brought it back again later with modern players. I have a Jamie Benn of the newer version. It's a nice looking card. It's out of 99. So technically it's the same rarity, but you can find them all day long. I think I got the Jamie Benn for $15.
Let's put it this way: the print runs of those products are a fraction of what it used to be back in the 90s. So
you're not going to find the old Run for the Cups out of 100.
You're not going to find
they've dried up. The supply has dried up.
It's no different than the UD Choice gold cards. They were numbered.
The Star Choice, yes. The Star Quest.
The Star Quest Gold, yeah. Those are impossible to find too. So those are like, I mean, there are like white, even though they're numbered to 100, these are white whales. So,
but Karvin, here's the interesting thing: the great irony of the Star Quest, it came from the UD Choice product.
Right.
It was a super cheap product, but it had this insert that is like rarer than hen's teeth. You can't find it, but now if you find it, it's like it is literally gold. It is like you get huge. I found one at the expo for $60.
Wow.
And it's been in my collection for years now. It's like I haven't seen another one.
Right.
It's been years like that. You do not see them. They're not out there. I'm sure at some point one will crop up, but it's like they're tough.
Well, it's also because the product wasn't broken a lot by hardcore collectors that would sell it. So,
but there was also cases and cases and cases of it. It was distributed. Ironically, an argument for you could take a low end product, quote unquote, take a card that's legitimately tough because out of 100, 30 players, there's a print run of 3,000 cards if you count every single player. Out of how many cases?
Right.
So it's like it's still super tough because of that. So this one here is interesting. So 98, 99 MVP, which is a good year as well. I think that was the first year of MVP, if memory serves me. So
I have no idea about that.
I've heard about it. This was a explanation that I was given. Again, it's all hearsay. It's one of those things that gets on there in the hobby. But this is an explanation given why the superscripts for this year are particularly impossible to find.
Okay, so
the superscripts for whatever.
You said 98, 99 though.
98, 99 had the superscripts.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
Yeah. So for some reason, like, even though, they're out of 25, superscripts are super tough anyway. And then they had the same issue as kind of the Star Quest Golds, but it feels like the superscripts are even rarer in addition to being out of 25.
Oh, it could be. I mean, part of the reason is, like, you're dealing with a lot of product that was going into retail stores. They didn't get broken. They might have got, instead of shipping it back to Upper Deck, I mean, the amount of shipping costs may be way too expensive to say destroy it, right? Yeah. It's no different than people who are selling magazines, and when the magazine doesn't sell, you rip off the front cover and you mail it back to the original, publisher, and lo and behold, you go to these old bookstores and you find all these books without the front cover, right? So
I wouldn't be shocked, though, in all honesty, if also there weren't some collectors that at the time hoarded them. Because it's like a lot of things. When the product is first broken, that's when the stuff like that's most available.
yes,
And it's been more than 20 years.
yeah.
So if we had been looking at eBay in 1999,
Yes. Yeah.
maybe there's a shot that we would have found a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
And now 21 years on, it's like, well, now it's hidden in somebody's box somewhere.
Well, I mean, I have, like, I mean, I broke a lot of MVP. Well, I won't say I broke a lot. I broke a few boxes in 98, 99. But at that time when I worked for Grosvenor and before I worked for Grosvenor, I used to break almost a case of everything. So it's just probably my addiction to cracking wax. So I actually have a few of the superscripts. Like I believe I have a Koi with superscript, which I still have it. I didn't sell it. So, I have, or maybe I had the gold script for him and I had superscript someone else, but I know I have a superscript and a gold script. So,
yeah. Yeah. No, Bob's just talking about, like, it's one of those things where, yeah, once it dried up, it dried up. I don't think we'll ever know for sure the reason why. The problem with a lot of those, and it's always been interesting, it's been a source of fascination, because I loved 98, 99 MVP. I opened boxes of it back then, and I opened boxes of it since.
Right.
I have trouble pulling a gold script. I have pulled one gold script in my life. I pulled a Martin Brodeur at the year it was released. And that was the last time I pulled a gold script, let alone a superscript. Forget about a superscript.
I don't know. I have a superscript and I have a gold script, but I don't recall how much I broke. I mean, I broke everything at that time. I mean, even the puck cards. I have a lot of puck cards. I'm pretty sure I still have a lot of them.
Yeah, and so. that's what became a lot of it, is that that was because it's the same year, right? 98, 99, and then the UD Choice, same deal, because there were so many cases and cases and cases. The Star Quests are almost impossible, and the Prime Choice Reserve, while it's not a super attractive parallel,
no, it's not
really tough. Because you've got a large checklist, and they're also out of 100.
Right.
So you're just as likely to get like a no-name player.
So when I built the Chase into Victory, it was on 99 cents back. I remember I put the black parallel at one per case, and those are hard to find. They're extremely hard to find.
Yeah. And there was and there was also, I think, in the late 90s, Ultimate Victory, which was out of 100, which is a cool looking. It looked like a flame.
Yeah.
It goes engulfing the card. Yeah. But go try to find them.
Yeah.
It's been about 20 years. They're out of 100. It shouldn't be that tough. They're tough.
They're tough.
I got my copy years ago, and it's in the same vein. Once I got my copy, I was like, I haven't seen one. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. They exist, I'm sure, but I just...
Well, the funny thing is that they may be white whales, and someone that finds it will put it on eBay for like $10 because they don't realize how valuable those are, because you can't see them. And they don't have an eBay comp. Everyone goes by eBay comp, so they don't have a comp. They're like, that's Modano, it's die cut. Out of 100, $10. If I can get $10.
At this point, I would buy multiples if somebody posts it up for $10. Like, I'm there. I'll be there. I'll be there that moment. I don't even care. I'll take an extra copy. It's not a problem.
I mean, it's like the SPX. What's those SPX cards with the hologram that was gold?
Oh, I think it was 98, 99 or 99, 2000.
Yeah, the SPX, and it's gold. Like, they had gold cards. Is it something?
Was it finite where all of them were numbered, or was it a year where they were out of 100?
Grand Finale. Bob knows it.
Oh,
right?
Grand Finale. That one, yes.
And
that was out of 50.
And a lot of people didn't even realize it because it's a gold hologram and the gold die cut. Like, the die cut parallel was gold. Yes. And a lot of people lost out on that. Same thing with game dated moments back in the day. I think it was 97, 98. So from Upper Deck.
Grand Finale was a dirty trick, though. Like, there was a gold parallel as well.
Yes.
So it's like, come on, guys. Like, at least give people a break.
Right. Man, Bob, you definitely know your old hockey.
No, that's, like I said, I've done a renaissance going back into that 90s because it was the era where I grew up collecting. Like, it was really the era where I cut my teeth on a lot of these products. I remember opening a lot of these products when they came out, so they hold that extra nostalgia pull. Plus, my player started playing and played the whole decade.
Right.
So it's kind of easy to be like, yeah, he was in almost every set. Every relevant set and every relevant insert, he at least, most of the time, was around. So it makes it easier to look back. But like, some of those 90s designs is like, by all means, that's why MVP likes to reach back and grab some of those old MVP designs. I'm like, yeah, I know. I understand why you did it. I get it. Yeah. And I suspect, Paul, there's going to be somebody out there who has shoe boxes the 1600 count shoebox is full of this product they open, and there's probably super scripts and gold scripts and things sitting in there. They're like, whatever. They don't even think about it.
It was probably in people's dollar boxes and $5
Yes.
boxes, right?
Yes.
So,
it's scattered to the wind. That's the problem, is they're scattered to the wind, and nobody thinks to look. Nobody has to check with a lot of stuff.
Right. Let's put it this way. You're probably better off going to someone's house and buying all their monster boxes of commons and everything, and it's probably stuck in there sometimes. So,
yeah, especially like I said, the Prime Choice Reserve looks almost identical to the Choice Reserve, which is a super common card. Like there's a lot of those out there.
That's the white card with the really shiny prismatic sheen on it, right?
All it is like the word Prime is a little bit bigger.
That's
like
right.
If you're not looking, and it's numbered on the back, yes, it is. Right. But at the same time, it's like if you're not looking, you can go through a stack of them and not even see it.
Hey,
the light's got to hit it right.
Back in the day, people couldn't even tell what a refractor was. So,
and you made it even tougher with like a really subtle looking thing.
Right.
Yeah, the Topps Heritage Peril. Yep. There were some of these cards that were a little bit sneaky. You had to really pay attention. You had to be a discerning collector. You couldn't be flipping through all the commons and then just throw them away. It'd be like, no, you got to look. They're there if you're paying attention. There's something to be said for that, though. Like, I'm rewarding you for paying attention.
Well, definitely, you got to look on the back of the cards. You got to decide, or you got to go search for the information. That is true. Yeah. But I'm when I open cards, I'm a volume breaker, so I don't pay attention to it either. So
you're passing all the Prime Choice Reserve. What you're saying? All the Prime Choice Reserve are sitting somewhere.
Well, I don't think I opened Prime. I thought it was a really cheesy design. I didn't like it at all.
The 98, 99 UD Choice, no?
No, the choice I like just because of the Star Quest.
Okay.
But then it's the basketball ones that have, I think, the Jordan and all that. That's going for a lot of money now. So I mean, I opened a lot of it, but yeah, I think the best card I ever got was triple star, not a quad star. So
yeah, the hockey has started to catch up, because I can tell you that a WA sold probably for about $1,000 a little while ago. So it's not on the Jordan level. It's not not on that level, but they're starting to creep up there.
Yeah,
because they're starting to get, people are realizing how hard they are. Like, you just can't find them. So it's like, if you're a collector and you really want that, you can get Gretzky, you can get Waugh, you can get Brodeur. There's a lot of great ones.
So just to just to go over some of the products, like we do find, like, even working at Upper Deck, like autographs. You can find a cup autograph of Gretzky anytime. Just everyone breaks the cup. But if, let's say, Gretzky was in an MVP product, you'll never find that card. That is a white whale.
Was he? I feel like he was in the first year.
No, I'm just saying across the board. Like, he's been in multiple MVP products.
Yeah.
But trying to find a Gretzky auto or a Messier auto and MVP is impossible to find.
Yeah.
Because there may be like 5 to 10 copies. That's it.
Yeah. So this is the Star Quest Gold. So Messier 600. Like I said, they're starting to creep up, because like I said, the discerning collector is starting to realize, wait a minute, if I don't already have one, if you want it, like, you're going to have to pay through the teeth, because once one comes up, all the collectors that know are like, wait a minute, that's hard. That's tough. That's a tough card. I'm going to have to pay. And the Pro Signs, to your point, kind of leading into what you were saying, like the Pro Signs was the MVP one. And if you get some of the bigger players, those are tough.
Yeah. Well, I didn't work on holographics. So I never worked on a holographic. I actually was working at Grosvenor at holographics. I remember that product specifically.
It was a neat product, though. I like the design of it. I thought it was kind of cool.
Oh, it was funny because I was doing the ordering for Grosvenor at the time, and I took pre-orders on it. And it was pretty weak in terms of product, and I didn't like the one thing I didn't like the logo. So it's like the Synergy logo. I'm not a big fan of the Synergy logo, but the holographics. So I always opened the box as soon as it came in, and I had that privy to try it, and I opened the box and I said, I told Dave Yates at the time, he's still the owner of Grosvenor, I said, we might want to put a big reorder in this, and he goes like, why? I go, this is my take on the product. I go, the cards look nice, the base cards look nice,
yes,
but there's not enough inserts in here to drive it afterwards. So
that is the problem.
Buy enough to upsell it now, and then let it go afterwards, and that's what we did, and it was the right time, because it did tank after a while. So,
well, that was the problem with the holographics. Like, I was sincere when I said they're cool looking cards,
They are.
And then the parallel is a cool looking card.
Right.
But then you run out of steam. What else is there?
Yeah. Right.
So it's like after that, what do you do?
One of the products was holographics, the one that had, and I don't know, was basketball or hockey, and I love great creativity when it comes to set names, and this set name was called I think an Awesome.
They were awesome. Awesome was holographics. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was called Awesome, but it was AU some because AU meant gold for the periodic table, and I thought
it was a good play. I thought it was well done. Yeah, that was smart.
So that's one of the best names for autographs. The other one that's one of my all-time favorite was done for Manchester United, and the autographs were called manuscripts, but manuscripts was ingenious, that one.
If you can fit it and it makes sense,
right?
If there is a little thought. I'm not opposed to using your brain when you're designing a set and I'm not going to explain it to you.
Right.
Look at it.
Right.
And if it comes to you, it comes to you.
Yeah.
And I think but I feel like that's almost lost. I'm not, my job isn't here to pick on the current designs. What I'm saying though is I feel like sometimes we've lost some of the cleverness. We're doing it and we're doing it.
Yeah.
And the cards look cool and all, but it's like, yeah.
Right.
They're cards. They are what they are. But it's like, well, how about an Easter egg? How about try something kind of, you can hide it in there. Just do something kind of cool. Do awesome. Where you do that. And if you're not paying attention, you're oh, awesome, whatever. Sure. But then you're like, then afterwards, like, wait a minute. And then it kicks in and you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. You gave it more than 5 seconds worth of thought. Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, I love some of the creativity with names, and when I saw that, because once again I studied in genetics and obviously took chemistry, so I thought that was great. So Leafs double.
It was a neat set. I thought it was a really cool. I always thought it was a weird concept for me, but again, I like that they tried.
Right.
Once in a while, but that's what I was alluding to earlier when I was saying to you. I'm not saying reinvent the wheel on every set. No. Once in a while, try something.
Right.
And if it works, cool. If it doesn't work, let it go.
The tough part is, for example, those Ice Warriors cards, right?
Sure.
So if you want to deliver value, you make them really hard to get. But Collector's Choice wasn't a product that people are going to be breaking cases. Mm-hmm. So chances are it's not going to go for a lot of money, and it's hard out there. So you want to get it into people's hands as a common thing. And then if people really like them, then you can take those odds the next year out further, right? So, and that's the tough part, is that balance is, okay, at what point is this product even getting broken, and how much of this is everyone going to see, right? So that's the part that's tough. I bought that set because I was, obviously the Kabooms are hot, and I was like, I did something like that, and and I thought the Ice, as much as I did not like the end results, it's still not a bad looking card. The Ice Warriors cards. It's just that it was in Collector's Choice, and it was very.
Let me ask you a question, because you're bringing up something that's very interesting to me, and this is kind of, you can think of it from a manufacturer perspective, but also from a distributor perspective. Either or, whatever you prefer.
Yeah.
So at this stage, given what we're talking about, you got sets like that you can try stuff, but at the same time they're lightly broken. They don't get used to the degree that you would like them to be. Right. So you're not going to go out of your way to come up with a lot of really innovative, cool concepts, because it's like, well, if you don't break enough of it, you're not going to pull enough of it, so it's not going to get out there. So then do you reach a stage where this is a catch-22? People complain about not being enough retail. And it's what we talked about earlier in this conversation. You got a couple of options if you want to fix retail. You produce more, or you produce something cheap. Right. But if it's cheap, you don't want it. And if it's cheap and you don't want it, you're not going to buy it. So then it's going to sit on the shelf. Right. So the good news is it's there, but the bad news is you're not going to buy it. Right. So then as a manufacturer or as a distributor, so as a manufacturer, why bother producing it then? And as a distributor, why bother even sending it out? Right. So where does that leave us for those low end brands? Is have we just passed them by? Where there's almost no place for them.
So what we're seeing more and more is, number one, the manufacturers are selling a lot of stuff online themselves, right? Sure. Especially on a retail brand. I won't get into any other brands, just the retail brands I'm talking about. Sure. Outside of that, it's the good thing is that the hobby is hot, so any product is selling now. But let's say the opening days, I think it serves a need because it's a 99 cent or $1 per pack product, right? It serves its need. And there are stores that still like to have something on the shelf for people to buy a box for, $30 or for kids, or $20, and for kids to be able to buy something at $1, right? Yeah, it's not exciting. There's still some chase. I mean, this year I think it was Eloy Jimenez autograph or Luis Rivera autograph, and at really long odds. We always call it NFC, right? And you can figure out what that means. But the thing is that at least it's something available for people on fixed incomes, or kids that just got $5 as a weekly allowance or something like that. And I think it serves its purpose. Big League was another one where Topps really tried to appeal to a younger crowd at a really lower price point. So I think people are doing it. But at the end of the day, like a lot of stores, like if you're making 20 points or 30 points, how much money you're making on a $20 box? You're not making a lot. It's almost like Topps is probably better off to say, if you want to support a brand, you got to support this. And they are doing that to a certain degree. As the last conference that they had for all the retailers and distributors, they're saying, hey, you don't want to support WWE, don't expect your allocations on baseball. I mean, everyone knows baseball is hot now, so you have to support WWE. They were pushing Bundesliga. Obviously, everyone was pissed off about ordering Bundesliga, and then Bundesliga exploded last year with Haaland rookies. So they also have to buy MLS. And I think that's fair. Like you want to be a retailer, you shouldn't be able to pick and choose all these brands. You should be able to support across the board so that you represent that the manufacturer in that manner. So if you want to sit there and say, oh, I want basketball cards, I want baseball cards, or I want hockey cards, you should try to carry at least something of every single brand. So
right.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me do one thing, and then I'll ask you one thing.
Sure.
So right now, Karvin, we have surpassed 3 hours.
All right.
Yeah. So how are you feeling?
I'm good. I'm good. Yeah.
Okay. I'm good to go for a little while longer if you are. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Just make sure you're cool. So let me ask you this question, because I wanted to transition into this anyway, because now we're in this world. We've entered into the distribution world a little bit here. So can you do me a favor? Just high level.
Okay.
What is the distributors? What do they do? Like, we've got the manufacturer. They make the cards. They produce the cards. They pack out the cards. You got the collectors who buy the cards. You got the dealers who will sell the cards to them. But it's got to get there somehow. What is the distributor's role? What do they do? Well,
I mean, the distributor role was there's many functions that we have, right? Number one, obviously the manufacturers, they also sell direct to certain stores. They don't sell direct to online retailers. Or breakers in that matter, and it's for us to serve the masses of the retailers that come to us. So for a true distributor, obviously, it's really a B2B business, right? We sell to a retailer, and then they sell it to a consumer, right? So it's like what you call a middleman. So one advantage is that rather than and everyone says, well, I can just go directly to the manufacturer. Well, if you're not a store, you can't. And if you are a store, yes, you can go to Topps, you can go to Panini, you can go to Upper Deck and buy directly. But also, we are a one-stop shop, right? So we carry, if you need top loaders, there's no top loaders from those manufacturers. If you need, perhaps you want gaming cards with it, if you're going to be a store that's diversified into gaming supplies. So as a distributor, we're supposed to have that inventory to help, accessorize your products. All right. And that way we can secure all the vendors and everything, and you just go to a one-stop shop. It's no different than, let's say if you're going, back in the day when we buy trading cards as a business, we'd go to the cash and carry, the candy wholesalers to get the trading cards. Well, that was where the convenience stores, they don't have to deal with, whether it's Roundtree, is it called Roundtree or whatever it was, or Nelson's. They don't have to do all these deals with chocolate companies and milk companies. They just go to a cash and carry and buy it. And that was the role they served. So you have a one-stop shop.
So to your point, the one-stop shop thing is that basically rather than work out individualized deals where you may have to do a certain amount of volume to get a certain amount of allocation, et cetera, that and the other thing,
right? You
can deal with you guys, and depending on what your relationship is, you may be able to get some product in different categories.
Right. And you also have one assigned sales rep that you handle majority of your business with. That way,
Sure.
with a distributor. Now, you may be dealing with 3 different distributors and 3 different sales reps, but that person is supposed to service you for, maybe, if you're dealing with me and I'm dealing with your account, you may be getting another person for gaming, but really for the sports card side, you have me to handle all that. That's the role. So that, if you're one small mom and pop shop, it's hard for you to go to, well, I got to deal with this company, hit these deadlines, pre-orders, need supplies, and go through like 20 different sources to get your product. So it is a one-stop shop, and then we can also introduce other ideas, like other products, that we would carry. So diversify your portfolio, your store too as well. Lastly, when you're dealing with a lot of new companies, you might not have any credit history. You might not be able to use, and that itself, the distributors, if you have a strong relationship with distributors, then you can get some credit with them. So you can buy on credit. And that is another advantage too, is that you get 15-day terms, 20-day terms, 30-day terms, So
you offer a lot of different options in terms of how you can get product, the types of product you can get.
Right.
I just wanted to have a broad strokes thing, because we'll hear the word distributor.
Right.
Conceptually, we think we know what that is, but it's just good to get a little bit of a broad strokes concept, like a layout of what that is, because it encompasses a number of different things based on what you're talking about.
Sure.
So let me grab a couple of comments here as well as we're talking.
Sure.
Paul's always encouraging. He's always encouraging. As soon as you get to 4, he'll say go for 5.
That's because he's eating donuts covered in cocaine here.
Oh my goodness.
That's his avatar.
I'm not touching that. Anyway, so I'm gonna get back to this, Bob. Hang tight for 2 seconds. We'll get back to this in a second. I just want to lead off of where you just went, but we'll come back to this in just a sec. Okay. So let me ask you one question. Again, we can stick broad strokes. I just want to start off with it. Mm-hmm. When you were chatting with Jeremy back in April, we had kind of gotten started on this whole thing. We had, the run up was starting, but it hadn't like gone where it is. Because I'm curious about this question. I think this is an interesting question just to ask. Broad strokes again.
Right.
We had one environment in April. Things were happening. Things were developing, whatever.
Right.
It's been about 6 or 7 months.
Right.
Things have continued. Things have progressed. Some markets have gone up. Some markets have gone down. We got some sports backs. In December, we may get basketball back. That's on the cusp of happening. There's a lot of stuff going on. What has changed for you guys, distribution side now, between April, when you were chatting with Jeremy earlier in the year, and kind of where you are now? Has it much changed, or is it a lot of the same, or is it what's going on?
Well, obviously the market has got hotter with the pandemic, right? Sure. The supply of products is way shorter than the demand, right? So that has happened, and on top of it, for us, in terms of business, I mean, business is really strong. Everyone wants something. I mean, who would have thought that we have to allocate out top loaders and sleeves and prevent people from buying so much? And obviously a lot of stores or a lot of breakers can't even get enough from us, and they're buying off eBay, paying insane prices for supplies. So the only time that I've ever heard of a shortage of supplies was back in '99, when nobody had Ultra Pro pages because of the Pokemon craze. Right. And it's kind of funny now, come 20 years later now, after this whole sports card has gone up and gone crazy, Pokemon is the next thing that's.
I was going to say Pokemon's back. Ironically, since you bring it up, Pokemon is back in the question. Yeah. Yeah.
Pokemon is insane, and I'm not sure if pages are going to be part of the equation now, because everyone wants to get Pokemon cards graded, and that's an aspect. And graded cards are going for 8 to 10x. So there has been a big paradigm shift in the marketplace, because a lot of other people have joined. Like, we all knew that Gary Vee made an impact as a YouTuber, influencer, and his passion for trading cards. But other people have now joined, like Steve Aoki is breaking cards, and he has 2 million followers. You have all kinds of, like, Dumb Money is buying boxes of
Logan Paul as well.
Logan Paul, influencer. But Dumb Money, it was funny with Dumb Money, and both Logan Paul and Dumb Money. So I watch a lot of YouTube, and it's not just sports cards. One of the things I was watching, and this goes all the way back in January. So Sorry, I'm going off a different tangent here. I was
By
looking
the way,
at
JR, I will get to your question as well because it leads with Bob's question. We'll get back to it. But I do see it. We'll get back to it. Go ahead.
so I was trying to figure out what credit cards I want to use for. Like I currently have American Airlines credit card. I have an eBay eBay credit card that gives you 2%.
Yeah.
I have a Costco because I have a Costco membership with that, and I get 3% off. I think food. I get 4% off gasoline. Then I travel a lot. There's no travel fees and all that stuff. So I have a Costco card as well. So I get all my percentages back. So I started watching these guys who do their specialty was finance stuff, and they were telling you which credit cards would you use. So I've already made the decision. Okay, one guy said, yes, the eBay card's good. You just the difference is you get 2% back, and you have to deposit into your eBay account and then utilize. Well, I use eBay anyway, so I don't mind it being in my eBay account. So that was one that I already signed up and I had it. So the American Airlines would say, yeah, there's no function for that. You get your miles initially, and you pay a standard monthly yearly fee. And the two people I watched was Grant Stephan.
I love his channel. I'm familiar with it. Yep.
Right, and he has over 2 million followers. And so happens he bought a pack of Pokemon on Logan Paul's podcast.
That's right. That's right.
And he went over there and met up with Logan Paul, and he's talking about moving to Las Vegas and all this stuff. So I watch him, and he's actually pretty good. He's really interesting. He does a good job of. And the other guy I was watching was Dave Hansen, who also has the channel of Dumb Money. And also,
I like his channel because he's the one who has really high production values, but he has business outside of YouTube, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I know who you're talking.
Yeah,
I watch a lot of these same channels. I know what you're talking about.
So after watching, and Dave Hansen was the guy that he was the first guy to get the Apple card, and he was talking, and he's the guy that really drops the card on titanium cards and the sound of the the and
that was his thing with a recent video. Like he was the first guy to get the preview.
The X1 card.
That one.
Yeah. Yeah, and he even said, I guess I'm the guy that drops a card and created that, the sound thing. And then I was watching Dave Hansen also, talk about the different cards, and I was trying to maximize because I travel so much. I was like, well, I should take advantage of the fact. And it was like, okay, I'm going to get American Express Platinum, even though it's $550. It has benefits with Uber, it has benefits with, and by the time, and the big thing is that when I travel from country to country in Asia, I want to go take advantage of the lounges. So one of them was the priority pass, which is going to cost you $200 a year anyways. So $200, I get $200 in Uber credits. I was like, it's $100, and I have the access to the Century lounges. So, but also why I watched him was because I'm still fascinated with the Black Centurion card. I'll never get one. And he did the unboxing for the Black Centurion card. So it just so happens that he's Dumb Money, and he started opening boxes of Pokemon. I was like, I can't believe this. They are now entering my expertise of trading cards and Pokemon, and let's say if I wanted to talk to these guys, I can reach out to them. I mean, Grant Stephan is in LA; he's pretty close by.
Well, he's just about. I think from the last video I saw, we won't go too far down this rabbit hole, but like I said, I'm familiar with who you're talking about.
Yeah.
He's basically going to be in Las Vegas pretty soon.
No, his house is still not completely finished.
No, I agree with you, but I'm saying like it's in construction. It will get to that point, and then it'll be. He'll milk it for more content between now and then.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he's on every other day. So
exactly.
So then he's really good. I like his videos. It's done well, and he is very informative. He tells you how much money he makes on YouTube and affiliates and all that, which is great. That's what he should do. So, but anyways. Besides that, it was just funny that I was watching these guys for credit cards, and all of a sudden now they're getting into the Pokemon world. And then I do play a little bit of Pokemon Go, so I watch some of the Pokemon Go players, and now they're all opening Pokemon boxes cards. So, like Mystic Seven's one of them. He has about 2 million followers too, and now he's opened the Twitch channel just to open Pokemon cards.
So since we're down the non-sports rabbit hole, let's go there for a second. Since we're there, we got there. Like I said, I want to kind of go naturally with where we go in the conversation. I'm happy to go there.
Sure.
So let's talk a little bit Pokemon, but let me get the questions here because I let Bob and JR have they got a couple of questions here, and I think it's valid. You got a little bit of insight in this. So WWE products, I would say to you. So first, I'll give my opinion, then please, Karvin.
Sure.
So the online community does seem small, but I will say they're dedicated, and I do see that stuff selling out at least in some of the dealers that I deal with, because there is definitely an interest. It's like entertainment cards, right? It's like you got sports cards, but you also got entertainment cards. WWE, despite its best efforts, that's a different conversation. I'm not going to get into it. I already said I'm going to do the sports card chat tomorrow. We'll do that tomorrow. Sorry, the wrestling chat tomorrow. But I will say that it is a dedicated fan base. And they're releasing some high-end products. WWE's got some high-end products because they've got, I think, Undisputed is the current one that's been out that's pretty hot for some folks that are buying it and opening boxes of it. Right. So WWE is one thing. And then UFC. I will say I've opened some UFC stuff. I enjoy it. I have fun with it. But it's a different market. It's not completely carryover and crossover. But just any thoughts about the WWE and UFC product?
So at this moment, I do see more interest in the WWE. Sure. Mainly a couple of factors. One factor, I think the WWE has some intrinsic value with some of the wrestlers. So we definitely know that Undertaker sells really well. Alyssa Bliss on a lower scale sells really well, and she of course has a lot of fans. Also with Stone Cold Steve Austin sells well. Obviously, if they can ever get The Rock, that would be a game changer.
I'm not sure if they can afford him at this point.
Well, they just have to build into his contract. I mean, he still shows up once in a while, so you know.
I get you, but like from WWE, I think this is just my opinion. Their relationship with The Rock is we have so much goodwill built up that once in a while we can ask you very nicely, Mr. Johnson, to come by and grace us with your presence. But he doesn't have to do any of it.
No, he doesn't.
Because and we were talking a little bit earlier about wrestling thing. Is like you watch a little bit here and there, you watch WrestleMania and things like that. I will say to you, Impact Wrestling, which is I would say like a third tier wrestling organization, relatively speaking. Yeah. AEW is building itself up. They're a second tier, I would consider them. Sure. But Impact Wrestling is a third tier. At one point, they were close. They were close to being there, but they're not there. Right. But they produce a good product. They introduced Ken Shamrock, UFC superstar as well, into their version of the Hall of Fame. Right. And as part of the people that were saying nice things about him, they were able to get The Rock. But that's because Ken Shamrock was friends with The Rock back in the day. Right. So otherwise, Impact was able to say like, hey, we had The Rock, come in and do he did like a pre-recorded thing, but they're like, hey, we got some words from The Rock. So for them, they're like, we got The Rock on our show. Right. And they did. But it was only because Ken Shamrock had been friends with him back in the day that he asked for a personal favor and The Rock accommodated. Right. The Rock will do whatever he feels like. So, and WWE can't complain about it because it's The Rock. Right. And if they would like The Rock to come back, they're not going to say a word. No, they're not. Normally, they would frown upon him showing up on a competition show. The one thing that I will say, if there's an opportunity to get it, the fact that Topps got Harrison Ford to sign for Star Wars, and they're consistently getting him, they'll chance it. But I mean, The Rock is busy. He's one of the top money makers in Hollywood, and the tough part of all these deals that you're talking about, that and I know, look, if you can reach the celebrity, it's a different ballgame, right? Yes. But also, being a big card company, it's very hard to bypass the agency like CAA and say, like, if CAA represents The Rock and you're going to say, hey, can you get us The Rock? And the CAA is like, he has no interest in signing 25 autographs for, $500 a piece. The appearance for him is like $500,000 appearance, right? Yeah. So realistically, he has no interest. So already at that point, you're kind of cut yourself off. Yeah. Unless like something like Mark Wahlberg, all of a sudden he wants to be into sports cards and he's approaching, Panini and obviously Panini gives him product or something like that, or I don't know if he's sold him product. Then you have an in with that celebrity, right? So there at the summit, there was a industry summit for, obviously industry people. There was Mark Wahlberg doing the intro, right? So for that event. But what I would say is that if you can reach The Rock directly, that's one thing. But you also don't want to bypass the agency because then they can cut you off from everyone else. I think to your point, I don't want to cut you off. I just want to add a quick thing for what you're saying. I think at that level, guys of that level or folks of that level, it's basically relationships. Yes. Like I use the example of Impact. Impact would never get The Rock to so much acknowledge their existence. Right. Were it not for the fact that he had a pre-existing relationship with Ken Shamrock. That's and because Ken Shamrock directly asked, The Rock was like, absolutely no problem. Right. And because he's The Rock, he can do whatever he wants. That's right. But under normal circumstances, Impact Wrestling could sell their company and they wouldn't be able to afford The Rock. Right. They could. But in that situation, they were the beneficiaries of a pre-existing relationship with someone who could get to The Rock and communicate with him directly.
Yeah, I agree. So the WWE license or the brand, I think, is stronger in terms of value, just because of the history. Hulk Hogan, of course, Bret the Hitman Hart. These guys aren't selling for a ton, but they're still good hits. And as part of it is also the feel-good factor that these are all brand names that you're getting in terms of hits. Like for example, someone sent me a Ricky the Dragon Steamboat card. It wasn't a valuable card, but it's just like I watched him as a kid, so you kind of brings back memories, and it's a nice looking card, and their autographs are amazing. Like these WWE legends, they sign full autographs, and that's great. You don't get this in sports cards. A lot of the sports, and getting that is actually, I like the autographs. Autograph to me helps the aesthetics of the card, so it's important to see a nice autograph. But Stephanie McMahon signing, Shane McMahon signing. So, Topps is now digging into the area where they're getting a lot of people. They also have a product called Transcendent, which is like the Transcendent Baseball, which is, over 10,000 US a box. It's like closer to 15,000 a box.
For
right?
WWE, really? Transcendent?
Yeah. And last year it was a huge hit with all the people attended because they had 4 wrestlers. I think they had Ric Flair. They had The Big Show. I can't remember who else they had. I think they had 4 wrestlers in total, and they were all engaging. And they're, the WWE wrestlers are actually really easygoing and easy to get along. It's not like they want to go there and then they want to leave, right? They want to spend time with their fans, and which is great.
Yeah.
And people,
we were chatting about it a little bit earlier. The WWE wrestlers, they're entertainers.
They're all
they know where their bread is buttered.
Right.
For them, it's a very different part of the selling point, part of the appeal is that unlike a professional sports athlete, we will take that extra time to, if it's a meet and greet, you're going to meet and you're going to greet.
Right.
We'll hang out. We'll have a quick conversation with you. We'll do all these extra things because it's entertainment. We need to sell you on the product and everything else.
So let's talk about even like when WWE and AEW, I think AEW is a great wrestling league. I
think I'll quickly address Bob's point here.
Right.
So you're 100% right, Bob, in the sense that it outdraws NXT. It doesn't outdraw the main roster shows, but I would argue, as an older school wrestling fan, I enjoy their product more. So day to day, show to show, I enjoy their product more. It makes more sense to me. I feel like it flows better.
Right.
Long run wise, I like their future. I like a lot of what they're doing. They're doing the right things, and they're doing it in the steps and the levels. And TNT seems very happy with them, and that can only help. If a national broadcaster is willing to back you and is willing to provide that support and promotion, it can only help.
So the one thing that I look at the AEW brand, they got amazing wrestlers.
Yes.
So the way I look at it is, it's not about the storyline in that. You're really watching it purely for the wrestling. They're technically the best wrestlers at their craft. But WWE does it's an entertainment. It's a show, it's an event, and that's what they do. They have storylines, and I call it, male soap opera. That's what it is. It's soap opera for males. It goes from show to show. There's storylines, and AEW hasn't got to that level. WCW back in the day
I'm totally with you. I get your point.
Yeah.
But I will say, have you watched a lot of AEW recently?
No, it's getting better.
I feel like storyline wise, WWE is dropping the ball on that a little bit, but that's my personal opinion. I feel like they've done themselves a disservice with the storyline part of it. I actually think AEW has been more consistent with their storylines in recent years, in recent times. But like I said, time will tell. But I'll personally vouch for AEW's storytelling. I like what they're doing. And the WWE, historically, you're correct.
Right. And AEW has only been there for a year and a bit. So it's a matter of time, and longevity is a key, right? So
for sure.
I think Triple H has done a good job running WWE, with Stephanie and all that. So I think over time, if it lasts that long, and obviously their contracts are way more open for the wrestlers to wrestle in other leagues, go back to Japan, all that stuff. So they're a little bit more accommodating than WWE is. So they may attract even more talent in the future.
And that will only help. Yes.
Yeah. So that license may be more desirable at that time, but at this moment, the WWE license is still more attractive. The second factor, which you guys don't realize, you guys probably don't know, is that WWE has traveled to Saudi Arabia, which I think a lot of people were talking about that. I met the managing director in China with WWE. They had events in China where all the big WWE wrestlers were there. So even I have customers in Asia that want to buy WWE.
Yep.
So it's growing in those markets. As the one thing of note that since April, we're talking about products because of the increase in pricing, the demand on sports card products. Now we're not seeing as much as in hockey, but I think we're gonna start seeing this year. Is that every sport's going up? It's becoming to a point where it's not fun to open. Now it's like, right, because you're paying $1,000 for a box, and like, oh man, I'm sweating it, right?
Yeah.
When you're opening a box of hockey, WWE, even UFC. Look at, you're spending $1,000 is a couple of cases almost in some cases, right? So it's like the entertainment value is there. Like one box, one card, or 4 cards, or in one box is $1,000 or $800 US. I can open 200 packs here for the same price, and really enjoy it. So that's part of, and we're seeing it across the board with non-sport, even Game of Thrones is making a comeback, and I think that's part of the reason is because for $1,000 you can buy over a case of product and have fun.
Can I ask you a question related to exactly what you're talking about? Because I agree with you. I totally agree with you. I think, and I'll speak to the UFC since we've been talking about WWE and AEW for a bit.
Sure.
I'll speak to the UFC piece. One of the collections that I've been working on is I opened a couple of boxes of 2018 Topps Chrome UFC.
Right.
And I was a big fan of the product. I liked the product. Now, mind you, the Conor McGregor took off, like the refractor took off, and I actually sold the Conor McGregor. I bought it for literally 80 cents. And I sold it for like $30 or $40.
Right.
Like when it once kind of took off. It was is recent because of the current situation and like people lost their minds. It was an 80-cent refractor. I bought it for 80 cents.
Right.
Literally 80 cents. But in the same vein, that product also had the autographs, and I've got about 27 to 28 out of the 33 autographs.
Sure.
Some of them might not have been released. So I'm a fan of the product. Like I started working on that autograph set.
Right.
And it's got Amanda Nunes in it. It's got like a bunch of the superstars, Cyborg in it, and whatever. But one thing I find, and this is just my perspective, and I'd love to get your take on it as well. I think the problem with the UFC is that you can have superstars. Amanda Nunes is a superstar. She is the best at what she does. She may be the best of all time when it's all said and done because of what she's accomplished against the competition. She's beaten the best of the best.
Right.
But at the same time, UFC careers are short. Even Anderson Silva, who is probably one of the pound-for-pound best of all time, he's at the stage of his career where he loses most of his fights. He doesn't have to keep fighting, but he wants to. And at the same time, as long as they're willing to bring him out there, in some ways it devalues it. In time, we will appreciate him more. But when he was dominant, he was dominant. But it's a combat sport. It's not like WWE where I can make a 40-year-old look good if they can perform. If you're a 40-year-old and your reflexes are starting to erode, you're going to get pummeled. It's not going to look. You're not going to look good.
Right. Yes.
We can't fix it that way. We can't make you look. A wrestler in their late 30s, early 40s is actually in their prime.
Yes.
Because they have all that experience. Plus, it's a show.
Yes.
We can make. You guess what? Goldberg at 50 is spearing somebody, and they're selling like they just died.
Right.
But it's like you're 50. You're slow enough where I could get out of the way, but I'm not going to because you're Goldberg and it's your job to win this match.
That's right.
So it's like I can make you look spectacular in this short burst, but it's a show. But in combat sports, it's like, no, I'm going to punch you in the face. I don't care. You're here. You've signed the contract. I'm going to punch you in the face. I'm going to knock you out.
Right.
You're a legend. I fully acknowledge. I'm going to feel really bad about this. But if you decided to show up, I'm going to make you look bad.
Well, one of the struggles with UFC is, obviously with every sport, it's going to be rookie based.
Sure.
And the tough part is because there's only so many fighters per event. right? And you basically want to have their first card prior or after their first event.
Sure.
So you're coming out with so many products, you don't have a lot of rookie cards, and that's the key. And usually, if it's a rookie card, it's always a guy that's on the middle of the card and potentially be a big superstar, but you might not be, and that's the problem. And some of the legends of the sport, their values aren't maintaining that high, like the Matt Hughes and the George St. Pierre's and all that. They're not selling for a ton of money, like in WWE, you see the Undertaker. He's a continuously $200 card, or Triple H is a $250 card. Stone Cold Steve Austin, and you don't have that type of stable of people that you can pull in. I mean, I'm not sure if they had Sakuraba in the past, but he's already been done by Leaf, and that's the other thing. Leaf also.
But how could they, given the fact that it is a quote unquote legitimate sport?
Right.
The reality is, even if you're the best,
right,
you take the original superstar of UFC, the original,
right.
Royce Gracie.
Royce Gracie, yeah.
He was the best. He won all the tournaments.
Right.
Until he ran into Matt Hughes, and Matt Hughes dismantled him.
Right.
And Matt Hughes was dominant until George St. Pierre dismantled him.
Right.
And Chuck Liddell was the Iceman. He destroyed people until somebody beat him.
Right.
Anderson Silva was the dominant. He was the spider. Like I'm saying this as a UFC fan. Like take the women's division. Ronda Rousey is now doing great things in WWE. When she decides to come, if she wants to come back, she'll be a star.
Right.
They'll do it again, no problem. And when she was there, she was a star.
Right.
She main evented WrestleMania. That was part of it because she's a star.
Right.
In UFC, she was a star. She was the first female to main event. She was all part of that. But here's the thing: in time, people will appreciate her more. But what they forgot was that she was to female MMA what Royce Gracie was to male MMA. She had a certain skill set that was perfect when the division was developing.
Right.
Once other people got there, all of a sudden it's like she didn't look that good against Holly Holm, who wasn't necessarily that great. She was good. She was good. But she got dismantled by the same person that Ronda Rousey was able to beat, Miesha Tate. She became the champion for one fight.
Yeah.
And then Amanda Nunes dismantled her and then proceeded to dismantle everybody else. And now it's all Amanda Nunes all the time.
Right. Right.
But the game changes. But it doesn't devalue what Ronda Rousey did for her time. She had her run where she was the champion. She was the dominant champion. She did all the things she was supposed to. She was a marketing star. She did everything.
Right.
But then the time ran out. It's the same thing happened with Royce Gracie. If I put Royce Gracie in with a modern fighter, he'll get destroyed. It's not because he's not good. Right. It's because his skill set was perfect for his time. And then the game changed.
Well, and that goes along with a lot of different other sports. Like, I mean, there is the golden standard. You set that golden standard, then everyone tries to beat it, right? So it's no different than X Games. Like you're like, hey, another X game. There's another new world record, right? Tony Hawk did this. Okay, well,
and we have to respect it though. We do respect. Like if you're a connoisseur of the game,
right?
You respect what Royce Gracie did because he laid the groundwork.
Exactly.
But then people build off the groundwork and then they go further.
Right.
And eventually, if you're Royce Gracie, you get left behind.
Oh,
because you can only develop to a certain point because you were there at the beginning. You didn't have somebody to build off of. You were what they built off of.
Right.
And then it continues past you. But we still respect the guy. We still have to respect him.
Oh no, he's he won like the first 5 or 6 UFC.
It was like the first 3 or 4. It was the first 3. But the point is, like, he helped develop it. He helped get it to start a launching pad. And then once it became huge, then we could go back and say, you know what? You were the first legend. And then we got to look at Ken Shamrock. And then we got to look at
Tito.
Chemo. And there were a lot of early stars. And then Tito Ortiz eventually came down the pipeline. And I'm forgetting somebody that I'm going to feel really bad about because he won one of the early UFCs.
Well, Kevin Randleman was the guy that got beaten by Liddell. Mm-hmm. In fact,
Dan the Beast Severn. I don't want to disrespect Dan the Beast because I like Dan the Beast Severn.
Yeah,
he was great too.
I still remember number 3 where he was beating up Royce Gracie, and Royce Gracie came back to beat him.
But that's because that was early days.
Yeah,
Royce Gracie's style wasn't something that somebody wasn't ready for yet.
Right.
It was new, and then you know what? Dan Severn developed. He kept adjusting his game. He figured it out.
Right.
And then once he figured it out, he was able to win a lot of MMA fights after that.
Yeah.
But again, everybody gets their turn. Everybody gets their time. And then but with the thing with UFC is that their times are short. Even if you're a dominant champion, you're a dominant champion for 3 or 4 years.
That's right.
And then you cycle out and we move on. WWE, The Undertaker has a 30-year run.
Yes.
We can't do that in UFC. Like, you're fighting real people who are punching you in the face. There's only so long we can do this before you start to lose a little bit off your fastball.
I agree with that. The time, look, you can beat anybody, but you can't beat Father Time.
Yeah, and you wear out a lot faster in that game. You just
yeah. Well, it's also because people now understand your game. They're gonna cater the game against you. And that's why some things to be said about Floyd Mayweather in terms of boxing. It's like he has perfected his game, that defensive style and all that, and he hasn't lost. So for that reason, but if he wants to fight again, he may end up losing. So
yeah, exactly. But that's the only reason why I say I think UFC's struggle as a product is a product of the fact that even if I take the legends, they all eventually look bad if they hang around long enough.
They do.
George St. Pierre's one of saving grace is that he has figured out when to retire.
Yeah.
Because his record is not really that blemished, although he's not the most exciting fighter.
No.
Like in recent years, but you can't argue that he got humiliated because almost all those other guys did.
Right.
Because they hung in there a little too long when they should have probably just walk away. It's okay. leave with all your accolades. They can't take it away from you.
No, they can't.
Yeah.
And George is very happy where he is financially and what he's done for sports. So he's good staying retired. He can live his life now. And he's a very simple person. It's funny because I met George's. Obviously, I didn't know he would be the superstar he would be. Mm-hmm. But we're talking about Kevin Randleman and Chuck Liddell. I actually watched that fight with George's when he was like 19 years old at a bar in Montreal. So it was never I thought that there would be two potential UFC fighters in that group with David Loazo and George St. Pierre.
Yeah, but that's kind of like I said, the only point I was making with a lot of that description, like I said, this is a guy who loves MMA. I enjoy it. I have Fight Pass. I watch a lot of the fights. I enjoy them, but I also understand what it is. It's hard to develop a real superstar.
It is,
because by the time they get there, they get on a win streak. Maybe they become champion. They win. They defend it a couple of times. If that eventually they'll run into a kick. They'll run into a punch. They'll get submitted in some way they weren't expecting. And all of a sudden, it's like, okay, well, it's really hard to climb back up that mountain. Repeat champions are rare.
It is.
Like once somebody figures out what to do with you, then that's kind of it. The playbook has been established for you.
Right.
You're going to have to completely change your game in order to fool anybody again.
Right. No, I agree.
That's why Ronda Rousey will never come back. I don't care how much money they offer. Like, she would get exposed by almost anybody who's good.
Yeah, she's been exposed like twice now, easily. So
like her legacy is better. Just stay away, because you got 2 losses on your record, but you got a ton of wins, and you got the championship and the defenses. There's no reason to go back.
Right. Agreed with that.
Yeah. So one thing I'll say, Bob, here is like, you got to remember, like, we can assume, and like I get the point, but at the same time, it's like they were testing some of those guys during that time too. Now, like I said, George St. Pierre, if you go back and look at his fights, his style wasn't really like, in his younger years, George St. Pierre was a lot more aggressive and a lot more flashy. And then he became increasingly less aggressive and less flashy as he became very aware of how to win. He figured out how to win, and I will do what I need to do and I will win this fight. I'm not going to extend myself to potentially get hurt.
And I think part of the reason is that there's been a few times, especially that fight against, I think, Carlos Conduit, where he didn't play that way, and then he almost got knocked out. Mm-hmm. So, there's times where you've seen George just get to the point of getting knocked, and of course the Matt Serra fight was the one where he gets knocked out, right? So, he's by exposing himself and trying to be more entertaining, he's actually almost lost fights and got hit pretty well. So he doesn't want to have that situation. And the style that he's taught in is also, he's more of a defensive minded person. He's worried about submission. He's worried about strikes.
Yeah.
So, and yeah, I give George St. Pierre more credit. I mean, not enough credit for what he has accomplished. Because when he was younger, he was a striker. He was not a wrestler. Remember, like he's faced all these guys that are world class wrestlers, and he out wrestled them. And he knew that his weakness was wrestling, so he went in and trained with the Canadian national wrestling team just to strengthen his weakness, and something to be said about that. That he's strong on the ground, because he was never he was always just a Brazilian jiu-jitsu type fighter, right? And then he strengthened his ground skills.
Yeah, and the thing is, that development was part of what a lot of those fighters had to do to get over the hump. Because in his era, it was Matt Hughes that you needed to get by.
Right.
And once he figured out and cracked that code, then he had his run, he had his era.
Right.
And I'm not going to take it away. Like I said, with all of these fighters, I'm not going to take it away from any of them. They all had their run, they all had their era. But like I said, from a product standpoint, it gets tough. Because I love Dan DeBeat-Severn. Right. I enjoyed him for what he was. I enjoyed Chuck Liddell. I enjoyed George St. Pierre for what he was, although I did get a little frustrated that the UFC, like the boxing game.
Right.
Your point about Floyd Mayweather is true. People watch the fights to watch him get beat up. But I wouldn't spend any money on his fights because I know he's not going to get beat up.
No,
I know he's going to avoid it like the plague. I know he's going to avoid contact like the plague. Respect, you will win fights that way. But it's not exciting. I'm not going to spend money on that.
Right.
So I get it. But at the same time, I'm like, you're kind of playing into his game here a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give this. When Mike Tyson was fighting, one way or another, this is going to end decisively.
Oh, it was
going to end quickly and decisively.
One way or another. Watch Tyson, yes.
Yes. Yeah. That's why I say, like, I will pay money to watch Tyson because one way or another, this will be decisive.
Yeah. Yeah.
Something crazy will happen, but this will be decisive. But Floyd Mayweather is like, yeah, I'm going to get 12 rounds.
Right.
He'll win probably at the end of it, but I'll get 12 rounds.
Yeah.
I just don't know how exciting that's going to be.
That's it's funny because a lot of people don't watch his fights, or will say, "Oh man, Floyd Mayweather's great." I'm like, have you ever watched him fight? He just sticks his chin in between, right by his shoulder, and that's it. That's his strategy. Yeah, and he only exposes weak points.
Full mileage, it works.
Yep.
But like, I'm not spending money on that.
No,
that's just me. Like I like my money. I would like, if I'm going to pay money to be entertained, I would like to actually be entertained.
Exactly.
That would be my preference.
I agree.
But hopefully, I wanted it was us ending up talking a little bit about UFC as well. But hopefully, you guys can see though that from a sport perspective or from a business entertainment perspective, UFC's tough because you can market certain stars, but by the time the product's released, are they still the stars?
Right.
If they get knocked out, whereas you can put the Undertaker on there, you can put Stone Cold Steve Austin. Their legacies are established. The fans they have are still the fans. Stone Cold is still a legend. The Rock's still a legend. You can put these people out there. And even Alexa Bliss, who may not be the greatest technical wrestler of all time, she is an entertainer. She is a character. She has established that fan base from that. Right. And I think some of her recent work is actually quite good. It's like, put all the pieces together. It's a lot easier for these folks to carry a product, or at least a part of a product.
Well, the reason why The Rock is so successful is not because, technically he's a great wrestler when he was younger.
Yeah.
But the main reason why people liked him, because he was part of that whole Nation of Domination group, and and then he became the villain, and then the Intercontinental Champion, is because the fact that he was well versed, he was entertaining, talking to the crowd. You can tell that from a young age. I mean, it was funny when. Everywhere he went, so this is the time when he was a villain, and I remember this one show I was watching, and everyone was booing Rocky Malavita, right? So they're all booing him. And for some reason, Toronto already knew. It was like Toronto kind of knew that this guy was going to be a superstar in the making, The Rock, and he was doing his shtick, his eyebrow and being the heel and the villain, and the Toronto crowd was cheering him. And you can just see him like perplexed. His look was just perplexed, looking at the Toronto crowd like, you guys are cheering me. You're not supposed to cheer me. But the Toronto fans loved him because he was just that good. He was that entertaining. And then immediately, almost like, I think a few months after that, also he became the hero now, the crowd's favorite now. And then,
no, for sure. And I will say to you that you're 100% right. But I will say to you, The Rock did eventually figure out how to he'll mess around with it because the Canadian audiences are very tuned in
Yeah.
to what's going on in the show and all that.
Yeah.
Although The Rock understood later on in the early 2000s, he came back because in WrestleMania 18, he did the match with Hulk Hogan.
Right.
And it did the thing where they love Hogan in Toronto. So Hogan became the hero in the show. He came out as Hollywood Hogan, but he was still getting cheered.
Yeah.
But then by the end of but then later on, The Rock came back after a brief hiatus when he was doing movies and doing whatever. And then he became like, he did his brief Hollywood Rock era where he was talking about tofu and all this stuff. And he was playing the whole thing up. But then he went in Toronto and he figured out, he was in Toronto and he's like, all right, I'm just going to take a shot at the Maple Leafs. This is the easiest way. He's like, I'm just going to take a shot at the Leafs. I'll get you to boo. It's not a problem. It's like, you're not doing sing along with The Rock and I'm going to make fun of the Maple Leafs. You're going to like it.
Yeah.
So, but he knew by that point he had mastered the art of like, I'm going to play with, I understand what you guys are doing.
Yeah.
I'm still going to get you to boo me.
Yeah.
I'll get you to do it anyway. I'll find a way.
Yeah.
There were certain guys that understood how to do that.
Right.
My favorite was, and you guys can find this on YouTube. You can look it up. I won't spend too much time talking more wrestling. I promise. We're almost done.
Right.
But I will give you guys one if you ever want to look it up on YouTube. Look up Shawn Michaels.
Of course.
Look up Montreal. But specifically, this is years after the Montreal Screwjob. I'm talking about when Shawn Michaels was back in Montreal. He was going to face Hulk Hogan. This is probably 2005. So right around this is the era. He was going to do the SummerSlam match with Hulk Hogan.
Right.
So he's out to promote the match with Hogan. That's his job. But the Montreal crowd is letting him have it.
Right.
Because obviously they remembered the thing with Bret Hart in Montreal.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So at a certain point, like Shawn Michaels is doing his whole thing and the crowd is losing their minds. They're booing him like crazy. And then at a certain point, Shawn Michaels is like, and the thing is, he knew this was going to happen.
Right.
So he finishes his bit with Hogan. He finishes his quick line towards Hogan and blah, 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 because he's still selling the match.
Right.
And he's like, all right, and he's like basically making fun of Montreal. And he goes like, look, if your hero, Bret Hart, and I'm paraphrasing, so you can check, you can find the actual promo.
Right.
He goes, if your hero, Bret Hart, had the guts to come out here tonight, and he's playing it all up. He's doing the whole thing. Yeah. Tonight, I would tell him I screwed you before, and I'm going to screw you again, and that's what he's doing. And the crowd's like booing him, booing him, booing him. And then at one moment, Bret Hart's theme music hits.
Right.
It hits in the middle of Bell Center in Montreal, and the crowd is losing their minds. And all this is going on. And Shawn Michaels is like cowering in fear, and he's got the face, like he's doing the whole thing. Because it looks like the regular wrestling angle. And Bret Hart's about to come out and confront him and blah, blah, blah in Montreal. And it goes for about a minute. And then towards the end, he just looks around and he starts laughing. He goes, I got your hopes up just a little bit, didn't I? He played right into it. He understood what was going to happen. And he literally had them play Bret Hart's theme song. And he goes, that's the last time you're going to hear Bret Hart's theme song. This is years before Bret Hart came back eventually.
Yeah.
But Shawn Michaels knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
That's entertainment.
It is.
WWE is entertainment.
Yeah.
He understood that I'm in Montreal.
Yeah.
They're going to react like this.
Right.
So I bet if I set it up just right and played Bret Hart's theme music, they're thinking it's Pavlov's, thing.
Right.
They hear his theme music. They think, oh my God, Bret Hart's going to come out tonight, right now.
Yeah.
Because Shawn Michaels set it up, this whole thing. And then Bret Hart never came out because Bret Hart wasn't there.
Yeah.
It was just to mess with them.
Yeah.
And he trolled an entire crowd at the Bell Center in Montreal.
But that's what I'm saying. Like the WWE, they're the way they do things, the show is tremendous.
I do agree with you, but bear in mind the year that I said. That was Shawn Michaels, and that was in 2005.
Yeah.
I was watching the show regularly up until a year or two ago, and I just got frustrated. As a longtime fan, I was just frustrated with what I was watching. It's like being a hockey fan or a baseball fan or whatever. You know what good baseball or good hockey looks like.
Right.
And when you see it done, like people are kind of going through the motions, they're just kind of doing it, but not really doing it. Well, it's frustrating.
The frustrating part is that they managed to get AJ Styles over. They managed to get, was it Shinsuke Nakamura, right? And they just let them die.
So for Shinsuke, in NXT, yes. In the main roster, no. They kind of squandered that opportunity. They had it there. He's a talented guy. Well,
they're both technically like two of the best wrestlers out there.
Yeah.
They have to utilize to appease the wrestling.
And AJ Styles is a talent. He's a proven talent for years. It's not like he just showed up and is like, oh, WWE taught him. AJ Styles was almost a 20-year veteran when he showed up.
Right.
So it's
So
like he already knows how to do this. Just let him do the thing that he does.
Right. And they didn't promote him. They kept on promoting the other guys that aren't as talented in terms of pure wrestling.
Yeah, AJ Styles did well. All things considered, I will say Shinsuke squandered opportunity.
Right.
AJ Styles did okay. I'll give it like a C plus B minus because they still didn't use him to his full capabilities because AJ Styles is so talented.
I mean, the fight that, not this year, but last year's WrestleMania, I don't know if it was 2019 or 2018, the one that they fought each other against at WrestleMania. That was like one of the better fights, same as the Charlotte Flair versus Asuka fight.
Yeah.
So, those like technically sound wrestlers, and that's why they lost, Chris Jericho, because once again, he's the technically sound fighter, but showman wise, maybe he's not as good as a showman that they wanted. So I think WWE rather have a showman than a technically sound wrestlers, and that's why AEW.
Sorry, you're talking about Jericho?
Yeah, Jericho.
Jericho's like 99% showman. He was a technical wrestler more so once upon a time, but his shtick in AEW is that he is a showman.
Oh no, but he left WWE to go to AEW. I'm saying they weren't utilizing him properly in
Agreed. The thing with a lot of these folks is that Chris Jericho was at a stage in his career where he's made enough money.
Right.
The money isn't the issue. And he could kind of come and go as he pleased. He had a good deal with WWE because he could come and go as he pleased. He'd show up for a couple of months, do a couple of things, and then leave. Show up for a couple of months, do a couple of things, and then leave. Go off and do music with Fozzy. Whatever he wanted to do.
Right.
And it was a good deal. But then AEW said, help us build this.
And they did.
Be our first champion. Establish credibility. And then hang out as much or little as you want.
Yeah.
And he's hung around to help a lot of these different characters and things build up, and the foundation is being laid. And Chris Jericho knows so much about professional wrestling that he's like, I will show you how to do some of these things. And he doesn't need to be the champion anymore. He did it for a brief run just to establish them. And he goes, okay, now it's you. You do it now.
Yeah. Well, they have Kenny Omega still, right? So
they do. That's what I mean. Like, they have so many talented guys that Chris Jericho's job was to establish them, get them on the map. Now they have the multi-year deal with TNT.
Yep.
They're good to go. So Chris Jericho's still hanging around. He does entertaining stuff on the show every week.
Right.
But he doesn't need to be the champion anymore. He already did it. He didn't need it, but he said, no, I'll help you. I'll build this brand. I'll establish it. Now you have credibility. Now the network likes you. They're going to hang out for a couple of years and pay you because the network deal they've got is fantastic now.
Right.
So they get tens of millions of dollars a year now, which means that now as a product, they're going to be good for a couple of years.
Yeah.
That's the WWE deal. Like, WWE has the benefit of hundreds of millions of dollars in rights fees.
That's right.
Which means that you make money hand over fist, even if your product's a little mediocre.
Yeah.
Even if your ratings have been going down for about 20 years.
Yep. Yeah.
So it's money. It goes back to money.
It is. It's always about money. I mean, Vince McMahon's all about money anyway, so.
Correct. Absolutely. So let's finish off with this, Karvin, because I think we're just winding down here. I think we're tailing the end.
Okay.
The last thing I wanted to, and down the road, we'll definitely revisit some of this because there's certainly other spots we can hit. There's a lot, for sure. Right. But let me hit on this just kind of finish up.
Okay.
We talked about a little bit about, you laid out for us kind of what the distribution thing is. You laid out kind of the role that it plays. We talked about the differences over the last couple of months and how it's gone.
That's right.
Just high level again. We can do one or two more and then we'll finish up here.
Sure.
I know you're watching the market because it's here. It's in front of you and it's pertinent to your business.
Right.
Is there any specific things that you're concerned about at the current market the way it is? Obviously it's hot and you're able to sell a lot of product.
Right.
It's hard to keep it on shelves, so to speak.
Yeah, there's definitely concerns. I mean, obviously this is a territory we've never charted into.
Sure.
Right. Being how hot it is and what things are going for, like, there's definitely, you can tell that there's a lot of interest, and I think there's still good buys based on how hot the market is. Sure. However, my biggest concern is like, okay, Logan Paul's going into Pokemon, Gary Vee's into sports cards, all these big influencer are convincing people, and now it gets to a point where it's really, are they speculators or are they sports card enthusiasts? And my concern is that if they're speculators, we know how speculators are. They they come in for a while, they make the market hot, and it may cool off fast if they start leaving the industry. And that's my concern. I hope whatever that has attracted them into this business maintains their interest, and they continue to invest, speculate, or trade and operate a business, or whatever the case is, help the commerce, the economy of trading cards. Because if they leave, then does that mean that cards are going to go down? We've already seen a little bit of a dip in terms of some of the cards now recently. Yeah. Wax boxes have dipped for a little bit, and then now it's gotten strong again. So hopefully with the oncoming season, because now the off season is so short now, maybe there's perhaps now the season is going to start again, and I want to start buying again, versus in the past you have 3 months or 4 months of off season, and it takes a while before things heat up again. Sure. So that is it. And then I honestly think that the pandemic is keeping people at home. People obviously are not taking trips overseas. They're not eating out as much. And on top of it, they might, the one thing, I know that Jeremy talked about, they're not doing sports gambling, and even if they're sports gambling, they might not be sports gambling the way they were, prior to the pandemic. Once you start, it's funny, like when you spend money, like let's say you bought a case of cards for $2,000. When you're in that moment, $2,000 doesn't seem like a lot of money. When you walk away from a while back, you're like, wow, $2,000 is a lot of money. So when you go back to trying to acclimate yourself back to $2,000, you might not want to spend the $2,000. So I hope that the trading card economy continues to turn over, and people are, turning over cards, buying and selling, and we continue to see this renewed interest, and more people come into the marketplace. But I am, obviously, it's gotten to the point where, when let's say a stock gets to a point where it's at the highest that it's ever been, and it's how many X higher, you're like, are you concerned? Of course I am. I have concerns. I'm nervous about the marketplace, and and things can get affected, not necessarily even by sports card. It could be something that happens. Like right now we're waiting on, I don't even know if I haven't watched it, but we're waiting on the election on who's going to be the next president of the United States, right? So, that type of thing can also, global issues can affect it too.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very practical reality.
Right.
Anything that impacts the economy, anything that impacts, business,
right,
can definitely have an impact. I don't want to get into an in-depth conversation on it in hour 4. I think it's not where we want to start, like a full-length conversation. But just as a high-level thing, just for us to start to think about, because in all honesty, Karvin, if you're game, not too long from now, I would love to do like a part 2 where we'll touch on some of these other topics because they're relevant as well.
Right.
We've got, and I've talked about it on my channel a little bit, we've got the fractional ownership model. We've got the likelihood or possibility, in reality it's likelihood, of institutional money as well, which could pump more money into the market. It kind of plays opposite of what you're talking about, because even if the individual card collector starts to withdraw money, if institutional money starts to throw more money in there, money's money. If it throws money in the middle of the pot, the economy keeps going. The card economy in this case, it keeps rolling.
Right.
As long as somebody's feeding the beast keeps going.
That's right.
But the question, and like I said, we're not going to address it tonight, not in full, but just one of the things that I think about is, okay, could this basically artificially just keep it going? Because even if the card collector has reached the point where they've run out of dry powder, they've run out of credit, they've run out of just about everything they can throw at this thing, but the institutional money comes in with a couple of $1 million buying up a bunch of the stuff, well, does the market really know the difference? If you start running the numbers and it sells the same amount of cards, who cares whether it's one person or 1,000 people buying it?
Well, my biggest concern or worry is that there are people that are buying boxes of cards, right? And you're not going to see as much in hockey at this moment, but the average person buying boxes of Topps baseball. So if I'm buying, or let's take an example for Upper Deck Hockey. Let's say Upper Deck Hockey currently is about $100 Canadian. Does that sound right? $100 Canadian.
It was. We'll be curious about what this year looks like.
Okay,
Historically, it has been. Historically,
$100 Canadian.
Yeah.
So I know that even from having my own store in the past, it's like a guy comes in, I'll buy a case of cards, so $1,200 Canadian. So let's say if the market changes now it becomes $300, you're like, hey, that same case is 3,600, and that guy's, well, I buy this every year from you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it costs me more to replace it. It's going to be 3,600. I'll do a deal in 35. You know what the answer is going to be from that person. Mm-hmm. You'll say, yeah, I'll see you. Yeah. They'll probably look for finding a better deal. They'll probably look at buying a set in the future. Yeah. And that potentially you could lose a customer. And if we're not careful, once again, as I said, I don't care. I understand that people sometimes will cry about things or provide you with feedback. I'm not worried about those customers, because if they're coming to us with a feedback, we have a chance of getting them back. Mm-hmm. In the industry, right? So if a guy is upset about something, we need to talk to customer service at Upper Deck or Panini or Tops. We can still take care of that customer and we can still get his business back. Mm-hmm. I'm, as a retailer, distributor, or a manufacturer, even on all levels, I'm worried about the guy who says, you know what, I'm done with it, and they never come back, right? So you have no shot at getting that customer back. Mm-hmm. And that's my concern, is that if you tell a guy it's 3,600, he might say, you know what, do I really want to spend $3,600 on a case of Upper Deck hockey cards? I'm just taking it as an example at at $300 a box, because that could be the situation, how hot the market is.
Yeah. Now, using your scenario though, again, the reason I'm asking the question this way mm-hmm. is that if those institutional investors are coming in and they've decided they're going to invest in wax, so to speak, so you as the dealer, the person walks away, but somebody else comes by and he goes, I'll buy 30 cases,
right,
at $3,600 a case.
So
you as the dealer are like, well, I'm not going to say no to you.
No, of course not.
I'll sell you what I got. Here you go. So technically, it all sold.
Right.
Now, where it goes from there, that's open to interpretation, open to question.
That's my concern. In the short term, it makes all sense, right?
Yes.
In the long term, let's say that institutional collector, like especially on hockey, now we're talking about Alex Lafreniere, the next rookie coming down the pipeline may not be as a big deal. So people may not want to invest into that case of cards next time. They're going to say, well, I don't want to, the institutional investment may say, I don't want to buy these cards.
Yeah. Let me quickly grab a comment here. All
right.
So Paul is like, well, Paul, we try. We try to keep it interesting. Absolutely not. This is a pre-recorded. just thought I'd have a little fun with that. Right. Absolutely not. This is pre-recorded. I don't know what you're talking about. It is not live. Go ahead. But you're right, though. Like, I'm in agreement with your general premise. I just think it's interesting. Like, for me, and like, I try to be very upfront with everybody.
Right.
And I've had this conversation with Jeremy and other collectors and everything. I'm in an interesting spot. I'm a long-time collector. I have a passion for it. Clearly, I've spent 4 hours talking hobby.
Right.
In addition to all the other hours I've spent talking hobby over the last couple of months.
Right.
On live streams, my own videos, and everything else. Right. So I clearly have some enjoyment out of this. Otherwise, why the hell am I doing this? Because it's not lucrative, I assure you.
Right.
It's fun for me, though. I enjoy it.
Right.
But at the same time, I'm very practical. I collect my cards. I enjoy my cards. I have fun with my cards. I showed a couple of the cards. It's like, even if I think they're dumb, conceptually, I want them in my collection as part of it. It's all part of being a collector.
Right.
But here's what's interesting. If it crashed as a collector, it's not a problem for me. However, for a manufacturer, it's a huge problem. For the dealers, it's a huge problem. For the distributors, it's a huge problem. For most of the industry, it's a huge problem. As a collector, it's like, look, man, I go product by product. My player stopped playing 10 years ago.
Right.
He's in some sets, but he's not in every set. And if he was never in a set again, I've got 6,000 cards to chase.
Right.
He's like, I got plenty to do, Karvin. I don't need them to manufacture more cards. But I could totally see it from a current collector, from folks. There's a whole group of people that like are relying upon the engine continuing. And right now we've got so much inertia, so much momentum.
Right.
The question is the energy still being fed on the back end to keep the momentum going? Or does the momentum eventually slow? And right now that whole institutional money thing is interesting because it could be like rocket fuel to sit there and push it to another level. But if you do successfully price out the collector, that's not sustainable.
Yeah, and that's my kind of my concern with everything. Now, with that said, I mean, you said that if the whole market crashes and it's going to affect everyone, well, it's up to us to really acclimate to the situation, right? And as I always tell people that want to invest, want to buy boxes or singles, look at you. It's not like the stock market, and by all means, stock markets can crash and all this stuff too. But there's still a base level of equity that your stuff is worth, right? And trading cards, it's a more of a commodity where it's really what someone's willing to pay for it. Yeah. So what I always tell people is like, if you want to invest into the trading card business, then assume it's money that you're not scared to say I'm reliant on this money for a living.
Yes.
Or
no, that
world money.
You're hitting the nail on the head. Is kind of my underlying message. Right. It's tricky because I totally get it. A dealer and someone like that is in a very unique situation where their livelihood does depend on it.
Right.
The reason why I have the luxury as a collector to be able to say, well, I don't really care what happens in the market is that if my cards all go to zero, I shrug my shoulders and I move on with my day. Right. I didn't put my entire net worth into it. So it's not like trust me, this building is worth more to me as my net worth than the cards. And I'll still have this because I own it.
Right.
So it's cards don't give you dividends. And to your point, if the stock price falls below the value of all the assets, if you fire sale them, you're actually getting a bargain.
Right.
But cards are a piece of cardboard or a piece of acetate or a piece of whatever. If you reduce it to its bare essence,
right,
it's really hard to extract value
and that's my what I always tell people is like, hey, if you don't have the ability to stomach it, then please don't, because right now, I mean, you can go on Facebook and you can see people where some card values have gone down and they've lost a big portion of their investment or what they had speculated on football, and right now, it doesn't mean that it's the value has dropped off. It's just a matter of it can climb back up. But if you need to sell right now and you bought it 4 months ago, you may be a little bit upside down. So just be cautious in terms of if you're a casual investor, play with money that you're not afraid about, potentially it not doing well. And by all means, have you invested 8 months ago, you're doing really well now, right? So, it's very similar. Like, the one thing that I always talk about is stock markets. And stock markets, people always they always say the same thing: sell high and buy low. But whenever they sell, they're like, was that the high, or did I sell it too low? Or when it drops, they're like, well, do I sell now or do it? And a lot of it's emotional. It's really emotional and psychological effects in terms of the marketplace. Whether it's funny, like I'm glad that you watch some of the YouTubers I watch, but I also watch guys that do day trading. Mm-hmm. And they do day trading based on technical analysis, and it's not technical analysis based on the fundamentals of the stock. They don't even care what stock it is. They just look for certain trends, and they say these trends are caused by psychological swings by the investors, and they predetermine it, and that's how they make millions of dollars day trading. So it doesn't matter what stock it is, what industry it is, has nothing to do with dividends or PE ratios. They're just looking at those graphs that mirrors exactly what they do. And it's true. Mm-hmm. And the other thing that they also say, even Dumb Money, I was watching Dumb Money about stock market, information. They're saying, oh yeah, we're buying American Airlines, and they're like, but we're only telling you because it's for your information only. We do not tell you to buy anything because we may buy $4 million worth of stock, and if we don't think it's right, we're going to sell it immediately, and you're going to say, well, you didn't tell us. We can't.
Damn it, Karvin, you're killing me. You're delving into the world of market psychology, which is one of my favorite things. And it's like, I'm not doing this with you right now. We're too far. We've gone too far to start down this rabbit hole. Right. Because you're correct. I agree with you. So I'll just throw in a comment here from Paul. Quickly, let me grab this. Yes, that is the architect of several wonderful brands. So in case you may be aware of Karvin's background. And Paul, but the thing is, I don't want to get into this right now. I'm not doing market psychology right now, Karvin. We're not doing it in hour 4 of a conversation. We're not doing it.
All right. Okay.
But you've basically assured we're going to do a part 2. We'll get together. We'll come up with it. But I definitely want to talk about this because market psychology, one of my favorite things in the world, right? Especially when it comes to the sports, because it's everything. And I don't want to get too deep into it right now. But one of my favorite things, in addition to that, in the same vein, right, is that, as soon as we introduce a lot of the analytical tools, of which we have some recent ones now with sports cars, we have some analytical tools.
Right.
Having access to this data also changes your psychology on the data.
Right.
So now you have these people that are trying to outsmart themselves looking at the same piece of data. And now that also changes how they respond without the data and with the data.
So this is the one thing that I will say, like, so you can be a day trader, like in stocks, right?
Yeah.
Or you can be a long-term investor, like you do with your mutual funds or your 401ks, as we call in the US, or in Canada, RRSPs, right? I think it's called, right?
RSP.
So what? And it was funny because I was reading them when one of the YouTuber influencers said the same thing. He was talking about, he compared 3 different investors, and ultimately at the end, no matter how smart you are or how great you are at predicting 80% correct and 20% wrong, they found that the data that the guy that invests on a weekly or bi-weekly basis consistently every 2 weeks is going to outperform everyone. Yeah. So and I'm not telling you to buy cards every 2 weeks. All I'm saying is that if your whole purpose is that you're going to speculate on a player and you think he's going to play well, you start at this level, and you get to this level. It doesn't matter whatever zigzags it goes, that he's going to be at this level, then you take and just hold on to it till you get to that level. So, for example, if a guy is already a 5-year veteran, he's won a championship, he's top 5 scorer in whatever sport he is, whether he's a quarterback or whether he's a basketball player, and he has the projection to be a Hall of Famer, then you hold. Mm-hmm. Don't worry about if it goes down or goes up. As long as, like I said, if he ever goes down, you're not going to be nervous and be frazzled and lost the house on that card. Yeah. And so I said, you hold it for the long term, and at that point you can always cash out at the top, or at least you feel good about your collection.
Well, part of the rationale for that, and they've done this study with the stock market, the people that try to time it, if you miss some of the biggest days, your gains drop exponentially. Right. Because the person who's just consistently investing, again, for sports cars, I don't recommend that necessarily. Right. This is not a recommendation. Right. But for like a stock market thing or whatever, historically, part of the reason for that is because you take the emotion out of it. You take the psychology out. You basically take your own psychology out of the game. Right. The person who's staring at the data, watching the charts and trying to respond second by second to the chart is, number one, increasing their stress level. Right. It's increasing their sleepless nights. They're more likely to make a mental mistake. Right. Like, all these things play together to mean like you got a better shot of making an error. You got a better shot of getting it wrong, because like you've put yourself in this position because you're analyzing to the point that you have paralyzed yourself. You literally have positioned yourself to almost do the wrong thing.
Like I'll say this much, like when at Upper Deck, I put a lot of my money into the 401ks, my retirement funds. I had Roth IRAs, which is tax-free. Yeah. Unlike the Canadian tax-free savings account, which is way better. I will say that much. What happened was that I had a huge portfolio, probably in excess of $250,000 in portfolio. Mm-hmm. And of course, in 2008, with the savings and loan fiasco, it dropped, and it was only worth 130 or whatever it was. Yep. And everyone that I talked to panicked, like, I'm taking my money out. Like, what are you gonna do? I'm like, I'm not taking my money out. And they're like, why not? I'm like, I've already lost it. Like, if my value was 250,000 and I'm down to 130,000, I already lost 120,000. Aren't you worried you're gonna lose the rest? I go, still gotta pay taxes on this stuff. So in the end, my 130 is only like $60,000. Why do I care? Like, do I need the $60,000 now? No. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'm in it for the long term. It wasn't like I was gonna say, well, I'm gonna take it out. I'm gonna time it and take it out at the height. I'm just gonna keep on letting it go, because over time it appreciates, right? And
it was also in 2008, the people that were throwing that out there, and I remember 2008 when people were talking about that. I would say, okay, so is it worse than the Great Depression?
Right.
No. So then you rebounded from the Great Depression, so you think this is not going to rebound. Why? Right. Is this the time that it's finally ending? Right.
Exactly. And someone said to me, says, well, what if it goes down to 30? What if it goes down from 130,000 to 40,000? And I said, okay, so if I lose another 90,000 pre-tax money, here's my take on it. I don't think that $40,000 is going to make a difference, because I'm going to be running for our lives. That's what I said. The whole world is in chaos if it's going to drop down to $40,000.
Yeah.
Like
You have to put it into a little bit of perspective.
Right.
And I think it's difficult to do. I'm not going to pretend it's easy.
No.
But you do have to try to separate yourself from the emotional aspect of it. And right now, it's very easy for some folks to feel really good because almost all of their investments are working.
Right.
I'm curious to see what happens if it doesn't work.
Right.
If suddenly, you screwed up. You bought the Luka at 5,000 and now it's 2,000.
Right.
Or 1,000. Is it going to stay that way forever? Probably not. If he continues to play well, in the long run, it'll go back up or it'll surpass that level. But it may not happen tomorrow. Do you have the guts to ride that out? Because if you're that convinced, then just chill. Just put it away and do. You've already spent the money.
Right.
But if you're legitimately convinced, well, then fine. Get out of it as soon as you can. I'm not going to tell people what to do.
Right.
But it's like, if you're going to freak out about it, that's why I use that analogy. Like, if all my cards went to zero, I've spent good money on my Medano collection over the years.
Yeah.
I've been collecting for 25 years, that player. I've spent a lot of money over those years, but it's not going to end me.
No.
And I'm not collecting it for investment purposes. So if it goes up, cool. If it doesn't, whatever.
Right. And that's why, I always say to people, if you enjoy what you have as a collection and you enjoy doing that, or you enjoy opening a box of cards because it provides stress release, maybe it creates more stress afterwards, but some stress release and enjoyment. That's why I said, when you're breaking a box of cards, you got to look at it as an entertainment value.
Yes.
Always, no matter what price point, like whether you're spending $10,000 on a case or you're spending $2,000 case, some people have different price points in terms of what they can afford for entertainment value.
Agreed.
You look at entertainment value. If you're going to look in there and say, I got to break, I got to hit break even, I got to get this, I get that. And by all means, I do not practice what I preach. Like when I'm breaking a box of cards, I'm like, man, I gotta go buy another one just to break because.
Do you find the irony in that?
Oh,
because you were on the other side of that one.
Yeah. I never practice what I preach. So that's my flaw, right? If I was disciplined and not, even stocks, that's why I don't want to sell my stocks. Because if I sell my stocks, I know it's going to end up happening. If it bounces back, I'm going to say, oh man, what did I do? I just lost all that money. And then I lost the money going back up, right? So right now, I mean, I did cash out some stuff after I left Upper Deck in 2010, but and I've done worse on my own investments. So I should have just left it all in there and let it grow on its own. So, I mean, it was crazy at that time in 2006, 2007. I mean, I look at my 401k, it was like up 20,000, up 18,000, or down 17,000. It was like at the end that I always said, hey, I can't take the money out anyways. And, I always said I want to be on a mid to high risk level anyway. So, right now it's worth a decent amount. I mean, I didn't expect it to bounce back, the stock market to be where it is. Mm-hmm. I'm shocked at the stock market. I thought it was going to crash a little, and I was on YouTube watching all these experts, and they're saying, "Oh, it's going to crash, and they were wrong. And that's why I can't.
What I feel bad here, Karvin, is that at the time, 2008, I was 25, and I was like, "No, it's coming back," but I also had no money, so I couldn't do anything about it. I was like, "No, it's coming back," but
right.
So it's like, unfortunately, like that's correct. Yes, it was.
Right.
But the advantage I had was that I had no skin in the game, so I could just look at it and go like, I'm pretty sure it's going to go back up.
Right.
Like it's easier. Sometimes it's easier to see if you don't have skin in the game. You can just look at it like, yep, no, that's going to be fine. You just got to chill out and wait. It's going to be. But I think that's valid advice though. Like it's difficult to practice what you preach. I agree with you. Yeah. And it's difficult to separate yourself out from the emotional aspect of it because part of collecting is nostalgia and emotion, and that's part of it. It's connected to it.
Right.
But the important thing, and this will be the last takeaway from the stream here for everybody, is that nobody's immune. Yeah. Karvin's been in the game a long time. He's worn a lot of hats. He's been all over the place, and guess what? He's susceptible to the same thing everybody else is.
Right.
It's very difficult. You're not immune to it. There's nothing wrong with that. But you can try your best. You do to the best of your ability.
Right.
And if you can manage that, that'll be part of it. And I think I put this up from Paul earlier or not, but that was kind of fun because people were speculating on defensive players, even though historically defensive players don't really appreciate in the hobby too much.
Right.
They thought the fantasy was going to take it over. And it's like, well, it did for like a weekend and then it ended. It was kind of fun.
Well, Deion Sanders is the one that everyone was talking about,
Yeah. But he's also a superstar in terms of personality. He brought a lot of extra to it. Plus, he's on TV. At least he was for a while.
Right,
so, like, if you can do that, then yes, prime time was worth more than Deion Sanders, the player.
Right.
Over as time went on. So he became almost like a WWE superstar. Like his brand transcended his contributions to the sport.
He did.
Which is huge. And I think Shaq will be a guy like that in the long run because he is that kind of personality.
He is. He's a fun personality, and I mean, he's a nice person at heart too. So you know, both Deion is a nice, great person at heart too.
He's got the game plus the personality to keep his name in the consciousness long term. So I think that's good. Paul, we're not doing it. Not happening. Not today. Nope. Paul always encourages. He's like, go for 5.
He does. He always does that. I always see him on Jeremy's podcast and going,
hey. If we got to 5, he'd be like, go for 6. That ain't happening.
All right, let me go downstairs and I'll grab those things and I'll show you guys what I'm talking about.
Perfect. All right, so this will be the last thing. Karvin's going to grab a couple of cards to just show us a little bit here. So go for it, Karvin. Go for it.
Okay.
All right, guys. So what I'll do is if we got 1 or 2 last questions, we can certainly talk about them briefly. That'll be kind of the end of the road here, and then we'll get this thing offline. Long term, what I'll do is probably I'll come back to the video. If you do check it out on the replay, then what's probably going to happen is I'll put some chapters in there because we did address some different topics. So I'm more than happy to go in there and do that. That'll be for folks checking out the replay. Otherwise, it's like, well, it's been a pretty good stream. Appreciate you for the questions and comments. So that's been awesome. Paul here. Yep. I think it lasted a little bit longer than that, Paul, because I think people convinced themselves, because I listen to podcasts and YouTube channels and things where they were like, oh yeah, because of fantasy, this is going to be. I understood the point. But the reason why people like the quarterbacks so much is that for the most part, they avoid a lot of the injuries. Defensive players and, even wide receivers and stuff. It's like, it's cool. If you like collecting them, go for it. But some of the run-ups and some of those wide receivers and some of those defensive guys is like, the orthodoxy is not because people were discriminating against defensive players. It was because long-term their hobby value hasn't sustained. And the idea was, oh, well, these new people are going to, keep it going. And it's like, well, maybe they'll realize why the rest of the hobby up until this point has not gotten that excited about defensive players long-term. It wasn't an accident. It's like, it would be better if we love defensive players that much too. That'd be great. That would expand the hobby and leave more people open to be able to collect different stuff and keep the values going. That'd be great. It just didn't work out that way. That was kind of the thing. So that's just kind of the way this is played out. It's just kind of the way I would approach it. Just my opinion on that. So it looks like Bob's got a question. So perfect. I see your question, Bob. So I'll bring it up here once Karvin's back. We'll have him show off a couple of cards here to finish the stream off, but we'll definitely address that question. Any other questions there? You've got a little bit of a window here, guys, if you want to throw it in there, and then we'll kind of finish this thing off. So that'll be good. So I'll put here the question just for you. Awesome.
All right. Any questions for me?
Yep, I do have a question that we'll get into here in a second.
Okay.
So just we were talking a little bit about defensive players and a little bit about how they had a cup of coffee when they were getting excited in the hobby. But I do have a question for you. So this one's a good one here. So there's a product or insert idea that you thought for sure would be successful that just flat out didn't work out. One of those ones where maybe they ridiculed you and maybe they were right. Because the ridiculing thing seems to be happening no matter what.
Yeah. Well, it's not more ridiculous, just the feedback, right? And
yeah, for sure.
You know what? I always encourage feedback, and I always encourage, I always take it as, someone always says to me, he goes, man, you got pretty thick skin. I go, well, that comes with the territory when it comes to product development. Yeah.
So was there like an insert idea that you thought was ready for prime time, but it wasn't quite ready?
There's a few. I mean, so when I first came to work at Upper Deck, they gave me a product lineup, and the first product I did was called Sweet Shot Basketball, obviously based on Sweet Spot Basketball. And we had to use dimpled paper, which I was not a big fan of it because, the sweet spot of the baseball makes sense. Dimpled paper doesn't really make sense. But, I just came and, obviously it was a product that was already deadlines are due, and I had to write up that strategic brief and try to figure it out. And so I said, well, Sweet Shot So I tried to do a card that was a piece of a ball, which I told you I don't like those type of.
Yep.
I thought those type of memorabilia and a piece of a net. So we actually bought net and bought balls, and I did like a die cut of a net with a net piece on it and the ball falling through like a swish. And I was like, well, it makes sense, sweet shot, right? But obviously it didn't do too well, right? So
yeah,
and sometimes you try to be creative in that sense, but in the back of my mind, I already kind of felt like it's not going to work. But at the same time, I felt that you got to give it a best shot when you have that type of name, sweet shot. And then later on, like, when I think during the LeBron years, I think I did them with the dimpled paper. Then I did a red dimple paper, a white dimple paper, and a red, white, and blue dimple paper that they played for the Olympic teams, I think.
Okay.
And then I actually did a baseball sweet spot card with LeBron signing it. So and everyone's like, well, why'd you get LeBron signing a sweet spot card? I'm like, because people get baseballs signed by every athlete or every celebrity or president and all that. So that's why.
Can I ask you a question about that, actually, since you bring it up? When you guys would do those, since you had an example there, do you guys use like good leather on it? Because I've seen some where it feels like the autograph fades, and that's what happens with the cheaper leather. Yeah.
I think that at that point, everyone said, oh, we can get this other leather for a lot. I mean, because the leather was so expensive. Yeah. Right. So I think we went to the cheaper leather then. And what happened was that not only did we went to cheaper leather, I think the person that sent them out for autographs sent out the Statler pens, the felt pens.
Versus those will fade. Those will fade.
Yeah.
Once upon a time, my dad got an autographed baseball for us, my younger brother and I. He got a Pat Borders baseball.
Right.
World Series MVP, Pat Borders for that. It was good for us, as Blue Jay fans.
Yeah.
But Sharpie pen.
Yeah.
On a cheap leather baseball.
Yeah.
I still have the ball, but like it's like
yeah.
That autograph is not held up.
I have so the first photo shoot event I went in 2002, and I remember the first. So at that time they said, hey, if you want some stuff signed, we'll have the athletes sign some stuff. So I bought a football. Actually, I bought a helmet. I bought a football, and they signed the white panel football, and all those autographs were faded from that class. So, but what's funny is that I think everyone knows what happens at these rookie photo shoot now, so I don't mind exposing it a little bit. But the first athlete that I ever had to do a photo shoot was, and it was funny because this guy is big, a defensive player, and the guy that was in charge was like, hey, Karvin, go take him, and it was what's the guy name now? Talking about defensive players, the guy that played for the Packers and was number one pick, Julius Peppers.
Okay.
And this guy was huge and cut.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, Julius, this is the routine now. I have all these jerseys. Can you take off your jersey? Right. And he goes, okay. So he takes off his jersey. He's got to take it off with my pads. I go, yes, you can take off your pads. So basically he's topless and, and I was like, okay, put on these jerseys. So he puts on the jersey and I go, take it off. He goes, what? I go, yeah, just take it off.
It would sound really dumb if you're an athlete that this is really like, really just so I can wear it for 5 seconds. And then,
So I go, well, I'll put on the other one and put it on the other one. And he goes, can I just wrap it around my neck and not pull it down? I go, no, Julius, you got to pull me down.
Oh, because that's going to be it, Karvin. The technicality is like, you just put it around your neck. That wasn't even worn. That was like a necklace. That doesn't count.
Yeah. So it was just, just doing that over and over again. And but you know what? He was the nicest of all players. I mean,
how many jerseys would you have gone through in one sitting like that, though, for that kind of thing?
It wasn't a lot back then. It was like maybe 10 to 12.
Okay.
Now they're going through like 50 or 60. So.
But it goes back to what I said earlier about like, have we devalued this thing by just dragging it out a little bit?
Well, every single card set has an RPA almost, right?
Totally get it.
Yeah. Even hockey, like we tried to maintain that the cup was the only true RPA. I did do it in 0506 hockey hot prospects, but it was with a sticker autograph. So, that was the differentiation. So anyways, we're talking about champs and we're talking about celebrity autographs. And unfortunately, these never got signed. Had they got signed, it would have been pretty cool. Yep. But I don't know if you guys recognize these people. These are Canadian celebrities. So there you go.
Yeah. So while Karvin's showing this, I'm just going to pop off for 30 seconds, and I'll be right back. But show those off, Karvin.
Yeah.
And can you just, I can see the picture. Can you say who it is? Because it's hard to read.
Well, if you know the Tragically Hip, unfortunately, he passed away a few years ago. Okay. Gord Downie.
Gord Downie. I don't think I've seen it with the hat. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. And then we have...
Yeah, I'll be back in 2 seconds.
From Rush, Neil Peart. And Geddy Lee. So I thought I'd show them off to you guys, and just like some of the stuff that never got signed. But these are pretty cool cards. I thought that, that were made. And there's a back of the card, what they look like. Just to show off some stuff on my own collection. This is actually back in 0203, someone came up with the idea, instead of having, this is before the stickers whole situation, we were doing, I think, Avery labels. They were signing Avery labels, which in fact, Avery labels, if it's housed, I actually like them more than the sticker autographs. The only problem is when you house them, they can cover the autograph, so a lot of people complain about that. But this one, the execution is pretty good. The one thing that I didn't like about these cards was the fact that the autograph is going along with the player and it's not perpendicular. So here's this Kobe hardcore commemorative card. So,
oh, nice. That was the one you showed a little bit
earlier.
And that's the one where you don't like the orientation of the autograph, right?
But the one thing that which is kind of funny that about Kobe's autograph. So when Kobe met up, I got a chance to meet Kobe a few times, and man, he's a great person to meet, and I can go into that length of stories and what our discussion was like with Kobe. He is like, when it comes to charming you and really being very professional, he's at the top of the level for athletes. So we asked him to sign full autographs, and for Panini, he signed all full autographs, and for Upper Deck from 2008 on, he signed full autographs. But I actually don't like his full autograph as much, and I like his original autograph, which was just the Kobe. It's very simple and it's very elegant looking versus the one with the Bryant in the background. So,
well, I think like autographs, like everything else, is an aesthetic thing.
Yeah,
you can do an autograph in such a way where it's very flowy.
Yeah,
it was one of those, and obviously not a celebrity, but I always laugh. Like my dad and I have the same name.
Right.
I'm Carlos Alcazar. He's Carlos Alcazar. It's only when we get to the fourth name where there's a differentiator. We even got the same middle name. Wow. So technically, we could sign when I had to sign for my mortgage for this place, I had to sign 4 names.
Right.
Carlos Luis La Casa Quintero, and I had to sign all 4 names on every single thing because it had to be distinguished from my dad, who's Perigo as the last name.
Okay.
But he's also Alcazar at the end, so it's all the same. So when they use my legal papers, it's like, oh, but your legal name is Alcázar Quintero, and I'm like, yes, and it's like, oh no, you have to sign your legal name like on your ID, and I'm like, oh my, I have to sign 4 names on everything.
Right.
But then when it comes to like our regular signatures,
yeah,
I do Carlos Alcazar, but mine is legible. I write out all the words.
Right.
My dad is like a C with a squiggle.
Right.
But he can do that C squiggle perfectly every time, and it's the same squiggle, and it's like, I don't know how you do it, but it's the C squiggle. You did it.
So I think there was one comment that was asked, and I don't know who asked the comment.
Sure, I got the comments in front of me, so feel free.
So there was one a long time ago. It was about something about how a player changed his autograph from a full signature to an initial, and they're asking why that happens. Now I'll explain why that happens. A lot of times the players, a lot of players get excited when they do a deal and they want to sign everything with the full name. They feel proud of it. But after a period of time, when you're signing, 4,000 autographs, 6,000 autographs, 8,000 autographs, these guys now start like, wow, there's a lot now. And they start shrinking their autographs. So the one prime example I'll always remember is especially with the Europeans, the Eastern European players. And the first guy was Nikolai Skilishvili back in 0203.
Okay.
Right. So you're talking about like and he put N and he printed out the whole Skittish spiel. I was like, wow, like it's like 11 letters, and then by the time the third product hits, he just puts NT, NT, NT. Like, I mean, it's just the amount of work. And the one thing is that the last photo shoot I went to was in 2013, and that was the 12, 13, and 13. Sorry, 11, 12, and 12, 13 class. So it was 2012. It was in New Jersey. I went to that photo shoot, and since now this is pre-Toronto Raptors. I lived in San Diego, and I watched Kawhi Leonard play at San Diego State for his 2 years here a lot. And I was like, hey, Kawhi, and I, now I work for Panini. I live in Texas. I was like, hey, man, I followed your career at San Diego State. Love your style. And I made a comment to him. I go, I still can't believe the Raptors drafted Jonas Valanciunas over you. They should have drafted you instead. If they asked, if they had me as a scout, I would have said draft Kawhi Leonard. And he was like, yeah. He's like, man, I thought the Raptors were going to draft me. I thought for sure I was going to go to the Raptors, and they didn't draft me. But lo and behold, he went to the Raptors afterwards, right?
Let me ask you a question, though. This is more of a basketball question.
Yeah.
Do you think, though, he would have developed his game the same way to be the same type of player if he had started with the Raptors? Because there is some benefits to playing in that San Antonio system for a period of time and developing in it.
There is, and San Antonio does have one of the best shot coaches.
Yeah, they're very smart in the way they develop the player. Like, in the end, when he left, he was a polished product.
Right. But I think the thing about Kawhi is that he's always been a gym rat. Even at San Diego State, he was always the first in, last out, and he wasn't a guy that liked to party or go out and all that. I mean, I'm sure he likes to drink because he made that comment with Ibaka on YouTube. But I mean, it comes down to it. I think he's just a gym rat, and he loves basketball, so he'll train all day. So as long as you had the right people to develop him, he would have had it. Now, mind you, at that time it was Brian Colangelo and not Masai Ujiri that drafted that 2012. Because Colangelo was always fascinated with Europeans. So I mean, Valanciunas wasn't a bad pick by all means, but Kawhi Leonard would have been better, And Kawhi.
That's the reason why I was curious, because it's not just getting the player; it's
right.
getting the player in a situation. Because right. I use the football analogy.
Yeah.
We talk about how Patrick Mahomes is, how great he is, how transcendent he is as a player.
Right.
But I also have to look, where is he? He's in Kansas City, working with Andy Reid.
Right.
He got to spend a year developing, harnessing his game with Andy Reid, working with him constantly, building.
Right.
By the time he went out there, he had a great team.
Right.
He had a solid base around him. So
right.
he had every opportunity to, you have talent.
Yes.
Let's harness it. Let's make you great so that when the moment comes.
Right. Well, and the great thing about, Mahomes, he's very humble and he's a great person. So it's crazy. Like, I'm talking about Kawhi Leonard, and the reason why I was talking about Kawhi Leonard is that his hands are so big.
Yeah.
And we're signing these stickers. It's impossible to grip that pen and sign stickers. I was like, I don't even know. If I had to sign stickers, I'd 5,000 stickers. It's not easy to sign. And he has these huge hands, and just grabbing the pen like this, and just like, I was like, dude, I'm surprised your hands aren't cramping. But anyways, so when I get to meet all these players at these photo shoots and these rookies, and you would be shocked when you meet them. You're like, you went first round, 6 overall? Did anyone even, you're thinking about how many millions of dollars you're going to spend investing and training and developing this guy. And the guy has an attitude like that. It was shocking. I just can't believe it. I was like, some of the guys are just complete a-holes. Like, one of the guys, his name was Rashad McLeod, is it? Or Rashad, I can't remember his name now. He was on the North Carolina team that won the championship. And the Raptors actually were thinking about drafting him. He ended up going 17th overall. And this is in 2005. 2005, he went 17th overall. I think it was Rashad McLeod or something. He didn't last long in the NBA. He lasted about 3 years, but he was one of the top players that went to North Carolina, as a 5-star recruit. And he went to Toronto. He was supposed to work out, and he refused to work out because he said he had the stomach flu. So why bother going to Toronto, right? So anyways, Rashad McLean or something like that. So he was just sitting there, and someone was asking him, hey, Rashad, do you know why you fell? He goes, yeah, because I'm an asshole. That's what he said, exactly to that tone. So, he's just like, I don't care. That's what it is. And I just came across the wrong way. And now that's why my draft position fell, because he would have been a lottery pick for sure, this guy.
Yeah. Well, I think that's part of it too, because you have to believe that you can work with them.
Right.
If you believe that, because if you think there's talent there, and almost nobody comes out of the NCAA or the minors or whatever completely ready for prime time. It rarely happens. There are transcendent talents who are like, we know you're good.
Yeah.
But then there are other ones where it's like, you know what, you could be good.
Right.
We just need to do a couple of things here. If you're willing to work on it and we can figure it out here, you're good to go.
Right.
We'll make this happen.
Right. Then the same was like a guy that was by the name Matt Jones. He played for the Jacksonville Jaguars. We met him. And he was supposed to be a 4th-round pick. He was a quarterback turned wide receiver. He ran a 4.28 as a 6'6" wide receiver. And he got drafted 18th overall. And when we met him, it was like, wow, I can't believe you are who you are. And even to the point where people from the leagues were saying the only reason he got drafted 18th overall is because he ran a 4.29. And that's his attitude. And sure enough, 3 years later, he was off the team and got caught with possessions of cocaine and everything. And, I don't know if he's thrown in jail or not, but that's the type, and you talk about these teams making an investment of a 1st-round pick. You tend to probably stay away from that guy. But, you hear about it all the time. A lot of these players have issues, have, personality issues, maybe a lack of driving power or lack of motivation, So
I think what you're alluding to, Karvin, though, is that you can learn a lot about some of these players by seeing them, what it looks like when they're not like in front of a camera on the clock, per se.
Yeah.
Like when you're just talking to them day to day, just seeing what comes out.
Yeah, 5 minutes, you can tell how interested they are, how caring they are, and what their discipline is, right? So at every photo shoot, you always meet those people. So, and unfortunately, I would say 80% of our gut when we think this is not going to pan out, we're actually accurate. So that's why I'm shocked. That's why I'm shocked when these teams meet with these players, these rookies, for an hour and interview them. It's like, you should have had this figured out. I mean, maybe their talent was so good that you just had to have this guy in.
I think some of the teams have a lot of pressure to be like, look, just find the most talented guy.
Right.
We'll take our shot. We'll take our risk. We'll see what we can do out of it. No, I think that's very fair. But I do agree. I think it's telling. You can find out a lot about somebody when the cameras are off.
Yeah.
And then you just have a conversation and you find out.
Yep.
Are you engaged? Are you interested? Like,
right.
How does that translate over? So I'll grab one or two things here. Just grabbing it real quick. I know the guys were talking about some defensemen. Companies are beholden to game use cards. Yep, we definitely talked about a lot of that. 2002, 2003 game use signature style set is his favorite. Is Bob Jackson's favorite. That's completely fair. Sounds good. So I think we're good. I think we're going to wind this one down. Karvin, this is awesome.
All right.
I appreciate your time.
Oh, anytime.
Yeah. No, I think it's been a lot of fun to go through a lot of different areas. I think we will talk about that market psychology piece because there is a lot of meat on that bone, without question, because it's a big part of it. But it's like, I think we've got enough room for our part. It's the same thing what happened when. So guys, just so you know, Karvin and I ended up having, like I mentioned earlier in the stream, a 3-hour conversation that you never were going to hear. And as we were talking, I was sitting there like, save something for the stream.
Right.
And we still got there. We certainly got there and then some. But if you guys are interested in checking out, you can certainly follow Karvin. He's got his Instagram right there beside his name. So let me see if I can get the direction right. Perfect. So he's got it right there. And I've been scrolling it at the bottom with his Twitter. Now, generally speaking, I know you got your Instagram and your Twitter. Right. Is that kind of where people can keep kind of tabs on you or reach out to you? Is that the best places?
Yeah, I mean, lately I've been checking more Instagram, but I haven't really been posting. I've been so busy. So I'll probably post that Kobe card tonight and then post a few more stuff later on Instagram. But I got to get my Instagram more. I think Instagram is more popular amongst people these days, it seems like, because it's picture focused and,
I would say the other thing is also the community is kind of fun. Because putting a picture there and then you can put a little comment, you can explain if you want what the picture is, and then people can check it out, and it's kind of simple to deal with. And if they want to comment, they can do it right there.
Yeah. So I mean, if you guys want to hit me up on Facebook, that's just Karvin Cheung. So you can also hit me up on Facebook too. So Obviously, that's more that there's a lot of card people that I'm friends with too, so I don't mind either way.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. So any way you want to reach me, if you have questions for me, you can hit me up. I mean, I typically will communicate with people on Instagram, Facebook Messenger. I will once in a while, but I think Carlos knows that.
That's a bit hit and miss, guys. That's a bit hit and miss. Hit and miss. I would say stick with the Instagram or some of those other communication ports that might be a little more effective for you.
Right.
I'll let Paul here have the last word. Paul, you would be shocked. I don't think, Karvin, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think in the last almost 5 hours, I don't think one piece of this conversation was part of our original 3-hour conversation.
No.
I think it was completely separate from it. So you guys got a completely different 5 hours of conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot. You know, we can talk about products, individual sets. We can talk about storylines or athletes I met, events I went to. You know, even my take back in '99, 2000. I mean, I sold a lot of Pokemon back then. I sold skid loads of Pokemon back in the day.
Yeah.
You know, so it's you know, it's just the market take and all that. I mean, you know, like I said, I don't know where the market's going to go. I hope that it continues to the trend that's going, or at least maintain this hotness, this heat that's going on. But you know, to sit there and say, well, it's going to go up, I would be lying if I say that I would say that. You know, I want to be transparent and say I just don't know. I can't predict it. You know, and next time maybe I should just give you a couple of recommendations on what books to read and stuff like that. I'm glad that Carlos actually told me that he also watches Graham Stephan and Dave Hansen. And one book that I think everyone should always read, one of my favorite authors is Malcolm Gladwell. I know people don't like to read books, but he did a book called The Tipping Point.
Yep.
And you know, I'm not sure if it's a tipping point where he talks about hockey players that are born within those certain months, but he talks about that. And
it's the one that you're talking about is the one where he talked about. I don't think it was The Tipping Point, but there was one where he talked about specific characteristics that settle differently. I know exactly the one you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because he talked about the month of the year they were born relative to what happens with their talent because of development.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's that, and you know what's kind of cool about Malcolm Gladwell was that I liked him as an author, and he was also in 2015 Allen Ginter, where that was a set that I was in too. So I was like, hey, I was in there with Malcolm Gladwell along with Buster Olney and Aaron Hall. So I think I'm not sure Stallone was in there. I think Stallone was in that set too. Yeah. So I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that we can discuss. I have multiple interests outside of the 4 sports too. Like I can talk about soccer, I can talk about the Olympics, I can talk about tennis, and I think that's why Carlos went to WWE and UFC because you know, I follow almost any sport you can think of. Like for example,
the thing is, I thought it would be interesting to kind of leave a well-rounded approach because the reason why I watch the Graham Stephan and all that is because my interests go beyond this. Right. A lot of my videos, I try to bring references from outside of the sports card realm.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's like, you know what? There's a lot of areas, a lot of references we can bring here, and then maybe it'll help.
I'll give you an example of something that just recently happened with my, you know, I have accounts at GTS and I deal with a lot of, you know, breakers, stores, and one of the products I recommend, they said, no way, you're not really going to tell us to buy this.
Yeah. Just one quick thing, Karvin, one quick thing. I do want you to finish the story. One quick thing.
Okay.
So, Paul, you win. We're going to get the 5 hours. You win. You win this round, Paul. You win this round. But then I swear to you, I will cut this off. But no, please finish your story. Finish your story. Go ahead.
So as of back in July or so, you know, the product that got solicited was WNBA Prism.
Yep. Okay.
And I talked to a lot of the customers I deal with, and I said, hey, do you want to buy? Crazy buying WNBA Prism? I go, hey, it's the first Prism product. All the NBA stars are going to be in it. Mm-hmm. There's also a person by the name, the number 1 pick was going to be by the name of Sabrina Ionescu, and everyone's like, well, who's that? I go, well, I hate to bring in the tragedy, but when Kobe died, she was front and center. Kobe was her mentor when she was playing for Oregon. She's a triple-double machine, and she's going to be the number 1 pick and is the next big star in WNBA. So everyone's like, okay, fine, Karvin, you win. We'll invest. And he goes, what do you expect? I go, look at, let's just hold it for a year. Maybe I'll double its money, right? So lo and behold, you know, everyone ordered it. It actually got allocated. It got cut a little bit. And then first game of the year, New York Liberty, Sabrina Ionescu plays and has a high ankle sprain, never comes back for the rest of the season. I'm like, right. Wow, okay, well, that's not good.
I will say, though, that I've seen that her card and some of the parallels
are going crazy.
Are going very well. So yeah. I'll give Paul his moment in the sun.
So
he was enjoying himself.
So lastly, what happened was that I talked to the accounts. I said, "Hey, you got your WNBA prism?" Like, "Oh man, I'm getting my WNBA." And as soon as it came out, people are making 2.5 times already on the day of release.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, "Oh, great." I was like, "Well, just say thank you. That's all I need."
Well, my question though is like, is there anything prism wise that wouldn't do well right now? Because it's an interesting thing. Like, I'm not saying no, but my thing is like, much like when soccer really exploded briefly there.
Right.
I'm like, but you guys didn't care about soccer 5 minutes ago.
Right.
Like if it was coming from a sincere place and you were like a hardcore WNBA fan who's been watching for years, okay, fine, I get it.
Right.
The UFC thing, I actually like UFC.
Right.
I bought the boxes. I bought the boxes when they weren't worth anything.
So it's funny you said that, because I talked to these people and they're like, "Oh man, we sold it all at 2.5 times what our cost was." And I'm like, "Okay, well, so you made good money. I'm glad to hear it." And then you go, "Hopefully you'll listen to my advice in the future." Like, I don't like to give too much advice, because if I'm wrong, then I won't hear the end of it. Yeah. But I said, "So you made good money." I go, just one question. I just said to him, I go, I'm just going to ask this question, right? And I go, look, I'm glad that WNBA is doing well, and whether it's sustainable at this price or it's going to go higher or not, that is besides the point. I go, even though I was so high on this product, the people that are buying the product, have they even watched 15 minutes of WNBA live game in the last 26 years that it's been played? And then once starts laughing, he goes, probably not. No. I go, exactly. So it's not. I go, see, these are abnormal times, and this is the reason why I told you to spec on it. This is Prism, this is WNBA, and Sabrina Ionescu. Had Sabrina Ionescu played and had a rookie of the year, who knows what the price would be. Mm-hmm. But I go, I'm glad you guys did well, and the one thing that I always tell people to buy or invest, I like people buying at the bottom price. So I'm not talking about allocated products. I'm talking about products that aren't really allocated and you can get in at the bottom price is the best buy. So, for example, UD1 hockey, I always recommend people buying UD1 hockey. Mm-hmm. I always recommend, before contenders-based football got hot, it was contenders football or Bowman baseball. But now those are hot now and they're being allocated. So, times have changed. But, but there are still good buys out there, and in this case, WNBA was one of them, and there's more down the road too.
So I would say, I agree with you. I would say that it's been an interesting byproduct of the current market is that, yes, there are some good buys out there, but part of it is that I do feel that there's a whole segment of the audience that is just like, okay, what's the most random thing that I can buy? So in the event that this happens to be the next thing. Now, one other thing I'm doing this just for Paul's benefit.
Right.
Here you go, Paul. We did it. We got there. I can make a banner really quick on the fly. Just thought Paul would enjoy that, and I'll include Paul's comment here. Yes, Paul, I notice. I pay I've got the little monitor there. I can keep an eye on it. Right. But no, it's all good. The thing is, Karvin, as long as you were good and you were comfortable, and as long as we had things to talk about and we've been able to share some stories and talk through a lot of these different things, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm more than good. Yeah. But it's one of those things where it's like, at the same time, I was looking at it, like where I am, it's 2:35 in the morning.
So it is.
Like, I don't mind too much. I am a night owl. That doesn't bother me too much. But at the same time, I wanted to make sure it was something. And the thing is, people have been watching. Even if they're not commenting, I'm watching you. I can see you.
Right.
But it's all good. As long as people are enjoying it, I'm cool with that. So let's leave on this one, Karvin.
Sure.
The last point you made, like I said, it does feel like there is almost this preoccupation now. It goes back to what I was saying about the data analytics. Like I said, I will bring you back because I do want to talk about market psychology. This is part of it too.
Right.
It's the terminology that gets used a little bit is the whole zigging when other people are zagging. Well, the thing is, if everybody's trying to do that, a lot of people are going to zig too. So it's just the nature of the beast.
Right.
So they're like, well, WNBA cards. Well, that's because, nobody's thinking WNBA. It's like, you mean except all the people who are saying nobody's thinking WNBA? Like, you're not that smart. You're not that original. It's like, garbage pail kids. I'm sure people are thinking about it.
Right.
Marvel cards. I'm sure some people are thinking about it.
Right.
Pokemon. People are thinking about it. Now everybody's thinking about it, but I promise you a couple people were thinking like, oh, soon.
Right.
Very soon.
Right.
And then they were correct, because eventually it's the analogy I use, I guess the example. You got the trickle down effect, you got the triple up effect. Well, in this case, it's a trickle down. Well, basketball's too expensive. Okay, how about football? Okay, football's too expensive. How about baseball? Baseball's too expensive. Well, how about Pokemon? And we'll just keep going. Like, cycle through every single possibility until eventually we run out of stuff.
Right.
And that's always been a nature of the beast. And right now, because so many things are so hot, it's like, technically, everything's in play if you wait long enough and if the market stays hot long enough.
Right. Yeah, Bob, I don't think he just made a comment about Pogs. I'm like, I don't think Pogs are going to make it back.
Well, I joked about Pogs a couple of times on my live streams. The one problem Pog had was that you had so many of those third world manufacturers produce a lot of unlicensed, and there's millions upon millions upon millions. It's the reason why Pro Set Platinum won't take off. Right. It's not that I actually like Pro Set Platinum. I thought it was decent for what it was. Right. But there's 5 billion of them. My walls might be insulated with them. I can't say definitively they're not. Right. And, Karvin's walls are lined with them, and everybody's walls are lined with them, and we still have billions of cases left over. Right. It was just too much stuff. You can't ever finish it. Although I do laugh with something. You never know if Gary V finally loses it, if that's the end. But it's just too much. It's too much material. That was the problem I had with it. It's, even if we wanted to joke about it, I could have actually seen it happen if there wasn't so much. If it hadn't been such large volume, it's like, what the heck? Why not? Yeah, and unfortunately, Paul, you're exactly right. It's not licensed product. So if it's not licensed, it's an issue. Yeah. So the one thing to take away from investing in cards, try to invest into everything licensed. Is probably the best. Not that by all means, like, people say, well, Canadian baseball is not licensed. No, they are licensed. They're licensed by the PA. MLB. They're also producing a high quality product. Right. For what it is, they are producing a high quality product, which still has some demand. Some of the key players, right, like one of my favorites is Soto. Right. His rookie stuff from that will be fine. If Soto becomes the superstar he could be, right. He won a Silver Slugger, he won the batting title, whatever. If he goes and has another great year next year, he's already got the World Series champ. If he keeps playing well for another 10 years, those cards will still be worth something. Oh yeah, of course. That will not be an issue. Yeah. Since you brought up Soto, here's something that and this is what I always tell people. Sometimes, I do put away some wax, right? And I think we talked about this in the past, and the one thing is that I was a big Vlad Guerrero fan, thinking that he would be the next big thing, and not saying that he won't be, but if you need any of it, I got a stack. Well, I bought his Bowman signed rookie, and I bought a signed refractor, and I had 2 cases. I had a Bowman Chrome vending, and I had a Bowman Chrome. I opened the vending, I got a Soto, but I did not get a Vlad Guerrero, and I got Rafael Iglesias. So after that one case where I felt like, man, I just didn't do well in that case, I really should open that other case where I say, you know what? Since he is a short print, he's so hard to hit. The potential of hitting him in that case, the case is going to go up anyways, right? So he's played poorly. We all know that Soto is in there, but now that case is trading at $25,000 because it's also Fernando Tatis's rookie. So by me not opening that case is a benefit, because I had opened it, I didn't get anything. It would be worth nothing. But now it's worth $20,000, not because of Vlad Guerrero, but because of Fernando Tatis. So here's something of note. And I wanted to tell people, yes, you may like Luka Doncic, but if you put away cases 18-19 basketball, the potential is that, let's say Luka doesn't do well, but Trae Young does, then that also raises the value of those boxes versus just the Luka card. You can miss on a player by buying wax, but another player hits, and it saves your investment. I was laughing so hard when in my mind when you said that, because I remember 2018 Prism football. I was opening a bunch of 2018 football products. Right. And I was able to get a box not far from here. There's a comic book store near here.
Yeah.
Down the street, where they actually had some prison football around the
Right.
time it was selling. 2018, Lamar Jackson, it was Baker
Yeah.
Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Josh Allen,
Yep. Yep.
and you had all these quarterbacks.
Right.
So we thought like one or two of them are probably going to hit.
Right.
Even Josh Rosen was a possibility, maybe if things go well, whatever.
Right.
So you had about 5 quarterbacks you could go after. So I found the box, and I think it was like 140 Canadian a box. So I grabbed the box, and I really was thinking about like, I should hold the box for a while, but then I was like, I kind of want to open the box. So what I should have done is buy 2 boxes. What I should have done is open the box.
Yeah.
The boxes were going not that long ago for $1,700.
Yeah.
So it's $1,700 American.
Yes.
And I bought the box for 140 Canadian.
Yeah.
And he had 2. I could have bought 2 boxes and put one aside.
Right.
But it's because the box is worth. I did pull a Josh Allen rookie out of it, and a couple of decent players. Like I got my money back on the box. That wasn't the issue. I got my money back on the box, and I still have the Josh Allen. So if he does do well, I'll be fine. Long term, I'll be okay. But not compared to $1,700 for the sealed box.
Right.
The sealed box would have been like the sealed box would have been the sweetest plum.
Right.
And I wouldn't have had to worry about what was inside the box.
So that's why at that point, because of that reason from the 16 Bowman Chrome, I just said, you know what, I think it's probably best that I don't crack.
It's tough to resist though. I won't lie. Like it is very tough to resist sometimes.
Well, that's then there's a reason why I put it somewhere where I don't have easy access.
Fair enough. So this is related to the Vlad Guerrero one.
Right. Yeah. He's a big thing, not in the sense that you want to, yeah.
Listen, I'm not going to give up completely on Vlad Guerrero because I do have a stack of his cards.
Right.
But I will say, I'm highly concerned he's not taking this baseball thing seriously. It is worrying me a little bit that he's not taking it as seriously as he could.
Right.
I'm not saying he couldn't play better, and there's a good chance he's so young that there's still an opportunity for him to progress and get better and do all that. But he has to take this a little bit more seriously.
Right.
Because he's got talent. Because especially when I compare him to a Soto, when you go look at Soto was in that 2016 Bowman product. He looks like he's emaciated.
Right.
He looks like he needs a sandwich. Like if you go look at the picture, go look at Juan Soto in 2016, that picture.
Yeah. Yep.
Vlad looks a lot thinner too, but he looks a little bit more big-boned.
Yeah, he is.
Whereas Juan Soto legitimately looks emaciated. He looks like he needs a sandwich.
Right.
But what he did is he found a sandwich, and he also found the gym.
Yep.
And he's won a World Series, and he has a batting title and a Silver Slugger Award.
Right.
And he's still very young as well.
He is.
Vlad Guerrero found 100 sandwiches and a turkey and possibly the entire Thanksgiving dinner and everything else. And he actually looked like he sort of got in shape when the original baseball season was going to start. And then the pandemic hit, and then he found the sandwiches again.
Right.
So it's like, I'm wondering, like, how seriously are you taking this? Because your next contract could be really good if you show this ability. But it's like, he can hit. Like, I know he can.
Yeah.
I saw it. But it's one of those things like, are you going to be consistent? Because Juan Soto can hit too, and he is improving year after year.
Yeah. And Tatis.
Yeah, we're seeing the improvement. These guys, these young guys, they're showing improvement.
Right.
And they're clearly working on their craft. So it's like, I'm not going to give up on Vladdy Jr. yet, but when he's 25, if we haven't seen that leap, that's going to be a little worrying. So it means he's got about 2 years, give or take, before we start concerning ourselves a little bit.
Yeah. No, I mean, like I said, he still has time, but obviously he's not the same player as he was even a year ago in terms of the expectations. So, obviously, there's other players to look at, but once again, I don't want to sit here and spend all this money on singles and then they don't do well. So
for sure. That's why I think it's worthwhile not to throw everything behind like one player necessarily. You may want to diversify a little bit.
Right.
Just
if you're going to do that. It all depends. Like, I mean, if it's a LeBron, Kobe and all that, then, there's a point where you can enter in and have a lot of money invested into those players. Or let's say, I still think Crosby is one of the best buys out there.
I think it's a possibility. I think the only thing is it's a bit tricky because he's won his Stanley Cups. He's going to go to the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's the next thing for Crosby? He's won the gold medal. He's got the golden goal.
He has the golden goal. He doesn't have to do anything else. In my mind,
that's what I mean. Like,
Like I don't.
Long term, I agree. I do think Ovechkin's interesting because he's also got that Gretzky record. Possibly, he's got a
Right.
shot. Like it makes it a little bit more intriguing because he's got that shot. Plus, he's got personality. People like him.
That is true, but ultimately, as the Canadian collectors are involved, they're going to want Crosby over Ovechkin. So if you're talking about American collectors or international collectors, definitely Ovechkin has a draw. But I honestly think that it's probably the best thing to do is right now. Crosby is basically a little bit more than Connor McDavid, and he has all those achievements: 3 Stanley Cups. The big one is the Golden Goal. The big one is Golden Goal. The only reason why anyone remembers Paul Henderson, he was never that great of a player, was the fact that he scored the Golden Goal. And Crosby, the Wonder Kid, is the one that scored the Golden Goal.
Yeah.
So, and now partially I'm a little bit more probably connected to it because I was there at that game. So, I got to
I think that's fair. The only reason I say that it might be tricky, I think long term, you're very correct. I think historically, you will be correct. I think Crosby will get a renewed appreciation after he retires. The problem is, like, at the moment, there's nothing in the horizon today that's going to propel him.
Well,
he'll have fun. He'll have great numbers when it's done, but it's not like his contemporary. The reason I point out Ovechkin is because they're contemporaries. They started in the same year.
Right.
And Ovechkin's 700 goals, and Crosby's not even at 500.
Right.
He'll get there.
Well,
and he'll get the points, but
this is what I compare with Ovechkin. I don't compare Crosby with Ovechkin. I compare Crosby with another player that came out in another sport, and their careers are not that far off. Now, there's one more championship for the other player as of this year, and that's LeBron.
Yeah, but he also got the 7, and he is a global icon.
He is. I'm not denying.
Crosby's a guy who hockey people appreciate, but who doesn't resonate outside of that world.
Well, but hold on. So now we're talking about the investment ability of players. What did I say? Guy who has, won championship,
yep,
Hall of Famer,
yep,
scored a Golden Goal. LeBron's exquisite card are $1.2 million now, and you got Crosby at 20,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's a far cry.
Mathematically, I'm totally with you.
Yeah.
But there is something to be said that Crosby's just boring.
Well, he's a boring personality, but but you know what? Ultimately, we don't factor that as a guy. There's boring guys. There's tons of boring players. I mean, is Brady that exciting? Not really.
No, but he has 6 championships.
He does, but Crosby does. I mean,
it kind of helps.
Yeah, it does. It does.
And he also has currently, as we speak today,
yeah,
he is the all-time leader in touchdown passes.
Right.
So he's like at the top of one of those food chains.
Right,
and he's got 70,000 passing yards. So in addition to the championships, he also has those all-time numbers. Crosby's not going to be all-time in goals. He's not going to be all-time in points. He's not going to be all-time in assists. He'll be very good. He'll be right up there in good numbers. For his era, he'll be right at the top.
Right.
But it's one of those things where, like, I haven't thought about Crosby in years. He's there. Like, I see him.
Let's put it this way. Who's the most expensive card in hockey card history in the last 50 years?
Did the I'm just trying to remember, what did the last Gretzky PSA 10 go for?
I don't know what the price is, but I'm sure if there's a PSA 10 of this player, it would be going for more. I don't think there's a PSA 10 of this player. And I said 50 years for a reason, or 53 years to cover my bases. Sorry.
So 53. So you're going back to the 70s?
No, 60s.
You'd have to go. Okay, 53.
It's about 67.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, so Bobby Orr, basically.
Bobby Orr.
Yeah.
So Bobby Orr is probably, in terms of price point, is probably the most expensive card.
Yeah.
Bobby Orr has no career records. He's won 2 championships with the Stanley Cups. He's won a Canada Cup. Never won obviously, they were never part of the Olympics. So he was his last event was the MVP of the Canada Cup Series, 76. Then he's the iconic, superstar for hockey. it's part of the reason why you don't. I mean, longevity matters, but part of the reason is that the game is that tough. So, you know, Ovechkin doesn't play a center, and he's a little bit bigger. He plays wing, right? So, yes, he may have a shot at breaking Gretzky's record. And Gretzky, by all means, he's a freak of nature that he avoided all kinds of injuries. Mm-hmm. So, Crosby, he's had some bad luck, especially with that slap shot by Brooks Lack and hit him in the face and all that.
I think the other thing, though, you got to remember with Orr as well, is that Orr gets the benefit. He gets the halo effect of two things. One is that he did come up in that 60s era. He was an iconic player. For a generation,
right,
they would argue he's the greatest of all time because he was a defenseman who was a scoring champion.
Right.
Because in that combination, they would look at him and go like, overall, top to bottom, and his career was cut short. So they're like, well, if he had been healthy, they project.
Well, and that's probably the same thing with Crosby. He's lost a lot of games too.
I understand what you're saying, but I haven't seen. I would love to see it. I don't think I've seen a single human being on the planet who will argue Crosby's the greatest of all time.
No, they were not going to say Crosby.
But that's what I'm trying to get at. There is a generation that would make an argument for Orr. There's a generation that make an argument for Howe. There's a generation that make an argument for Gretzky.
Right. But I don't think there's an argument for Ovechkin though either. So
as a goal scorer, he has an argument. As an overall player, no.
Yeah.
As a pure goal scorer, I'm also looking at his era. Nobody scores goals at the clip he scores at.
Right.
In this era. Because he's leaps and bounds ahead of the next closest.
No, I agree.
I'm saying as an overall player, Crosby's thing is that he's an overall player.
Right. But the other thing is that he's, the Canadian, no matter what, in the end, I think the Canadian factor plays a role more than the Russian factor. There's a reason why Ovechkin wasn't even valued that high until as of recently. He jumped up.
I get it. No, I'm not disagreeing with you. The only point I was making was that there are some things working against the Crosby argument. He will always be valuable because his career backs it up. His career deserves to be valuable. And his cards deserve to be valuable.
Right.
But it's hard when he's never going to be the man.
Well,
he will be the man for his era.
Well, I mean,
overall, he doesn't stand up on
this way. Right now, the Connor McDavid Cup rookies are even passing him. So,
yeah.
So
I can't justify it, but I'm just saying, like, the fact that he can pass him should say that Crosby doesn't even stand up in his own era. It's hard.
I think
argue about his game.
If you start promoting it, obviously Griffey cards are going up, Ichiro cards are going up. So I think it's a matter of time before people start investing into Crosby. So it has jumped up. His young guns have jumped up tremendously.
Totally, I'm totally with you. Yeah. So yeah, Bob. All I'm saying, I'm kind of going in that vein. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm not actually disagreeing with Karvin. I understand his points, and I think he's got some very valid points. And the thing is, that all plays into it. The Golden Goal plays into it. Stanley Cups play into it. The combination of everything. He did have some injuries. Some folks will take that into account as well. Right. All of this plays into it. What the Crosby's thing is interesting only because he is in this interesting era, because these guys are the current era, the last 15 years, because they started 15 years ago. So right now, they're approaching. They still have some gas in the tank. Both guys. They still have some gas left in the tank. A little time left. But then they will start reaching their golden years pretty soon. We're like, now we'll start thinking of them as these are legendary players who are heading into the swan song. As they start approaching 20 years, you'll be like, okay, we had a whole generation of Crosby and Ovechkin. So now we can look at their careers in totality. What's interesting, like I said, Ovechkin, you're right, overall market. Hockey, though, is always a bit of a suppressed market compared to some of the other sports.
Right.
That's an issue. But the thing is, like I said, personality does play into it. I'm not saying Crosby is going to be surpassed by Ovechkin in value. I'm just saying from where he was at recently, Ovechkin had the room to appreciate.
Right.
And if he does get that record, that's a heck of a record. That's a huge record.
Oh, it is.
And nobody else right now, as the game is played today, nobody else is in danger of touching it.
No.
Because then he becomes the guy at the top of the mountain, and that's hard to take away.
And then Ovechkin he does have longevity also. He's avoided most of the injuries and everything, so he has done that. Yeah. And Bob, by all means, Bobby Orr was my favorite player of all time. So I'm not criticizing Bobby Orr. I'm just saying that if you talk about career being cut short, he always had knee injuries. He was always chopped at the knees by players. And trust me, if there was arthroscopic surgery back in the 70s, his career would have been extended for probably another 10 years, right? So.
And hockey is rife with guys like that, the what ifs. Because if you talk about a pure goal scorer, some would argue Mike Bossy was the best pure goal scorer.
Yeah.
Just because he did it his whole career and then his career ended abruptly.
Right.
In his last season, he was a 50 goal scorer.
Right.
So it's like, yeah, it's difficult. And some would argue Lemieux, career cut short with a bunch of injuries, cancer, all kinds of things.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he was still right up there.
Yeah.
So how much more could it have been? Hockey is rife with those guys.
Right. I just think there's opportunities for hockey. I mean, even a Brodeur, a PSA 10.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, greatest goalie of all time. I mean, most wins, right? So I believe he has the most wins. He has more than one, I believe so.
I think he does now. Yeah. I think towards the tail end, he passed him. Yeah.
So there's definitely opportunities to invest into hockey. I think that's the next big sport to jump right now. So outside of other potential outside sports, outside the 4-5 sports now with soccer. So, but either way, I mean, yeah, it's definitely been a good discussion. We can talk about, investing into hockey cards or other players, or we can talk about the psychology of market. I mean, I trust me, when I build products, I always look at psychology.
Yeah.
There's the reason. I'll give you another prime example. I know I'm extending too long, and I think Paul has even been logged off already now. So there was a time where people hated black bordered cards. So I developed black bordered cards, and I insisted on having black bordered cards, but we all knew that they wouldn't grade well. So that's why. But why I did it was it's more for the psychology of the card. Because when I watch people play cards, they always slow roll their cards. So if you were playing Caribbean Stud, which was really popular back in the day, if you had all red cards and then all of a sudden you had one last card to make a roll of flush, you're gonna slow roll that last card to see if it's red or see the number, right? Mm-hmm. So when you're opening packs of cards and you have all white cards and all of a sudden you have a black border card which your number is numbered to 10 or 100 or 50, then I see people squeezing that card and slow rolling and kind of figure out who it is. Or if it's an autograph card, they're going to slow roll it. Mm-hmm. So, but by having that border, immediately I hit something. I hit something now. Yeah. So that's more of a psychological thing, because that adds to the experience of you getting the slow roll because you saw it already now and you get to see it. That's the one thing that's actually missing from online breaking, is that there is no slow rolling.
Well, some breakers I know try to simulate it, because then when they know something is, they'll like move it to the back of the pile just to like create.
Yeah, it also ruins the fun, the experience, because what happens a lot of times they're like, oh my god, you're like, oh, I hit something good. Or if they don't say anything, you're like, it's not good. They should really let the person see it versus them see it first. So
kind of hard to do in a break, but I understand your point.
But it is. I mean, they pay for it, right? So they should get the full experience, right? So
fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I think that'll be it for today. We will revisit for a part 2, because there's certainly a fair bit to cover, without question. So sure. Paul, full credit to you. You did it. Still kicking. Full props.
Yeah.
Paul did it. He's determined. He was hell bent on pulling it off. It was funny because Paul and I actually did a little bit of a deal, and I shipped off his card today. I sent him a message earlier today. So Paul is dedicated. Paul's around.
He is. He was the first one on today.
Yes, absolutely. Paul was the first one on, and he's going to be the last one here. Karvin, I appreciate very much you coming on. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Absolutely. Folks, if you haven't already, check out a lot of Karvin's stuff, because like I said, he is a wealth of knowledge on the hobby. Like he knows all the experience. Hopefully, over the course of this conversation, you understand that Karvin has a lot of interests. It conveys into a lot of what he's done in the hobby. And also, as part of it, in addition to, he just has a passion for it. Otherwise, we're not talking for nearly 5.5 hours, and we're not going to 5.5. We're done. Thanks, Bob, as well, for hanging out. Appreciate you. All right. Thanks, guys. Have yourselves a good night. Okay. Enjoy your Saturday. We'll see you all later.